Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us that trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there's no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Wong.
Leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of legislation.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Wong.
Pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of the standing orders would be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to consideration of legislation to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be now put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. So there being 34 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I just advise the Senate that that will also be how the first vote was read, 34-31. Minister Wong.
We're up to proceed on motion number, yes. I move that a motion relating to the consideration of legislation may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be now put on the procedural motion moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be now put on the procedural motion moved by the Minister. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the procedural motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the procedural motion moved by the Minister to be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
I move the motion as circulated.
Senators, the procedural motion just agreed to require... so I'll put the motion. So the question is the motion as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Senator McKim.
Could I ask that you put the question separately, please, in relation to D10, the Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill?
I will put the rest of the motion first, I think, and then the D10 that you referred to. So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister without D10 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by the Minister, except for D Roman X10, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Senator Wong. Order. There being 33 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to put D Roman X10, which is the part of the motion Senator McKim requested to be put separately. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division acquired. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that D10 Roman X be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 16 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, the procedural motion just agreed to requires that the substantive motion be put without amendment or debate. We've done that. So the we're ready to go on to debate on the bill. Right. Yes. I'll call the clerk. Sorry.
Government business orders of the day. Environment Information Australia Bill and related bills. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Daniel.
Oh, well, President, what a great opportunity to put a little bit of scrutiny onto this legislation that's before the chamber, which will now be rammed through in record time. The Greens down the end there, of course. This is a pattern of behaviour. At the end of every sitting year, we see this arrangement, the mighty new Labor-Green alliance, come together. They've been behind closed doors for a couple of weeks now, hatching this one up. I'd very much love to know what the price of this latest agreement between the government and their natural bedfellows, the Australian Greens political party, is this time. Last time, as we know, it was that sumptuous party room down the end of the corridor there, lined with myrtle and huon pine and other endangered old-growth species. But hey, that doesn't matter. That was the price last time. What is it this time that they got? Let's not forget, these laws were so important to be fully interrogated through the Senate committee process. You had the Greens Environment spokesperson, Senator Hanson-Young, saying we must have a full interrogation of these bills before the committee. We cannot report before the end of March. Well, here we are, and who's voting to ram these bills through the Senate today? But none other than the Australian Greens Environment spokesperson, Senator Hanson-Young, and all of her colleagues. These are bills, of course, Deputy President, that if you look at the Greens press release issued today about their dirty, dodgy deal that they've done with the price unspecified, the price tag we can't find anywhere on the product before us, but of course you have these criticisms of the legislation that the Greens are supporting. This is them wanting to have their cake and eat it too. Despite significant wins for nature, the bill is still woefully short of what the climate needs. With Labor's refusal to take meaningful action on climate change, etc., etc. So you've got the whip hand here, Australian Greens. You signed up, you're supporting the legislation, but you're still unhappy with it. I do not understand how this works, Acting Deputy President, how they can say it's a terrible bill, it doesn't do what needs to be done, but hey, we'll sign up, we'll pass it. That's because it is just, as I say, another dodgy, dirty deal behind closed doors that these warriors for integrity and transparency want to pursue. They will do anything it takes to get whatever it is they need. And the list of criticism goes on in this extensive press release, crowing about their win. But when they sign up and support this legislation, you've got to wonder how serious they are about the issues they actually are backing in here. It's hard to see some of the detail that's been talked about in a press conference that was held just over an hour ago, I understand, by the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister, along with the Manager of Government Business, Senator Gallagher. The shutdown of native forestry happens to be a part of what this government has signed up to today. Why would the Greens support this bill if it didn't do this? Acting Deputy President, I'll tell you what, the only reason they have signed up is because it does do that. This will shut down native forestry in 3 years' time, when the RFAs no longer have their exemption. That's what's been signed up to here today, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Those RFAs will go out the door. Native forestry, a sustainable industry, will be shut down. There will be tens of thousands of workers across the country without a job. And we don't know the details yet, but apparently there is a bailout package in the order of $300 million that has been supported by this crowd down the end here, the Australian Greens, who last week in the Senate committee told us, Acting Deputy President, that this native forestry industry is too reliant on taxpayers' money. But hey, don't worry about it. We'll hand them another $300 million. $300 million of taxpayers' money to exit the industry, to shut them down. That sounds like a bit of a prop-up to me, but this is what the Greens have signed up to. More taxpayers' money to native forestry, and this is what Labor have signed up to, the shutdown of this industry. I know there are supporters of this industry in Labor ranks. I just wonder where they are on these issues. Where is the union in relation to forestry workers on this issue? Where are they standing up for the workers who've been abandoned under this dodgy, dirty Labor Green deal done behind closed doors at the 11th hour? Where are they? The coalition was negotiating in good faith. Even as late as 10 o'clock last night, there were discussions ongoing between the coalition and the government. And we still haven't finally heard back. We got our message that they weren't going to deal with us through the press conference this morning. I don't think that's good faith discussion, and it makes me wonder whether, indeed, this crowd over here, the government, the Labor Party, the party of the worker, the party that wants to bring down energy prices but won't, in fact sends them in the other direction, had any intention of doing anything other than doing a deal with the Greens, the convenient deal that it ultimately happens to be, one that does sell out workers in a number of industries. Those good faith negotiations I was talking about, Acting Deputy President, well, they were ones, and they were fairly modest ones, that would have gone some way to protecting these industries and these jobs. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs now at risk because of the added layers of complication that the Greens have inserted into these laws. And we won't have a chance today to fully interrogate this legislation. We'll have an hour of committee stage, assuming that the second reading element of time is taken up here today. in excess of 700 pages of legislation, in excess of 700 pages of explanatory memoranda, a range of amendments that have been announced today, less than an hour ago, and only being circulated as we speak, but it's all going to be done today. It's all going to be through this parliament and, of course, back to the other place so that this government can go on a holiday chalking up a win. We said earlier this week, when we announced that we were still keen and had a number of amendments this government should take into account in progressing these laws, amendments we thought were sensible, it's a set of amendments that industry were supportive of, that there should have been no rush to do a deal with the Greens because, as we said at the very outset, this would come at an extremely high cost. And the fact that you had a government that was willing to do a deal with anyone, the coalition, who support the mining industry, who support the forestry industry in all its forms, including native forestry, and the more than 50,000 workers across the country who have jobs reliant on that industry, who support the fossil fuel industry, who support farmers, who support property developers who are going to build the houses we need to ease the housing crisis. They were willing to work with us, according to the minister earlier this week, but apparently they were also willing to do a deal with the Greens, as evidenced by the fact that they have. This is a party that have inserted, as I said before, into this bill a clause that will kill off native forestry at the end of 3 years. The government will deny it and say they won't, but why is there a $300 million bailout package in there then? If it's not going to kill the industry, why put a red penny into dealing with this? Something this party down the end here, the Australian Greens, have railed against for time immemorial. Taxpayers' money going to this industry. But today, it's okay. But it does go to the issue of conviction. It does go to the issue of belief when it comes to this government, the Labor Party as it is in 2025. What do they stand for? They'll happily do a deal with anyone. It doesn't matter what it looks like, because all they needed to do at the end of this week was chalk up a win, get a bill through, just ram it through with whomever is willing to do a deal at the lowest price, the easiest price, the most convenient political price. And this is what it looks like today. Mark my words, Acting Deputy President, the Greens would not be supporting this legislation if, indeed, it was in any way good for industry, good for jobs, good for the things we need to bring down power prices in this country. They wouldn't be supporting it. They wouldn't be supporting it if it meant that there were laws that were making it easier for this country, as the Prime Minister says we need to, access gas resources, to be able to get energy into the grid, to support manufacturing, to support the tens of thousands of jobs in industries now at risk because of Labor's latest dodgy deal with the Greens. Why are they supporting it? Because they get their token wins. Things that, of course, this government have supported and said they supported but have sold out on. And I do want to just go back to a quote here again. To talk about hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of the Australian Greens, and I wish my colleague Senator Hanson-Young were here to hear this, but she said, of course, in the committee hearing just last week, and I quote, "The people know it stinks. It absolutely stinks, and that's why it needs scrutiny." That was what Senator Hanson-Young, the Greens environment spokesperson, said of this legislation. It stinks. It needs scrutiny. We will stand our ground and we will make sure that the government does the right thing and has this full-on committee hearing all the way through to the 24th of March 2026. Well, doesn't stink anymore, does it? Doesn't have the slightest stench of support for fossil fuel industries or for forestry, or that's because they've gone and done this dodgy deal, which actually cuts the guts out of the laws that were needed to ensure that we could do what this country needs when it comes to growing our economy and all of the other things necessary to deal with the crisis facing us. And just on that, I mean, housing. We know from the evidence given at the Senate committee that the laws, and which have been made worse by this deal, were going to be difficult for the property industry to comply with. It was going to make it harder for greenfields housing estates to be actually brought online. The complicating factors around what's now before us made worse by this deal with the Greens, means this housing crisis this government is presiding over will not be dealt with any more quickly or any more easily, and in fact quite the opposite. It will be harder for people to build houses in this country. It will be harder for people to get into a house as a result. It will drive up prices because, as we know, the basic laws of economics, supply and demand, mean when you've got less supply because of a dodgy Labor Green deal and demand is still being stimulated by all of these bunkum schemes this government run, that prices are going to go up and it is going to be harder to get into a house. So, Acting Deputy President, here we are, ramming through this legislation, 700 plus pages of laws, 700 plus pages of explanatory memoranda, a range of amendments, goodness knows how many. I haven't been able to count them yet, and yes, there's some here from the coalition, but they're the ones, of course, the government would be aware of because they're the ones we've gone to them over the last few weeks with, and that we still haven't heard back from the government on. This is not democracy at its best. This is dodgy deals at the end of a sitting, which is exactly what we saw at the end of last year. It's what we saw before the election. It's what we've seen a couple of times since the election. It's a hallmark of this brave new world we have in this parliament, where the Labor Party, finding it a bit difficult to be held to account for their legislation, turn to their friends down the end here. And there is always a price for the Greens. They are not resolute in their views. They can be bought off. They can be taken in for a price, and they have once again. And the price, sadly, I think, is the people of Australia who are struggling with power bills, who can't get into a house, who are finding it difficult to get or hold on to a job. And these laws will do nothing to assist that. They will not be better for business. There are some mild wins in there, great. I'm surprised the Greens even went at them, but honestly, this will not make things better, which was the ultimate test here. Will things be better for business and the environment? And I think Acting Deputy President, sadly, on both counts, will find that neither will be better off as a result of this dirty, dodgy deal. And just on that, I mean, being able to access resources needed for, again, stimulating supply when it comes to energy generation, gas and coal, that we do rely on right now. Of course, there's a transition underway this government are blindly pursuing at any cost, and the people paying the price are the people in the gallery, the people out there in the real world whose power bills keep getting bigger and bigger. And as we saw in the inflation data yesterday, 37% increase in the last year alone. That's not good. Their policies aren't working, and I can tell you now this deal is going to make it much worse, because under these laws, with Labor's deal with the Greens and the amendments that will no doubt be made, it is going to be harder to get a new gas project online. Now, they'll champion that, they'll cheer for that, but what does that do for supply of gas and therefore bringing down prices in a grid that is heavily reliant on gas now? It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything good. It does only things that are bad. And that is what we are very, very upset about today. We tried to make this bill, these bills much better than they were. We've expressed our concerns. We've operated in good faith with the government. But instead it was easier and quicker just to do a dodgy deal with the Greens, whatever the price, and that price, as I say, it's not just the people who now will have higher power bills as a result, the people who work in institutions that rely on gas or other resources that will be harder to get out of the ground because of these laws, whose jobs will now be more uncertain, investors who now decide, oh, Australia's suddenly become a bit harder to do business in, we'll do business somewhere else, again, more jobs gone. The people of the forestry sector, as I say, who today, because of Labor selling out to the Greens to chalk up a win to get a bill through this parliament before the end of the year so they can all go out on a high till they have to look forestry workers in the eye, they're the ones who've been sold out today, Acting Deputy President. It is a sad day. And I hope when the Greens speak to these bills today, they can tell us what the price was. I think Australians
Senator,
deserve that.
your time has expired. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, Deputy President, I stand in ardent support for the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. This is a landmark reform, generational, a word we throw around too often, but truly generational in every sense of the word, not only for current generations, but for future generations. Many of us came into this parliament leaving behind jobs that were far easier to be good ancestors. And this is a true moment where we are that good ancestor that we wish to be, that we aspire to. I want to thank from the outset the Greens political party. I want to thank Senator Waters and Senators Hanson-Young for their collaboration and their leadership in supporting the passage of this bill. I know for many Green supporters and indeed Labor supporters and advocates that we all care for nature. We love nature. We are nature. We are embedded in nature. We recognize that. And for people across our political spectrum, they have spent a lifetime fighting for nature, years and years, decades and decades. And so this is meaningful. This is meaningful reform, not only for our nation, for this Parliament, but vindication for those decades of work by stakeholders in the community, both on the Labor side as well as the Greens political side. So it is disappointing that we were unable to garner the support of the coalition, but the coalition honestly have departed the field on so many fronts. They style themselves as an alternative party of government, but I think today's decision by them to not support this landmark reform only underscores that they can no longer hold that mantle of being an alternative party of government. But they're not the story. The story today is about the environment. This bill builds upon the work of the Samuel Review. Professor Graham Samuel is the architect of this bill. I want to thank him and the team that delivered 5 years ago the Samuel Report under the then coalition in 2020. And that report laid it all out. It laid out the state of the environment. It was in a poor state of health and it was deteriorating, and there was a real sense of urgency in that bill that we needed to get this work done. Professor Samuel presented to us during the committee inquiry, and he laid it out for us that, you know what, we just can't wait any longer. That getting 80% there was going to be good enough. And it highlights that passing landmark laws in this place often always actually, I would say, involves trade-offs. So the bill is not perfect, we know that, but perfect is the enemy of the good. Perfect is the enemy of the good. This is a whole lot better, light years better than what we currently have, which has led to the destruction of our beautiful landscape, a list as long as my arm of threatened species, 2,245 threatened species. Australia having this ignominious moniker of being the extinction capital of the world for mammals. How did we get there? We got here because we have had outdated environmental laws for the last 30 years. So this is a moment now to completely recalibrate and to close those loopholes that have allowed our koalas and other precious little Australians to fall through the cracks. And how does the bill do that? It covers 3 pillars. The first, protecting and repairing nature. The second, cutting red tape so that we can address those national issues that are bearing down on us. Things like housing, things like renewable energy, which of course is essential if we are to reduce our emissions and thereby truly act on climate change, which is the elephant in the room. Climate change is the #1 threat to biodiversity and to species in our country and indeed in the world. Not talking about renewable energy means that you are not going to act on climate change. And indeed, the coalition don't want to talk about climate change. They hate renewable energy, and they also hate environmental reform. And today just confirms that. They have departed the field, abandoned Australia. In terms of the third pillar, this bill bakes in transparency and accountability. And it does this with regards to the first pillar, protecting and repairing nature. by introducing national environmental standards. This is the first time ever that we're going to have clear legislated standards that spell out what is acceptable and what is not when it comes to matters of national environmental significance. Right now, the rules are opaque and, frankly, they're a bit too discretionary. They're very much dependent on who sits in that minister's chair. And God forbid one day we end up with a terrible government. One thing I have learned as a relatively new parliamentarian, I was only elected in 2022, is that as much as we wrangle in this place to create good laws that will protect and conserve, no law is bulletproof. No piece of legislation, this is what I've learned, no piece of legislation is bulletproof from a bad government. And I say this then to the Australian people, ensure you do your homework when you go to that voting booth. Ensure you do your homework, because so much rides on the quality of the government of the day. A terrible government, you end up with robo-debt. A good parliament that is here for the right reasons, and you end up with a bill like this. Generational reform. Whether it be on Medicare, whether it be on aged care, whether it be on NDIS, and now the environment. The standards will deliver for business certainty and a floor for protection for nature. It will introduce for the first time unacceptable impacts. This is red line stuff, go, no go, where we ensure we're not developing or threatening World Heritage sites or indeed Ramsar wetlands. It will also introduce a net gain approach. This is about repairing and restoring nature. So it's not saying that it's good enough to just go to the minimum. We're saying you need to go beyond. Go beyond the minimum and start to repair nature and restore biodiversity. That is what we are seeking with this change. And the second pillar is, of course, about cutting red tape. Right now, we have a system that is duplicative, that is achingly slow, and often completely incoherent. And so, we've had 6 different assessment pathways, overlapping federal and state laws, timelines that blow out. All of this bakes in cost and delay into those pressing national issues that I outlined earlier. For example, we have a housing affordability crisis, which is driven by a housing supply crisis. Right now in Victoria, there are 310,000 homes that are sitting on the back shelf, the back burner, unable to progress because our environmental laws are broken. There's a type of dragon, a lizard, that may or may not be threatened by the building of these homes. We haven't been able to resolve this for 10 years. 10 years. And as a result, we don't have enough homes. That's what this means. We have climate change bearing down on us. Australia's on the front line of climate change. And yet it takes between 7 to 10 years to get wind farms up. 7 to 10 years. It's completely unacceptable. So we need clarity. Business needs clarity, but so do the Australian people. Australian people have put us here to get results. Every single ballot box will be judged on one thing only, and that is outcomes. Outcomes. So we need to deliver. If we say we want to have cleaner, greener energy, we need to deliver. If we say we want more housing, we actually need to deliver. And this legislation enables that delivery. This bill also introduces an accreditation system. What does that mean? Between the federal and state governments, too much duplication, right? You've got federal administration, then you've got state administration. We're moving towards an accreditation scheme whereby we accredit the state governments around the country to do this kind of administrative work, to do the paperwork, and thereby cut the red tape. And this will modernise these bilateral two-way agreements between the Commonwealth and the state. This is how you also deliver productivity gains, by cutting red tape. Cutting red tape means speeding up approvals where appropriate and reducing cost. And that reduction in cost will ultimately be passed on to the consumer. And that is a good thing. And I'll be watching carefully to see how we can quantify that. Will homes become a little bit cheaper? Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. Right now, there is a lot of cost and delay baked into the system. This bill also hardwires climate into the bill by forcing proponents to declare their Scope 1 and 2 emissions. Now, this means that the big emitters will be forced to outline their emission, also their emission reduction plans. It will not necessarily capture housing, property developers, people who are trying to build housing. Just want to make that clear. But interestingly, this bill will also deliver, and this is a really important point, certainty to those young Australians who are thinking of entering apprenticeships, whether they be in the electrical trades or in construction. Right now, and we heard testimony about this a week or two ago, right now, Sparky, or young people who are aspiring to become Sparkies, are walking away because there isn't continuity of projects. There isn't a continuous pipeline of projects. It's coming in fits and starts. And I speak, of course, of renewable energy projects and transmission bills. It's just too slow. We need 40,000 Sparkies by 2030. 40,000. It's not trivial. This is nation building. And for us to attract 40,000, if not more, young Australians, men and women, I might add, into this high demand, well-paid career, we need to ensure that the pipeline of delivery of renewable energy projects is full. And this environmental reform will enable that to happen. The final pillar is around accountability and transparency. So we will be establishing, for the first time ever, a National Environmental Protection Authority. This is a watchdog with real teeth, and it comes with severe penalties. Well, the last time I checked, the penalties were sitting at around $825 million. I'm not sure where the amendments will fall there, but that's a substantial amount of money if you do the wrong thing. And it shifts some of these regulatory functions away from the Minister to the EPA, long overdue. We'll also be installing the Environment Information Australia body. This is to ensure that we have data-driven decision-making. Everyone, whether it be regulators, government, the Australian people, proponents, need data. They need data, and that data is dispersed, it's fragmented between 3 layers of jurisdictions: Commonwealth, federal, local. And so the task of Environment Information Australia will be to collate that data so that decisions can be data-driven rather than based on a vibe. I want to conclude by saying that Labor has a proud legacy in the environment space. It was a Labor government that, with Bob Brown and his advocacy years ago, saved the Franklin, passed World Heritage legislation, went on to protect Kakadu and the Daintree, introduced, it was under Whitlam, what a visionary, introduced land care. And this Labor government also expanded our marine parks in the last term. I want to thank the current Minister, Minister Watt, who builds on the work of Minister Plibersek for delivering this landmark reform. I thank the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today as a very proud environmental lawyer, having seen environmental laws for the last 25 years, written by John Howard when he was Prime Minister, fail to deliver for nature and see all of the parameters of nature that we care about go backwards. I'm so pleased that after tough negotiations with the government, that the Greens were able to secure some important improvements to this package, and I'll run through what they are. But this package is not everything that nature needs, and this package does not go anywhere near what we need on the climate crisis for meaningful protection for communities, for species, for all of us. And this government is still clearly so in bed with the coal and gas industry, it makes me sick. This is the best that we could get out of this government, and the job is not done. But this is a meaningful step forward on protections for forests, on protections for land clearing, and on protections against the fast-tracking of coal and gas. The government's first version of this rewrite of our environmental laws would have fast-tracked coal and gas to be approved within 30 days. It is 2025 and we are in a climate crisis. It is obscene that this government proposed that. Now, of course, they were hoping to get the coalition to agree on that, but the coalition are so in shambles and such absolute climate dinosaurs that they couldn't even get their act together, which is good news for the climate because the Greens have been able to step in and stop that fast track, to stop coal and gas being approved within 30 days like this government wanted. But they wouldn't come at climate considerations being included in this piece of legislation. So there is still a gaping hole in these laws when it comes to climate. And we will keep fighting every single day to hold this government to account on climate and to get the claws of the coal and gas industry out of our democracy. The fossil fuel subsidies, the fossil fuel donations, the underpayment of corporate tax, the free ride that the coal and gas companies continue to get out of this government, just like they did out of the last. But as an environmental lawyer, I've looked in great detail at these amendments, and I am proud of what we have been able to improve in our federal environmental laws, something that I feel so very deeply and passionately about, and was the reason that I sought to be elected, as well as representing the interests of Queenslanders and nature and the community more broadly. It was to fix these broken laws. They've been broken for 25 years, and they're not completely fixed, but there are some meaningful steps forward that I am proud to be able to deliver and do so today. Now, we have made it harder for fossil fuel corporations to wreck the environment, and we've secured new protections for native forests. We've secured protections against rampant land clearing right across the country, and in particular in the catchment of the Great Barrier Reef, a place that I've passionately campaigned to protect for my professional life. So those wins for native forests, the removal of that exemption from our environmental laws is something that forest campaigners have worked for decades. It has been just ridiculous that forestry was completely exempt from environmental laws until today. The Greens have managed to remove that RFA exemption. And whilst that won't immediately end native forest logging, it is a serious blow to the logging industry. Within 18 months, those regional forest agreements will have to meet higher standards than they ever have before. And logging operations everywhere will need to meet the new tests in these revised laws. They will not be allowed to have unacceptable impacts. And in particular, irreplaceable critical habitat will now no longer be able to be destroyed. That is an important step forward. And I welcome the $300 million compensation package for those workers. Importantly, for the workers, not for the logging corporations, as Senator Duniam was inferring, but that protection, that structural adjustment for those workers is very welcome, and that is also an important sign that the writing is on the wall for this industry, that people love our native forests and they want them left standing. They want plantations to be where we source our wood needs from, and we can do that. And this change will go a long way towards that. We've also closed some of the loopholes for land clearing. Now, a continuous use, something that was happening before these laws commenced, has been exempted from these laws for the last 25 years. And what we've been able to achieve through our tough negotiations with government is that land clearing, whether trees are more than 15 years old, will no longer be able to use that continuous use exemption. That land clearing will now need to be subject to our federal environmental laws. Now that is a win. It obviously won't necessarily stop all of that land clearing, but it will bring it in for assessment, and it will be assessed against higher standards, because we will have standards, and those standards are now going to be higher than what the current laws are. Now, importantly, in Great Barrier Reef catchments, where we see water quality is a huge part of the problem with the reduced health of the reef, in order to help protect the reef and build resilience, we need to make sure that the land clearing in those catchments that's just flooding the Great Barrier Reef with nutrients and pesticides and runoff, we need to try to keep those trees in particular in the ground for their own sake, but for the reef as well. And importantly, we have secured additional protection for Great Barrier Reef catchments and for trees and shrubs around waterways within a set amount, 50 metres. Now, that will effectively result in that clearing requiring federal environmental consideration. And I really welcome that, particularly since we've got a coalition government in Queensland that doesn't give a rat's about nature and is happy to see trees felled no matter where they are, reef catchment or not. Now, the other key point that I want to mention is the water trigger. Now, when I first got elected to this place back in 2011, I went into a meeting with then independent member for New England, Tony Windsor, and then Greens leader Senator Bob Brown, an incredible environmental icon, and two incredibly decent humans. And in that meeting, we proposed protecting water from coal and gas. And given that that was a minority parliament, we were able to get that protection. But as an environmental lawyer, I suggested to Tony and Bob that we make sure that that power not be able to be given back to states and territories, like can happen under our current laws. And keeping that water trigger in federal hands has been something that I've been very proud of ever since. And today, we are still going to keep that water trigger in federal hands. We are not going to see the states and territories, and I might flag the Northern Territory in particular, who just want to let the gas companies ride roughshod over First Nations rights and completely trash groundwater and climate. We are not going to let those criminals be in charge of protecting water from coal and gas. And this amendment to keep the water trigger in federal hands will do that. And that is a significant comfort that those years of effort and that protection will not be lessened. Now, one thing that we were not able to get through these negotiations, which I'll be moving a second reading amendment to fix, and I either move or foreshadow that. I think I move that because it's the second reading amendment, is to acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded in this ancient country, and that the principles of free, prior and informed consent should be codified in our nation's laws. Now, we have a First Nations consultation standard that is due for release as part of the new infrastructure. Now, that sounds positive, but my amendment would ask that it reflect the principles of free, prior and informed consent. And so I move that amendment. We didn't get everything that we wanted in these negotiations, but new protections for native forests, protections for land everywhere and in particular in Great Barrier Reef catchments, stopping coal and gas being fast-tracked within 30 days, like the original bill proposed, and retaining the water trigger in federal hands so that we can protect water from rapacious coal and gas corporations is a significant step forward for nature. Now, I'm also pleased that things like renewable energy and housing will be able to move more promptly through our assessment system. And I note the former Speaker suggested that maybe this might even bring house prices down. Well, you know what will bring house prices down is removing the property investor tax perks that this and the last government are so wedded to. So I'm sorry, but we don't see this as a fix for the housing crisis, folks. Sure, it will help. If you actually want to make homes more affordable, get rid of those property investor tax perks. They should never have been introduced in the first place. Some other positive improvements that we've been able to secure are some fetters on ministerial discretion. At the moment, the minister has been able to tick off on any old destruction that he or she likes, even if it was going to have a significant impact on things that the Act was meant to protect. There was absolute carte blanche on what could be approved. That was never acceptable, and of course it led to virtually nothing ever being refused. It was essentially a tick and flick. What we've now been able to achieve is that unacceptable impacts cannot be approved. And there's an extensive definition of what an unacceptable impact is. And importantly, it includes that critical habitat, irreplaceable critical habitat, can no longer be approved for destruction. That is very important. It's not enough, but it is very important, and it is a new protection that we don't currently have. Likewise, in the offsets rules that will come. Now, the Greens think offsets are absolute nonsense. They don't work. You can't offset nature. It's not a zero-sum game. But what we've been able to achieve is protection for critically endangered species and critically endangered ecological ecosystems. Ecological communities is the correct terminology. Again, that is a new protection. That is finally some no-go zones where irreplaceable critical habitat and habitat for critically endangered species and ecological communities now cannot be destroyed by the big corporations that want to destroy it. That is a good thing, and I'm proud of it. I want to particularly thank the Greens Environment spokesperson, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, who will be speaking shortly, for her tough negotiation and for delivering an outcome that I am proud of and that the Greens are proud to deliver today for nature and for the community. And were it not for Senator Hanson-Young's tenaciousness and persistence, we might be in a different situation today. We might be seeing the government doing a deal with the coalition to ram through fast-tracking for coal and gas within 30 days, with even less protection for nature, with certainly no restrictions on native forest logging or land clearing, with the water trigger gone, with no fetters on ministerial discretion. It is chalk and cheese. And I'm pleased that the government finally realised that if they were to have a shred of credibility, that they could not deal with the climate deniers and the dinosaurs in the coalition. Yep. And these folk are such a rabble, and they're so obsessed with who's leading them that they've forgotten that people want policy outcomes. They can't even organise a proverbial in a proverbial. And so the government has seen that the Greens are here as a responsible, firm but constructive party where we will always push to get outcomes. And our price is quite high, and we are proud of that. And we didn't get everything we wanted, but we have delivered improved protections for forests and land clearing. We have stopped coal and gas being fast-tracked with a 30-day approval period. But I do want to note that it's clear that this government is doing nowhere near enough on climate. We've got very low carbon pollution targets. We've seen 32 coal and gas projects approved by this government since they took office, and 5 of those in this term of government. It was not even 2 weeks after they won the election that we saw the Environment Minister tick off on the Southern Hemisphere's biggest gas plant, the North West Shelf for Woodside, which I just visited 2 weeks ago and saw that ancient rock art of Murujuga with traditional custodians, including Ray Cooper, who showed me 40,000 and 50,000-year-old rock art, literally 100 metres away from a gas plant that's already been destroying and eroding that precious, oldest living art gallery on the planet. And this government didn't bat an eyelid. They didn't go and visit themselves. The minister just ticked off on that destruction. So the climate fight continues, and we will see you in the forests on the blockade, and we will see you on the streets demanding climate action, and we will always fight to stop coal and gas companies running this parliament and fight for nature and a climate that will sustain us all, for people to have cheaper energy bills and to have their basic needs met.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator McDonald.
Well, today is an incredibly shameful day. It's shameful for democracy in this country, the guillotining of legislation that is so critical to the well-being of all Australians. And it is shameful because of this dirty rush deal between the Greens and Labor. I'm going to talk to you at length in the next 15 minutes about all the many reasons why I weep. I weep today for what this government, this very bad Labor government, is doing to Australians' rights to be heard. We are all elected to come here to represent people from right across this land, and instead Labor will shut those concerns down, real concerns of Australian farmers, people who put food on our table, of Australian foresters who allow us to build our homes with the most renewable resource rather than import it from places that don't have our high standards, for Australian fishermen who, instead of being allowed to fish in our abundant seas, we're letting in illegal fishing, who are allowing Australian jobs, Australian well-paid jobs that allow us to have the best lifestyle in the world, to be sent offshore. And what does that leave us here? It leaves us with nothing. We are on a pathway to be one of the poorest countries on earth. We're on a pathway to not be able to afford to protect our environment because this government is ensuring, with this shameful deal with the Greens, to ensure that all of that is lost to us. Because who wins? Well, it's not Australians. It's not Australians who rely on farmers to grow their food, on foresters to grow their homes, on fishermen to produce our great fish, and it's certainly not leaving us with the great jobs. That means that Australians can enjoy our environment. We are able to have environmental protections that are appropriate, but not this sellout of Australia into the future. The Albanese Labor government has ensured that we can mark our calendar today. This is such a dark day. So already we had Mr Bowen go and sign an agreement with 24 other countries, not the major economies of the world, not countries where people get to enjoy high standards of living and higher environmental protections. No, he signed a deal to see the end of two of Australia's biggest export industries, coal and gas. Now, what the Greens fail to understand, and they fail to ever tell anybody, is that it is these industries that fund most environmental activities in this country. They do baseline studies. They ensure that environmental scientists are employed in well-paid jobs. They study koalas and other habitats. That is what a great, effective, high-standard mining industry gives us. But under Minister Bowen, under the Greens, under Albanese, this will all stop because we are seeing an absolute exodus of mining and gas industry from this country. Now, the Greens will celebrate that. Labor will celebrate that. But if that's your job, what will you go and work in next? What well-paid job will you and your family go to next? I don't know what that is. What is it that will pay for us to have Medicare and the PBS and NDIS, roads and schools and hospitals? Who pays for that? Well, at the moment, it is the billions of dollars that come in from these incredibly high-standard, sophisticated industries, which is our mining and gas sectors. What this government is doing with this anti-fossil fuel rhetoric is to ensure that Australians don't get to enjoy that either. How long will it be before we're having to choose between being able to have those great programs and the most basic services that Australians deserve? What this legislation also fails to understand, and we have been negotiating hard with the government, the coalition has been going forward and seeking to explain the corners, the rough edges that this legislation brings. And the most simple example I can give you is the definition of nuclear. It ties back to our Panzer, because this government is so obsessed with denying Australians the opportunity for nuclear energy that what they've just done is also failed to allow these incredible export industries that are so necessary to our modern way of life. Critical minerals, rare earths, bauxite and gallium all occur in radioactive ores, but under this legislation, they will not go ahead. We have been trying to negotiate with the government to point out that this legislation fails Australians. And worse, it even fails the government in their own agenda. Their own agenda to sign a critical metals deal with the US, that fails under this. It means Australians are denied the opportunity to be the beneficiaries of these abundant resources that we have in this country. But we will not be able to benefit from that. So let's think about who is the winners out of this legislation, because be clear, it's not the environment. It is absolutely not the environment. It is bigger government. It's more duplication of bureaucrats sitting in air-conditioned offices, powered mostly by coal and gas. They will be the beneficiaries. Lawyers will be the beneficiaries. Environmental lawyers who relish and revel in tying up projects that would employ Australians, that would see us have more gas, more energy abundance in this country. That's who will benefit. Certainly not the environment. And it is certainly denying Australians, young Australians, the sort of certainty that has been promised like some sort of nirvana by those on the opposite side. There will not be faster housing approvals, not under this legislation, not under this onerous, restrictive legislation. There will certainly not be cheaper houses, not under the higher costs of construction that this legislation will result in. It will certainly not result in lower costs of energy. Australians are paying eye-watering costs of living at the moment, whether it be in your electricity bill, your gas bill, the food on your table, the petrol in your car. All of those things cost more thanks to the Albanese Labor government's rushed renewables rollout, their incredibly onerous emissions reductions targets that are resulting in not better outcomes for Australians, just more taxes on the sort of businesses that employ Australians, certainly in the parts of the nation that I know so well. Labor's emissions reductions programs have cost Australian farmers, Australian foresters, Australian fishermen first and foremost. 95% of Australia's emissions reductions, which has been achieved at twice the rate of the rest of the world, twice, has been at the cost of Australian farmers being able to do their job. And what else has it resulted in? Well, it has resulted in the most incredible mental anguish and stress from farmers sitting around kitchen tables, poring over forms, attempting to get a bureaucrat on the phone but being told they're working from home today. Maybe they can send an email to try and get clarity on these ridiculous, onerous legislation. This legislation is not about streamlining. It's not about reducing duplication. It's about doubling down. More agencies, more bureaucracies, less response to Australians who think that they deserve what we have enjoyed to date, a great quality of life, a prosperous nation that can afford to pay the bills, and at the same time, the sort of environment that we all enjoy going out into. I want to touch on this outrageous deal that has been done with the Greens on continuous use. The NFF, farming groups across Australia came to me saying, we're so worried that the government will stop negotiating with you and will turn to the Greens. So most of Australian food production comes from land that has been managed over hundreds of years. It has come from places like Tasmania and Victoria, the coastal parts of Australia and of Queensland and Western Australia and New South Wales. Well-managed country, and a very small part of the country. Now, under Labor's goals, we have already lost 7 million hectares of farming land. 7 million hectares. And under this, under Labor's emissions reductions and this legislation, it will fall by another 5 million hectares. What do you think that does to Australia's food security? We are seeing dairy farms where the cows are being sold off to the abattoir so that trees can be planted, and not trees that we're going to be able to use for housing. This is just denying Australians food security. It's denying Australian farmers to do what they do best and most passionately. And it is taking away the ability for Australians to feel secure in this uncertain time. So this is an incredibly shameless piece of legislation. It's a shameless process. I know that there are members of the government who say privately to me how ashamed they are of this process. Of every year, we see hundreds of pieces, I'm exaggerating, tens of pieces of legislation just guillotined. No discussion, no debate, no opportunity for amendments, no opportunity for the coalition to hold this very bad, destructive government to account. This has got to stop, and the Greens have got to stop enabling it. Today there was a statement from the Energy Producers Organisation. They've said that the Albanese government's striking an agreement with the Greens on environmental law reform is a squandered opportunity to address the significant costs and delays in delivering gas to Australian consumers. Carving gas out of streamline reforms is simply not in the national interest. This deal will entrench slow approvals, which will drive up energy costs, deter investment and further delay the new gas supply that Australia urgently needs. And for the 5 million Australian households that rely on natural gas, it is an essential input and to manufacturing, and it is the reliable backup that helps keep the lights on as our electricity system transforms. And by conceding to the Greens, the government has chosen more red tape, more uncertainty, instead of enabling more gas supply. I think this is an incredibly naive government, a government that thinks that investors don't have more opportunities, that they can't go and invest in other countries like Alaska, like the Gulf of Mexico, like Qatar, all of these places who are competing for Australian jobs, and the taxes that they would pay here that we use to spend money on Medicare and on NDIS and the PBS and schools and roads and hospitals. So mark your calendar today, because today is the beginning of the prosperity that Australians have enjoyed, where every generation has a better quality of life than the generation before. Under this government, the next generation, our children, our grandchildren, will have a lower standard of living than we have enjoyed. I didn't come to this Senate for that. I didn't come to be a part of the sort of economic destruction, environmental destruction that this government is overseeing. This is going to make it harder for Australians, and the worst part is it's cloaked in slick, environmental, cuddly words to give Australians some sense of security that what has happened today is okay. But it is not okay. It is not okay what this government, this Australian government, is doing to Australians, not just today, but for our future, when we are poor and we are cold and we are hungry because they could not resist the lure of caving to the Greens political party. I'm ashamed. The committee will report on the 24th of March We could have waited for that.
Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Albanese government is once again delivering on our commitments to the Australian people, because by the end of this week, landmark environmental reforms will pass the Parliament. For the first time, Australia will have a National Environment Protection Agency. For the first time, Australia will have national environmental standards. We will deliver higher penalties for the most serious breaches of environmental law. We'll ensure that the rules for regional forest agreements comply with the same standards and rules for other industries, and will require proponents of large emitting projects to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and their emission reduction plans. I congratulate the Prime Minister, the Minister for the Environment, and the many others in this place who have helped to get us to this point. All of you are now part of Labor's transformative environmental legacy. Alongside Gough Whitlam and his government, who introduced Australia's first federal environment and heritage legislation, created the Great Barrier Reef National Park, and who recognised the land rights of Australia's First Peoples. Alongside Bob Hawke and his Labor government, who saved the Franklin River, the Daintree and the wet tropics, and who protected Antarctica from mining exploration. Alongside the governments of Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard, who delivered the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and who kicked off investment in clean, renewable energy. And when we look at the long sweep of Australia's history, one thing is abundantly clear. Transformative environment protection can only be delivered by Labor governments, delivered in partnership with community movements who argue for these steps, but delivered by Labor governments. I want to pay tribute to all of the activists who have always understood this and who have worked so hard for so many years so a Labor government could pass a transformative bill like this one. I'm proud to have played my part in the formation of LEAN, the Labor Environmental Action Network, who have campaigned also for these measures and backed them in. And to those Labor members, I say all of us here stand on your shoulders. This is a great day for Australia, a great day for our environment, and a day that you have played a critical part in bringing about.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Well, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today to speak on this very important piece of legislation. A piece of legislation that has been in the works for a very long time, and one that, after sustained and tough negotiations with the government, we have managed to secure a better outcome for nature. New protections for our native forests, our Australian bushland. New protections for our endangered animals and our wildlife. And importantly, we have delivered a blow to the fossil fuel companies who want to keep polluting and putting our climate and our environment at risk. Today, with the amendments that the Greens have secured in relation to this piece of legislation, time is up for native forest logging. The clock is ticking and time is up. Australians love our bush. They love our beautiful trees. They love our ancient forests. And they know that these areas, so precious, so unique, so important, must be saved and must be protected. They know that these beautiful forests are the homes of our animals, of our little critters, of our wildlife. They know that if we continue to destroy our native forests, the chainsaws, the bulldozers continue rolling, chopping, destroying, that means the homes of these animals will be gone forever. Now, we didn't get everything we wanted in these negotiations. You never do. There's always give and take. But delivering a blow to the logging companies that want to continue to destroy our beautiful native forests is good. Delivering a blow to the bulldozers who want to continue to destroy our Australian bushland without even getting any sense of approval is good news. It's good for our bush and it's good for the climate. And delivering a blow to the fossil fuel companies who thought they had it in the bag, that they were about to get their applications for new coal, new gas, expansion of pollution, fast-tracked, easier, cheaper, faster. Delivering a blow to them is brilliant news. You just need to see the reactions of people today to see what side of history people want to sit on when we're debating these issues. Do you know who's angry that the Greens have negotiated and got these outcomes for new protections for our forests and new protections for our wildlife and have stopped coal and gas getting fast-tracked? Who's upset about this? The MCA, the fossil fuel industry, the big miners who want to keep polluting, the Australian energy producers who thought they'd get a free ride, just cruise on in, get their mines passed, approved within 30 days. Not happening. They are furious that the Greens have stepped in to stop them getting a free ride. And I say to the MCA and the other mining lobby, the big polluters, you got too cute, you got too cocky, and you assumed that after years of donations, of walking the halls of Parliament, of thinking that you run this place. Well, you don't. You don't run it. And we are going to make sure you never do. To those who are upset and angry that the Greens have put in place new protections for forests and our bushland, I say to you, time's up. We have to stop destroying our forests. They are the lungs of our planet. They are the homes of our wildlife. Those ancient trees that do so much to keep the air clean, the soil healthy, and our biodiversity rich. It is time to stop the chainsaws, to stop the bulldozers. Of course, we need a forestry industry because we need timber, of course we do. But you don't need to be destroying native forests and putting it up the chip mill for Australia's timber needs. The spin from the industry, the squeals from the industry every time someone talks about transition is getting tired. I grew up in the bush. I grew up in the native forests in Victoria. I know how hard people have worked for decades to put in place laws that simply say no to destroying our ancient forests that are the homes of our beautiful animals. And I say to those campaigners, we wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't have made this happen without you. But the war is not over, and we will be with you. We will be with you as we save these forests. Because while we have managed to put in place laws that can protect and laws that give the Minister of the Day the ability to do his job as the Environment Minister, no more excuses. No more excuses. No more, oh, I'm not sure I can. You've got the laws, use them. But we will be standing with our forest activists because the job is not done. But boy, this is a blow. And I say to the forest industry, and I say to those who want to continue to see our beautiful trees destroyed, the homes of our critically endangered animals, time's up. The package that the government has put on the table to help with the adjustment of these changes is welcome. But it must go to the workers, because it's been the logging companies that have been pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds for decades. Taxpayers have been propping up an industry that has allowed the destruction of these forests for far too long. The workers know the transition needs to happen. The communities know. The politicians know. And boy, oh boy, don't the companies know it. So the time is now. This is an opportunity for serious transition. And we know that's not going to happen without the squeals of the industry. And they're going to be doing everything they can over the next 18 months to make it harder. But we have put in place the laws that are required to protect these forests. And I say to the Minister, use them. Protect these ancient forests. Protect the lungs of this planet. And make sure those bulldozers and those chainsaws really do stop. We know that not everything in this place can be done at once. And I fought the government tooth and nail on getting more protections for climate in this package. And they refused to put the considerations of the climate damage that projects make as part of the process when they're assessing whether things should be given a green light. And I think that that is just outrageous. I think it's dumb. I think it's short-sighted, and its time will come for that to change. But there is for the first time in this package the acceptance that at least climate pollution is damaging to the environment, because companies will now be required to disclose what that damage is. That's a step forward. But I asked the Minister and I asked the government, what is the point of getting the companies to disclose if you're not going to do something with that information? I couldn't get them over the line on that because they dug in. They refused to compromise. But I don't give up hope on that because it's common sense. And we now have, for the first time, climate in the bill, in the Act. And that is good. And we will hold this government to account. We've stopped the fossil fuel companies getting an easier ride, a cheaper ride, a faster ride, and they're angry about it. And the more angry they are, the better I feel. But the job is not done. And this government has now had to pick a lane. They put this piece of legislation to the Parliament that was riddled with holes, that delivered everything that big business wanted, that the big loggers wanted, that the big miners wanted, that the industry groups all wanted, and they thought it was so good for them that the coalition would just have to pass it. Well, I tell you what's happened in the last couple of months. The coalition have proved themselves to be unfit for government. They have scrapped any shred of credibility on science, on climate, on the environment. And the government of the day had to pick a side. Now, we had to fight hard to make sure we were in the right lane. But I say to Labor, what has happened in this process is proof that if you want genuine environmental outcomes, outcomes for our climate, outcomes that are good for the community and not just good for the corporations, there is only one party in this place that can be trusted, and that's the Greens. And that's why we have done this deal today, because we have stood for outcomes for our environment and our communities. And we will keep doing that. And we will keep holding you to account, because this rabble over this side don't give a toss about climate. They don't give a toss about the environment. They don't give a toss, it seems, about proper process and democracy, because they were going to be prepared to ram this bill through just for the interest of business. Now we're going to hear them squealing today about the Senate doing its job today. We're doing it for nature. We're doing it for the community. We're doing it for all of those who participated in this process for the last 25 years that knew these laws didn't work. But that side, that you're going to hear them squeal and whinge all day because they couldn't deliver what the mining companies wanted.
I call Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, today is an historic day in our Parliament, and I am so proud to be a part of this Labor government that is delivering historic reform to our broken environmental laws. And this Parliament has a really clear choice to make over the next few hours: to keep the broken, outdated laws that fail the environment, that make it tougher for business, and that slow down major projects, or to back a modern, balanced package of reform that delivers better protection for our environment and backs faster and clearer decisions for business. This bill responds to Professor Graham Samuel's independent review of the EPBC Act. It delivers on the core pillars of his recommendations, and it is well overdue. The bill reflects countless hours of advocacy and hard work from many environment groups, from Labor members and branches right across the country, many in my home state of Western Australia, community stakeholders, First Nations organisations and industry. And I want to thank every single one of those who spent time not just in the lead up to this bill, but over many years advocating for these reforms. We need laws that allow us to protect our environment, to restore our environment, but also to build the housing we so desperately need in this country, to take us further down the path of a renewables transition and to deliver on our promise for a future made in Australia. These laws deliver our country's first ever Environmental Protection Agency, a strong and independent agency that will have real teeth. It will create a definition of unacceptable impacts so that clearly harmful projects can be stopped early. It strengthens penalties for serious breaches to deter wrongdoing and ensures environmental harm is not treated as a cost of doing business. The bill also sets a more efficient and a more robust project assessment to cut delays for projects. It is estimated that this will save more than $500 million across our economy, with the potential to save even more as the system matures. It allows states and territories to carry out assessments on behalf of the Commonwealth where they meet national standards, reducing duplication but maintaining a high bar for environmental approvals. And I want to say to those opposite, to the Liberal and National Party who are so furious, so outraged by the decision that we have made, that we will shortly make in this Parliament today. And so I say that you are to blame for your own irrelevance on this issue, because you have taken away any scrap of credibility with the Australian public that you had on this issue. You have shown that you deny the science. You've certainly shown very little, if any, interest in actually protecting our environment. You stand in the way of our new housing projects. You stand in the way of our attempts to build the houses that we need. You stand in the way of our renewable energy rollout. You stand in the way of our Future Made in Australia agenda. And so I repeat, you are to blame for your own irrelevance on this issue. But today, we will get the job done, and we will pass long, long overdue reforms. The first major overhaul of our environmental laws in more than 20 years to protect our unique environment, what makes our country great. This is a balanced package that balances environmental protection and economic opportunity. It sets up our nation for the future. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
I call Senator Hodgins-May.
In lieu of Senator Whish-Wilson. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I rise in support of this bill because it is a bill that is stronger than what Labor first put on the table. Stronger because the Greens, backed by communities right across this country who have been working for decades, joined and led this campaign. Stronger because experts and advocates across the country refused to let it be written by big coal and gas and logging corporations and lobbyists. But let's be absolutely clear. While we have secured while we have secured important improvements for nature, this bill still fails. It fails to properly protect our climate. Labor began this process with a wish list for corporate environmental destruction. Their first draft would have taken us backwards. It would have created a fast track for coal and gas, handed corporations new loopholes and locked in a system where approval came first and environmental protection was an afterthought. It was a bill written for big corporations, not for people and not for country. The Greens said no. We held firm and the community held firm with us. And because of that, we have won significant gains for our environment. This bill now finally, after decades, ends the special treatment for native forest logging. We've closed off the ability for coal and gas companies to use Labor's fast-track pathways to exploit the national interest loophole. These are real improvements. They take us forward and make this bill infinitely better than if Labor had have done a deal with the climate deniers in the coalition. But let me be equally direct. These significant but small wins for nature are not the wins we need for our precious climate. Labor has refused, point blank, to include a climate trigger. They've refused to allow the Environment Minister to consider the climate damage of new coal and gas projects, dirty, polluting coal and gas projects in this country. They've refused, despite overwhelming public support and strong evidence that our environment laws must confront the climate crisis head-on. I come to this debate as a senator for Victoria, a state blessed with landscapes and species that deserve far more than incremental protection. The cool, temperate forests of the Central Highlands, home to the precious leadbeater's possum, Gippsland's forests, foothills, lakes and plains. The Victorian grassland eelis dragon, rediscovered just recently on Wadawurrung country after being thought to be extinct. The Burranen dolphins of Port Phillip Bay, and the superb fairy wrens and bunjil, who often greet me on my return to Dja Dja Wurrung country in central Victoria, where I was born and raised. These are places and species worth fighting for. Because while these wonders of Victoria endure, they are under immense pressure. Their forests are still logged, their habitats are still cleared, their climate is still warming because Labor continues to approve new coal and gas. And I've seen the consequences elsewhere in this country too. Just last week, I was in Karratha or Murujuga, a place of staggering beauty, where red cliffs cascade across the landscape and the world's oldest rock art watches on over country. Yet just beyond that sacred landscape, that oldest art gallery in the world, 40 to 50,000 year old rock art, gas plants and fertiliser factories rise like a dystopian skyline, eroding the rock art and directly impacting First Nations communities and their country. And what is Labor doing in the face of this destruction? Greenlighting new fossil fuel projects, extending the North West Shelf for 45 years, protecting not country, but the profits of Woodside, Santos and BHP. When I gave my first speech in this chamber, I said I didn't come here for incremental change. I came here to get big money out of politics, to stop the fossil fuel lobby writing our laws, and to protect the places we love, in Victoria, but of course nationally and across this continent. That purpose continues to guide me today. The Greens have used every lever we have to make these laws less damaging and more protective. And I'm really proud of that work and want to applaud my colleague, Senator Hanson-Young, and Senator Larissa Waters, our Greens leader, for the enormous work alongside our community that they have put in to making these laws something that will go some way towards protecting our precious forests. Going into this, the fact that the Labor Party was willing to negotiate with the climate deniers on the crossbench, on the coalition side, or the Greens, really though, I think just demonstrates that people are feeling like they don't know what this government stands for. And I'm really glad and I'm really proud that we have done this deal, because I think the alternative was unfathomable. The idea of new so-called environment laws coming into play that fast-tracked new polluting fossil fuel projects to a 30-day window. We simply could not let that happen, and you cannot describe something as an environmental law if it is speeding up fossil fuel projects. So as I said, the Greens have used every lever we have to make these laws less damaging and more protective. But until climate is at the heart of our environment laws, until coal and gas are rapidly phased out, and until fossil fuel corporations are removed from the decision-making table, our work is far from done, and we acknowledge that. And we acknowledge the giant shoulders that we stand on and the huge volunteer and member groups across this country who roll up their sleeves week in, week out to fight to protect nature, to fight to protect our beautiful and precious forests, our ecosystems, the species that are just careering towards extinctions at a devastating rate. The not-for-profit, the ENGOs, the environmental non-government organisations who are working across this country to protect our waterways, to protect our soil, to protect these important carbon sinks, and to our First Nations elders and communities who continue to fight for country up against massive vested interests every single day. I want to thank you for your tireless advocacy and efforts, and just reassure you that we stand beside you every single step of the way, and we know that this isn't done yet. We know that we've got a really long way to go. So to everyone fighting to protect land, water, culture and climate, from Murrayjuga to East Gippsland, thank you. We won't stop until our laws defend the planet, not the polluters destroying it.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I realise I've only got a minute left to discuss this very important bill that is before this place. This is a wasted opportunity of this government to finally deal with the impasses that businesses, that projects are facing right across this country, particularly in my home state of Western Australia. And what we have seen is the Albanese government look in the face of Western Australians and say, too bad, you're not going to get the projects that we need for our prosperity. He's done a deal with the Greens, a deal that we don't even know the details of, and we're about to guillotine this debate when we don't even know exactly what these amendments are. It is absolutely appalling. It is appalling. And for the Premier of Western Australia to call on this government and this parliament to pass these laws when we couldn't possibly even have a test of what unacceptable impacts are going to mean. We couldn't possibly know what this is actually going to do because we have not had the time to review this legislation and test with industry what is required. It is unacceptable that this is happening right here, right now. And every single one in this place, particularly on those sides, and particularly my Western Australian colleagues,
Senator
hang your heads
O'Sullivan.
in
The
shame.
time has expired. Senators, pursuant to order agreed. Senator Ruston.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, I move so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the bill and without limitation of time. So what we've seen here today, for the people who are watching, is we've seen the government do a dirty deal with the Greens under the cloak of darkness. None of us should have really been particularly surprised at this because it is not the first time this has happened. We saw during the week the minister who supposedly I would have liked to have thought would have been standing behind a piece of legislation he believed in, just pointed around the chamber and said, well, I'll do a deal with you or I'll do a deal with you, knowing darn well that the issues of concern to the coalition were completely different to the issues of concern that were being expressed by the Greens. But he didn't care. He did not care. He just wanted his deal. So really the question that Australians should be asking today is, what does this government really believe in when it comes to our Environmental Protection Act? What do they actually believe in? Because they were prepared to do a deal with anybody just so that they could get this bill through. But this is an absolute hallmark of this government, and that is avoiding scrutiny. We have had no bills pass this place until midday yesterday, when eventually they got the first bill of the week through. They have passed nothing since, and then this morning they come in with a guillotine with 9 bills today. 9 bills will receive no scrutiny at all. So we have 9 bills this afternoon, some of which are very significant bills that have very significant impacts, and there will be no scrutiny at all of any of these bills. Instead, we will have an extremely shortened scrutiny on a bill or a series of bills, 7 of them, 1,500 pages in the primary bill. We're going to have a very short scrutiny on that in the next hour or so. So, but no one could be surprised, because this government thinks that the guillotine is actually a standard part of it doing business. In the last parliament alone, 230 bills were guillotined by this government. But they don't even seem to care about the processes, the procedures, the conventions, or the reports of committee. We have found out that the Scrutiny of Bills Committee have serious concerns about the lack of scrutiny that has been undertaken on these series of bills. As I said, there are many thousands of pages of bills being put forward here. So, first of all, the primary scrutiny body of this parliament has expressed concerns about these series of bills, and the government is completely ignoring those concerns. And secondary, the secondary body of this parliament, the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, has also raised concerns about the fact that so much of what would normally be considered in primary legislation has been delegated to subordinate legislation. This is a government that is absolutely allergic to scrutiny. They are more than happy to put bill after bill after bill into this place with all of the headlines in it, but there is absolutely nothing in any detail. So who knows what might be coming. And as we stand here today, we don't even know the details of what the amendments that have been agreed with the Greens in order for them to get their support for this bill, what they are, what they mean. And of course, there is absolutely no scrutiny at all of these bills. So, but what I would remind the leader in this place, just a few weeks ago, in fact the 6th of November, and I will quote what she said to this place, what I would say to the chamber is that we should never forget history. The committee system has been a really important part of our parliament. No committee system, no committee report, and ignoring the two really, really important committees when it comes to scrutiny. So the thing that is really interesting here is the hypocrisy of what's going on here. I mean, Senator Wong, back in 2021, I can read some quotes from her. This is a really undemocratic way to turn up and say we're going to roll over the Senate program. I'm quite astounded at the way managing this chamber. I'm quite astounded that the government thinks it can just rock up with a few minutes' notice and say, we've got the numbers, we're going to ram this through. What sort of way is this to run a government? I hope for once you might actually tell us what dirty deal usually you have to try and grab it out of you. So what is the dirty deal that has been done with those at the other end of the chamber? Is it a new party room or something more that they have been offered in order to get their deal? So I think the idea that the Leader of the Opposition can come in here in this hypocritical manner and actually choose to do what she herself has condemned others from doing. I mean, this is absolutely a culture that is running rampant in this place. You would sell your soul for a headline with no regard for the consequences. And, you know, quite frankly, if you believe the rumours of a wedding on Saturday, I hope the PM hasn't prioritised the fitting of his tuxedo for scrutiny over these very important bills.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
That was an unnecessary personal vibe. No, there's some things that I think are beyond politics, and that should be one of them. But what I would say is that the coalition had an opportunity over many months to be in negotiations with the government. Well, the reality is they couldn't negotiate because that would require them to take out time from their favourite pastime, which is fighting amongst themselves. I move that the motion be now put.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator McKim. Order. There being 36 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the motion to suspend standing orders as moved by Senator Ruston. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the first question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3561 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3561 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. As this amendment was not circulated within the required time frame, it can only be considered by leave. Are you seeking leave, Senator Pocock?
Yes, please. I seek leave, President.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move my amendment on sheet 3563.
So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Pocock on 3563, be agreed to. Senator Dunning.
If we could ask that paragraph C be put separately to the balance of the
certainly. So I'll put all of the amendment except for C. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3563, as moved by Senator David Pocock, excluding C, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Senators, division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator David Pocock on sheet 3563, except for C, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 4 ayes and 44 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put Part C of the amendment as moved by Senator David Pocock, the amendment that is on 3563 Part C. Those of that opinion say, Senator, what?
The point of order that I need to make. I think there's been some discussions with Senator Pocock about this paragraph of the amendment. This paragraph of the amendment seeks to refer the bills to the Senate Environment and Communications Committee. Those bills have already been referred to the Senate Environment and Communications Committee, and unless if someone knows something different, that inquiry will continue. So I don't think there's actually a need for this. I don't know whether Senator Pocock wants to pursue it.
Well, I don't have any speakers. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I just seek leave to make a clarifying statement, if I could, on this
Is
point.
leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. So the bills have not been reported and won't be reported. The inquiry will continue, and it's important that the inquiry continues because we have a number of regulations that have already been released, the standards on both matters of environmental significance and, of course, the offsets, and there'll be further to come. And I think it is important that this parliament scrutinise those standards, and so we want the inquiry to continue, which is why it will.
Thank you. Order. Senator David Pocock.
Seek leave to make a 2-minute statement.
Is leave granted? 1 minute is granted, Senator Pocock.
Perfect, thank you. President, this just exposes what a farce this process is today. Here's the speakers list. We've got 20 senators who aren't getting a say on our biggest changes in environmental laws in decades. We've got senators who haven't even been able to get amendments drafted to this. I've put in 22 amendments for drafting. I've had 6 back, despite chasing up the government since Friday about resourcing for drafters. This just doesn't seem to cut it. This is important. We should get it right. And yet here we are, ramming it through in the space of hours rather than actually providing some debate, allowing senators that you may or may not agree with to have their say on environmental law reform, and then having a committee stage where you can actually ask some clarifying questions to find out what the details are. We're still scrambling to actually understand what these changes mean. Some of them are incredibly welcome, but as Senator Cash often reminds us, the devil is in the detail.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. The time has expired. So the question is that Part C of the amendment on 3563 as moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. We're in a contingent mode. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator David Pocock on sheet 3563 Part C be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question is that the amendment, I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. As this amendment was not circulated within the required time frame, it can only be considered by leave. Are you seeking leave, Senator Roberts?
Yes, I am, President.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Roberts. So the question is, Senator Duniam?
President, wondering if we could put Part B, paragraph B of that separately.
Thank you very much. So the opposition have requested that Part B be dealt with separately, so I'll deal with the bulk of the amendment without Part B. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3562, as moved by Senator Roberts, with the exception of B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the amendments on sheet 3562, as moved by Senator Roberts, with the exception of Part B, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 3 ayes and 39 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with Part B on sheet 3562 as moved by Senator Roberts. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B on sheet 3562, the amendment as moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that these bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that these bills be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. No one should be moving. That includes advisors at the back of the room. Order, Senator McKim. Order. Senator Kim, you also were late sitting down. I've called you about 3 times. Come to order. The count is going on. Please continue. Come to order, Senator McKim. Order. Order. Continue with the count. Order. There being 35 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, National Environmental Protection Agency Bill 2025, Environment Information Australia Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Customs Charges Imposition Bill 2025, and Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025.
Thank you. We'll move back to business. So are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to notice given yesterday on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate notice motion number 1 for 4 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Competition and Consumer Notification of Acquisitions Determination 2025 made under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Darmanin.
I present the 9th report of 2025 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Darmanin.
I move that the report be adopted.
Senator Duniam.
And I would like to move an amendment to the motion as this has been circulated. Yes, circulated in the chamber.
Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I don't.
No. No. Yeah. I'll deal with the Senator Duniam amendment first. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the selection of bills committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Senator McKim, seriously, please start the count. Order. There being 27 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. And I understand Senator McKim has an amendment.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment circulated in my name.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to the selection of bills committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move the amended selection of bills committee report as moved by Senator Darmanin. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange business? I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. In respect of business of the Senate, notice number 1, postponed to the 2nd of March 2026. Business of the Senate number 2, postponed to the 4th of February 2026. Business of the Senate notices numbers 4 and 6, postponed to the next day of sitting. And general business notices 274 and 305, postponed to the next day of sitting. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 of today's order of business.
Move to leave of Senator Hanson-Young.
President, I just seek leave to add motion number 3 to the postponement until the next sitting day.
Thank you. I'm sure that's with the leave of the Senate. Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. We're moving to leave of absence for senators. Senator Askew.
Before I go to that, could I also, with the leave of the Senate, postpone business of the Senate number 5 as well?
5, I'm assuming that's with the leave of the Senate. Thank you, Senator Askew.
And now,
yes, leave of absence.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Babette for the 27th of November for personal reasons.
Thank you. Is there any other leave of absence for senators? Beg your pardon. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Have you got any postponements or extensions of time? You've done that. Okay. I shall now proceed to formal business. So that takes us to business of Senate number 7, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move general business of notice of motion number 296 on behalf of Senator Lambie, which is a prerequisite for business of the Senate notice of motion number 7.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion 296 is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to businesses. Oh, but sorry. Yes, we're introducing a bill. Sorry, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Lambie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 296, proposing introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move that the following bill be introduced: a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 to establish the Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention and Response Commission and for related purposes.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk. I call Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Defence Act 1903 to establish the Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention and Response Commission and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Yes, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and for Senator Lambie to be able to continue her remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Pocock. So I'll now move to business of Senate number 7, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Are you doing that, Senator Pocock? 7, in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Pocock.
On behalf of Senator Lambie, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 7 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 7, standing in the name of Senator Lambie and moved by Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister Gallagher.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 and 2 be taken together and be taken as formal.
It's Thursday and the precedence is that we do it in order, but you could see with the leave of the Senate. Is leave granted? Leave has been denied.
So find out whether business 8 and 9 are being dealt with now.
So 8 and 9 being dealt with now? Yes? Senators, please pay attention. So is business of the Senate 8 and 9 being dealt with now? Yes, Senator Askew.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Canavan, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 8 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 8, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. I'll now move to business of Senate number 9, standing in the name of Senator Duniam. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Duniam, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 9 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 9, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of Senate number 9, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator De Liga as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to business of Senate number 10, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, and I advise if further divisions are required, there will be 1-minute bells. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 10 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 10, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Yes, the government is recording its opposition to that motion. So the ayes have it. I'll now move to Government Business 1, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
Bear opposition to that
Certainly.
motion,
Thank
please.
you, Senator Roberts. Will do. I'll now move to Government Business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion number 1 relating to the days of meeting for 2026 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that Government Business number 1, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to Government Business 2, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion number 2 relating to estimates hearings for 2026 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that Government Business number 2, as moved by Minister Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to General Business. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of General Business Notice of Motion number 300 on Israel's genocide in Gaza as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Faruqi.
President, pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senators Waters, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion relating to the consideration of General Business Notice of Motion number 300.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ring the division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, in the negative, sorry. I'll now move to General Business 301, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 301 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 301, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business 302, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 302 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 302, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. That takes us to the hard marker at 12:15, and I believe we're in committee stage on the bill. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day relating to the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills, resumption in Committee of the Whole.
You're in committee.
Thank you. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I appreciate the chamber being able to deal with these issues quickly and efficiently today, and I know that there are a number of people who have not been able to speak on the second reading speech, and I encourage them to be able to use this opportunity to put forward their views. But I just want to ask the Minister to put on the record a number of issues that I think will help with some of the questions that people have. Minister, I would like to understand what the government's commitment is to implementation of the remaining standards. We know there are 2 draft standards out for consultation. They will be inquired into by the ongoing Senate inquiry. The inquiry that we established in this place a month ago that does not report until the end of March. That inquiry will now turn its mind to these standards. I'm hoping that you can give us a commitment to the timeframe the government is prepared to follow in relation to the remaining standards that you have already identified, namely the First Nations standard, the consultation standard, and the community consultation standard.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thank you to the Parliament in general for participating in this very important debate about major changes to our national environmental laws, which will deliver much stronger protections for the environment and much quicker decision-making processes for business. And thank you in particular to Senator Hanson-Young for the constructive negotiations that you've undertaken with me and with the government that have resulted in these big wins for both the environment and the business community. On your specific question regarding the national environmental standards, it's absolutely the government's intention to proceed as quickly as possible with the development of new national environmental standards. One of the key recommendations from the review of Professor Graham Samuel, who I know is in the building today, and in fact the centrepiece of his recommendations was that we should create new national environmental standards which effectively set benchmarks for decision makers, ministers, officials in departments and the future EPA when making decisions whether to approve projects and whether to approve a range of other decisions under the Act. One of the important aspects of the bill that we're seeking to pass today is to grant the Minister of the day the power to create national environmental standards, and they will operate as regulations, so subordinate legislation. Until we have this bill passed, no minister has the power to create national environmental standards, and those standards, being regulations, will need to go through the usual statutory consultation period of a minimum of 20 business days once they are published for consultation. But we recognise there has been huge interest in the standards across the community, and that's why we have begun a consultation process about two of those standards, one regarding matters of national environmental significance and one regarding environmental offsets. Now, as I say, even when we pass this bill today, and I know that we will, we won't be able to create those standards for some time because a formal statutory consultation period will need to be undertaken. But as I say, we thought it was a good faith gesture to put online on the department's website those two draft standards as they currently stand, to give people an early look at what those standards are likely to look like and provide their feedback, which we could take into account. But as I say, in the new year, we will formally begin a consultation process on those two standards and most likely others. Now, I think, Senator Hanson-Young, the two specifically you asked about were First Nations engagement and community consultation, both really important matters, because we do, as a Labor government, want to make sure that First Nations communities are consulted at an early stage when it comes to the impacts of projects on matters of environmental significance to those communities. And further, next year we'll be getting moving even more on a separate set of reforms to cultural heritage matters. But of course what we're talking about here today is environmental protection. So the purpose of that standard in general is to ensure that proponents of projects do properly and at an early stage consult First Nations communities about the potential impacts of a project on environmental matters of concern to First Nations communities. It's not about, and let's not get into scare campaigns about vetoes and all that kind of ridiculous stuff that we normally see whenever we're talking about these kind of matters. It's about consultation and engagement with First Nations people. And the other standard that Senator Hanson-Young asked about was about community consultation. And again, we understand, and I think everyone in this chamber believes that it is important that local communities, that there is a proper degree of consultation with local communities about projects before they go ahead. And what we'll be doing in that standard is to set out the expectations that would need to be met regarding community consultation as part of a decision-making process. Now, in terms of the timeframes for those, the drafting of the First Nations engagement standard is very well advanced, and this year, and we expect to have an early version of that again available for the public to see, if not by the end of this year, then very early in the new year. The community consultation standard is not as far developed at this point in time as the matters of national environmental significance, offsets and First Nations engagement, but that will be an early priority as well. So I would expect that by about March, April next year, we should be in a position to create those two first standards that are already up and out for consultation, and in the first few months of next year, we would want to be making real progress on those two other standards, First Nations engagement and community consultation, in addition to other standards. We are working on a standard around data and environmental information, and there will be other matters as well that are the subject of standards that we will progressively roll out. And I undertake not just to consult with the general community on the development of those standards, but obviously with all senators and political representatives. And it's important to note that those standards will be disallowable instruments as well. So, to be honest, it's probably in my interest to make sure that there's good consultation around the development of those standards so that the Senate doesn't believe that they need to be disallowed.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Chair. I seek leave to move opposition amendments on sheet 3511, item numbers 1, 3 to 5, 7, 9, 11 to 14, 18 and 19 together.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted.
I move the amendments.
The question is that be agreed to. Those of that opinion. No, sorry. Senator Sarah Hanson-Young.
Sorry, I thought Senator Faruqi had the call. Just clarifying, Senator Ruston, you've just moved those motions, those amendments, yes. Yep. So you can jump.
So, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Greens have worked hard to improve a pretty cooked and a pretty crappy Labor bill to start off with. And we've done this to better protect our native forests and our bushlands and take out the terrible aspects of Labor's proposed disgraceful environmental reforms, which fast-track the destruction of nature. That is the job of the Greens in the Parliament. But the real questions here to ask are these. Why did Labor bring in a bill that would damage rather than protect the environment? Why did they write laws for coal and gas corporations and big mining to start off with? Why would Labor even contemplate a deal with the climate-denying environmental vandals that are the coalition? Because Labor is too cowardly, too compromised, and too beholden to big money, to corporations, to the fossil fuel lobby, and their dirty donations. They don't give a damn about the environment. They care about corporate profits much more than environmental protection. And we are here to hold them to account. It took arduous negotiations to get Labor to remove a 30-day fast-track approval for coal and gas projects that they had in the original bill. Why? Because, again, they don't give a damn about the climate crisis. If they did, their first act after winning this election would not have been the approval of Woodside's climate-wrecking expansion of the Northwest Shelf Gas Project, which will be a disaster for the priceless Murujuga rock art. So yes, we have put a spanner in the works of the native forest logging industry and ended a legal carve-out that forest campaigners have been fighting for decades. And that is a good thing, because this improves protection for native forests, and we have removed the worst aspects of Labor's original dreadful bill to destroy nature. But to be frank, it is shameful that this Labour Party, that was elected the first time in a climate election, had to be dragged back to the status quo and then dragged to improve environmental protections for forest and our bushlands. That tells you all you need to know about this Labour government. They will go backwards on climate and the environment if they have their way. If we weren't here, they were prepared to do a deal with the coalition. It's a clear indication of the work that we have cut out for us here. It's a clear indication of the fight that we have on our hands. We've stood shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand with climate activists and forest campaigners for years. And with the changes the Greens have pushed for, we do have some more tools to fight to protect native forests. And we will be with climate activists and with forest campaigners. We will be with them on the streets. We will be with them in the forests. And we will be with them at the Rising Tide blockade in Newcastle this weekend. So we will see you on the streets.
Just a moment. Are you taking a point of order, Senator Pocock?
But I'd urge the Greens to allow time for questions in Committee of the Whole. That was a second reading speech.
There's no point of order, Senator Pocock. Senator Senator Faruqi, sorry, please continue.
Finished, President. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that the proponents of the legislation we're dealing with here, who seem to have a bet each way when it comes to this legislation, they say it's terrible and it's bad and it's written by these awful people in the Labor Party, but they're backing it. They're signing up to it. They were backing it. They're actually signing up to this, by the way. So have your cake and eat it too, Australian Greens. That's exactly what's going on here. I will just say about the amendments before the Chair that they are identical to the government's amendments, I understand, relating to unacceptable impact. So hopefully the government will support these amendments when they're moved. But I just wanted to reflect more generally on the debate before the... No? We'll talk about it later, I'm sure, Minister. And I have to commend the Minister for being able to pull off this deal. It was masterful. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. I think it's dirty. I think it's dodgy. But you did a great job of getting this mob down here, the Australian Greens, to again name a price you were willing to pay. Of course, the shutdown of the native forest industry, the workers out there who are screaming into the phones now on radio stations across the country, providing comment to journalists in the print and TV newsrooms, wondering how a Labor government that once used to stand for the worker has today said that they will sign the death warrant of the native forest logging industry. Of course, the Prime Minister, ahead of the 2022 election, wrote a letter to Tasmanian forest workers committing that he would never do this. He again reiterated that commitment in 2025, saying he would never do this. But guess what? He's gone and done it now. And there's a bit of a concern now in Tasmania because, and I think there's a missing persons report for the Forestry Minister, Ms Collins, who's been nowhere to be seen on this issue. Has she popped up to justify what the government have done? Has she popped up to defend this dirty, dodgy deal with the Greens? And they are celebrating. I heard Senator McKim on the radio just before I went on, and I gave Senator McKim credit for consistency, because the Greens have always been consistently against native forest logging. The only ones who've been inconsistent here, Chair, are the government. They're the ones who've changed their position today in supporting this arrangement that the Greens put to them. So I did commend Senator McKim and the rest of the Australian Greens, at least on being consistently against this industry for its entire existence. They've never once changed their position, but the government now have. And as I said before, the last two elections, the same elections at which promises were made around reduced power prices, promise broken, promises were made to the native forest industry and its workers around their industry being protected, particularly in Tasmania, but they've, of course, are going to see this unacceptable impact of shutdown. And I would be interested to know, of course, what detail is out there as well on this $300 million, I think the government's calling it a growth fund, which I find rather odd, given you can't grow an industry that you're shutting down. So, I mean, the words are interesting, it's kind of cute and all of that, but there are hardworking men and women out there who are now very, very concerned about their futures because of this deal done at the 11th hour as we prepare to rise for the year between the Labor Party, who once used to stand proudly for the forest workers of this country, who've now sold them out to the Australian Greens. And we heard Senator Faruqi before celebrating how the handbrake is going to be put on this industry, how there is now a spanner in the works. And they were the senator's words, I believe, and she nods in agreement. They are something the Greens are celebrating. So the government cannot get away from this fact. As I said earlier today, the Greens would not have signed up to this deal if it didn't mean we were going to kill that industry by 1,000 cuts. Save the forest, says Senator Faruqi, and I will take that interjection. Save the forest, says Senator Faruqi. What we have signed up to today, Labor Party, Greens, is a deal to kill native forestry and, of course, take away all of the jobs that go with it. We can't escape that fact. It is just that simple. The Greens would not have signed on if it did not mean this industry would now be brought to its knees. And I look forward to having Ms White, the member for Lyons, Ms Collins, the member for Franklin in Tasmania, my good friends in the Labor Senate team from Tasmania. We should go out on a road trip and talk to the forest workers of Tasmania who have been let down by this Labor government, who have had their jobs suddenly pulled out from underneath them. These are people who, of course, have mortgages. They live in regional communities, like up the northwest coast of Tasmania. These are people, of course, who have kids in schools. These are people who are parts of communities. They're parts of volunteer fire brigades, sporting clubs, and, of course, can I tell you, Chair, the Australian government have decided that they don't support these individuals anymore. They've cast them on the scrap heap. Their jobs are not important, except they do have a $300 million buyout package, scale-down package, whatever it is, to try and, of course, ease the pain of shutting down this industry, to soften the blow of the news that today the Labor Party, of course, have sold you out. 300, and it is interesting, though. I do wonder how the Greens were managed to be talked into providing a further $300 million to the native forest industry, an industry just last Friday. Senator Hanson-Young said, of course, that.
Ridiculous thing to say.
Sorry, Chair. I can't hear myself. Yeah, it's just
I'm
feeling rather.
Order, Senator Dunningham.
Thank
the
you.
call is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Now that the temperature's been taken down a couple of degrees, we might get back to the truth of the matter, and that is that the Australian Labor Party have teamed up with the Greens to kill forestry. Let's not forget, though, right, this is the same party that were toying with the idea of— oh, Chair, really? Yes, about to ask a question, Senator David Pocock. I've got 3 minutes to ask my question. I will do that. Because let's not forget, though, we had 700 pages of legislation thumped on the table. We had a Senate committee inquiry process out to the end of March, and I'll try and find in this pile of paper that's been put on my desk today by the government who want these bills passed. I'm just going to quote Senator Sarah Hanson-Young again, who said at the Senate inquiry last week, "The people know it stinks, and it is this legislation. It stinks. It absolutely stinks, and that's why it needs scrutiny." Now, Senator Hanson-Young also, of course, just said to the chamber in asking her question before, she appreciates the urgency that this is now being attended to. I don't know what's happened in the last week, Chair. Something big, something seismic has shifted here. Senator Hanson-Young, who is normally so strident in her opposition to terrible bills, suddenly found a way to agree with the government on this arrangement. And, of course, it was, as I say, a deal to make it harder for resources projects to start, to get more gas into the grid, so that we're going to have problems, of course, with supply when it comes to this critical resource, when it comes to energy. make it harder to get housing developments up, despite any rhetoric we hear from the government on this. It's just going to be ridiculous. And of course, though, their crown jewel in their achievements of this week are to shut down the native forest industry and take away tens of thousands of jobs. And of course, you know what? We won't be getting the beautiful timbers that adorn this chamber from Australian forests. We'll be ripping them out of the Congo Basin, and we'll be displacing human populations and endangering even more species overseas. But hey, if it's over the horizon, we don't care. My question to the minister is, can the minister guarantee that not one job will be lost in the forest industry as a result of the arrangement that has been put in place here today with regard to the changes to the RFA?
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Duniam, for that very long question. I also want to put on record my thanks to Senator Duniam in particular in this chamber, and the Shadow Minister Angie Bell for their constructive approach through these negotiations as well. And the truth of the matter is that I have, over the last few months and particularly over the last few weeks, had many meetings and phone discussions with a number of representatives from the coalition, not just one, and as well as, of course, having many conversations with representatives of the Greens. And that's what you do when you're seeking to pass legislation. You speak to all sides to understand what the concerns are and what you're prepared to address and what you're not prepared to address. And I do recognise the effort that Senator Duniam in particular has put in to seek a deal with the government. We were not able to reach that agreement because of differences of opinion about key matters, and that is a key reason why we have undertaken now to pass these reforms with the support of the Greens Party. I will make the point, as I have publicly this morning, that of course we have accommodated a number of amendments to be moved by the Greens in this chamber, but in addition we insisted on a number of amendments being made to this legislation to deal with legitimate concerns that had been raised by business groups over the course of the debate and in the Senate committee hearings in the last couple of weeks. And that's why we feel so confident about saying that these reforms are a balanced package which deliver both for the environment and for business. Now, I understand there was an early statement or question from Senator Duniam about the definition of unacceptable impacts. I'm advised that the government's amendment on this comes very close to the amendments being proposed by the opposition, but there are some differences. It's not entirely the same, Senator Duniam, but I understand there's a fair degree of alignment there. I couldn't tell you exactly which words, but we can get that to you. I might just call out a little bit of hypocrisy that we've just heard from Senator Duniam and his colleagues this morning about this, because all of a sudden they're criticising the government for working with the Greens to pass these reforms urgently today. Senator Duniam well knows that the coalition was absolutely willing to work with the government to pass these laws today if he had been able to strike a deal. And it's not Senator Duniam's fault that a deal was not possible, but he knows that the government was prepared to pass these reforms with the coalition and was in active discussions with the coalition about that well into yesterday and last night. So it's a little bit hypocritical of Senator Duniam, but I understand he's got a job to do to reclaim some ground for the coalition. Now, on forestry matters, I want to make one thing extremely clear, and that is the government, through these changes, is not shutting down the native forestry industry. And I'm a little bit disappointed to hear Senator Duniam, who I do respect. I mean, I know we're not allowed to accuse people of lying in this chamber, so I'll say that Senator Duniam has completely misrepresented and fabricated what the government is doing right now. And we have been telling that to the industry as we've been speaking to them this morning. And they were very concerned. They were very concerned, members of the industry and workers in the industry, who we've been working with through their union. They were very concerned to hear through the coalition that in fact we may have been seeking to do something that we are not in this legislation. And you may have actually heard the Greens express disappointment that we have not agreed to shut down native forestry. So unfortunately for Senator Duniam, the facts don't back up his arguments. We are not shutting down native forestry. We are not shutting down plantation forestry. In fact, what we're doing today is requiring forestry that's conducted under regional forestry agreements in both Tasmania and New South Wales to meet the national environmental standards in the same way that every other industry is required to do, and in the same way we are now requiring the agriculture industry to do when it comes to land clearing. The same rules, the same standards that apply to the mining industry, to renewables, renewable energy, to housing developments. And what we are doing is delivering on the recommendations of Professor Graham Samuel in his review that was presented to Susan Lee when she was the Environment Minister 5 years ago, and which she embraced at the time, and the Coalition embraced at the time, where he recommended that when it comes to regional forestry agreements, that the national environmental standards should be applied in the same way they are to every other industry, and that's what we're doing through this legislation. Professor Samuel also recommended that regional forestry agreements be accredited under the new laws, and that's what we're doing. So we are doing nothing more and nothing less than implementing the two recommendations that Professor Samuel made when it comes to regional forestry agreements in the review he presented to Susan Lee, the former Environment Minister, who embraced his recommendations. So a little bit more hypocrisy to throw in there for you for the Coalition. Now, what we are proposing to do is to make this change over an 18-month period to work with the industry as that change around standards occurs. And I will also note that there have been a number of representatives of the forestry sector who've taken part in the Senate inquiry and have made other public statements about this over many years, who have said that forestry that occurs under regional forestry agreement meets very high environmental standards. So if that is the case, that the industry believes, and I've got no reason to disbelieve them, especially having been a former forestry minister and working with the industry in that capacity, I've got no reason to disbelieve the industry when they say that they meet very high environmental standards. So they should have every confidence that they can meet the new national environmental standards that we are asking them to comply with. In the same way we are asking the mining sector to do that, the renewable energy sector to do that, the housing development sector to do that, and also as a result of these changes, the agriculture sector to comply with, at least in relation to some of their activities. So that's what we're doing. We're not doing what the Coalition are accusing us of doing for their own cheap political gain, because we know the Coalition have tried to wage a culture war in Tasmania over decades by misrepresenting policies and the future of that industry. And what I'll say is that only a Labor government will stand by workers in the forestry sector and in every other sector to ensure that their jobs are secure and that the industry that they work in remains strong and grows into the future. I should also make the point, because this is not widely understood by people who don't follow the debate around forestry closely. Members of the Coalition like to talk only about native forestry and what the impacts of these changes will be on native forestry. The changes we are making are to regional forestry agreements, which do include native forestry, but also include plantation forestry. So there's nothing about singling out native forestry for special or unspecial treatment. The changes we are applying are to regional forestry agreements, under which native forestry and plantation forestry occurs. In addition, we have announced today a $300 million forestry growth fund, which is all about supporting the industry to grow. It's in the name of the fund. So this is not about closing things down. This is about opening them up and growing them. And we know, and if any of the Coalition senators have actually bothered to get out and look at the industry and speak to the workers and go to the mills in the way that I have and all of our Tasmanian caucus has, they would know that there are sawmills and other processing facilities in Tasmania and New South Wales, being the RFA states, that do need new investment to make sure that they can continue growing into the future and continue employing people in those regional communities into the future. And that's what we want to see happen. And that's why we've put $300 million on the table, and I invite the Tasmanian government to join us in putting some investment into this industry rather than criticising what we've done. If they cared so much about that industry, they might want to put their hands in their own pockets to support those workers and those industries. But we put $300 million on the table today to invest, for instance, in retooling mills, in installing new modern equipment that I've seen in some Tasmanian processing facilities that has been funded by Labor governments, because we want this industry to keep moving up the value chain, to have more jobs, not fewer jobs, and to meet the environmental standards that the industry says that they already meet. The industry says that they need to maintain their social licence by demonstrating they meet good environmental standards, and this is another opportunity for them to do so. So this is about more jobs, not less, and a bigger industry, not smaller.
I'll call you in a minute, Senator McKenzie. Just for the benefit of the chamber, the amendments moved by the opposition, which we're discussing currently, are amendments 1 to 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, 7, 9, 11 to 14, 18 and 19. Just to clarify that, I think there was some confusion earlier. Senator McKenzie, you seeking the call?
I am, Chair. Thank you. Well, here we are. For decades now, the Labor government has entered into political stitch-up deals with their coalition partners, the Australian Greens, that put political convenience ahead of working families and our sustainable forestry and farming industries. And here we are, another day, another decade in the Australian Senate and another stitch-up. Not for any technical reason required in the legislation, anything that needs to be done before the end of year, but simply for the political goals of the Albanese government. It's a tried and tested pattern of betrayal, turning cynical deal-making into an art form and turning their backs upon families and workers that once supported them and their party. We are now watching this pattern repeat. And from the start, the Greens have been really clear about what they demanded and what they got. In their own press release, they were very clear. They boasted that they've secured the end of the regional forestry agreements. An exemption, those exemptions within 18 months have gone. This exemption has been the cornerstone of regulatory certainty for the native forestry industry for nearly 30 years. Removing the RFA exemption is not a technical amendment. It is the structural dismantling of the system that has allowed a sustainable industry to operate with long-term planning and measurable environmental protections. The Greens describe ending the RFA exemption as a spanner in the works of the native forest logging industry. They celebrate it as winning extra tools to fight the forestry industry. So for the minister to stand up and say there is nothing to see here by getting rid of the RFAs, I beg to differ, Minister. I think your coalition partners have a huge issue. They are celebrating this as the mechanism by which they can end native forest logging in this country. And he talks a big game on New South Wales and Tasmania as the only states with RFAs. You know why? Because Victoria, my home state, doesn't have an RFA. And this is what industry has actually said, Minister. I'm very happy to read it into the Hansard. The loss of Victoria's regional forestry agreement last year has had a terrible impact on local jobs and communities and undermined new plantation investment. And in fact, the National Party, my National Party colleague Darren Chester, I think only just last week, was down in Yarram, a small dairying and forestry community where the local sawmill closed down and 70 people lost their job because the Labor government in Victoria got rid of the regional forestry agreement. So, Minister, these mechanisms have real impact in the real world. They are required by the Greens for their ideological outcomes, but there are 70 families a month out of Christmas whose parents don't have a job. That's what's happening as a result of this. And what the Australian Forest Product Associations also said, that under the EBC changes being made today in the Senate, they've effectively served the nation. These changes will strangle the native forestry industry in green tape and put at risk any future plantation investment. As the federal court confirmed last year, RFAs are an alternative mechanism by which the objects of the EPBC Act can be achieved. So, Minister, empty words in this chamber are cold comfort to families who are losing their jobs in communities far away from Labor Party MPs and senators, in regional communities. And it's not just the forestry sector. The National Farmers Federation calls this an outrage. They are bitterly disappointed by the agreement between the government and the Greens. They've warned that it will create new risks and new layers of complexity for people who manage more than half of Australia's land mass, the Australian agriculture sector. We all wanted to support genuine reform to what has been a complex and unworkable act, quite frankly. We all wanted genuine reform, but we can't support this deal because the detail is either unclear, untested or unworkable. The absence of detail around definitions, around how the complexity contained within this legislation is going to work in the real world is shocking. And the fact that this is now going to be continued to be examined by a Senate inquiry just shows you what a farce of an operation is being run here. So when the Senate actually looks under the bonnet, gets all the stakeholders together, gets their feedback and recommends changes based on that consultation, Minister, are we going to be back here in March, June next year, moving amendments to yet another suite of government legislation because you got the drafting wrong again? The number of times this chamber's had to amend your own legislation over the last 3.5 years is embarrassing. So there are concerns about the continued use provision, the removal, and it's a provision that's allowed for the routine management of regrowth for decades for Australian farmers, not for, some dirty big corporate farm. I mean, you're a former agriculture minister. These provisions have actually allowed for basic land stewardship, weed control, feral pest management, bushfire mitigation. Hello? Thank you, Labor. Not able to do that at all. One of the things that I would have liked to have seen in the reforms of the EPBC Act is the removal of the moratorium on nuclear energy. And that's why I'm foreshadowing amendments on behalf of the opposition to actually remove the ban on nuclear, amending both the EPBC Act and the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Act. Because you know what? We want to lower emissions and we want to stay a rich economy. We want to be able to provide world-class jobs in advanced manufacturing. We want to be able to power the data centres required for artificial intelligence in coming decades. And you're not going to be able to do that with windmills and solar farms. Why can't we, like an advanced economy with a backyard full of uranium, do what every other nation that is as rich and prosperous as us is doing? Use nuclear energy as part of the mix of our energy system. Because right now, the renewables only push has pushed energy prices up in excess of 37%. And that just doesn't hurt mum and dad when they get their power bill and it's gone through the roof. It hurts every bit of our economy. Every doctor's surgery, every hospital, every data centre, every school, every factory. The stuff that, in a country like ours, you need to be able to make metal. Our big smelters and refineries. Because if we don't make it here at home, it'll be coming in from China. And we know that is not about being a sovereign country that the Prime Minister talks a lot about. Energy security is important. And if you care about the environment, you want to have low emissions energy powering our economy, and the very best source of that is nuclear energy. So I will be moving this amendment to make that a reality, just like other countries, to at least remove the ban so we can start having a sensible, respectful conversation about how we're going to power our nation in decades and centuries to come. It is a shame that the Labor government has chosen to prioritise political expediency and punching out media releases at the end of a parliamentary sitting calendar year rather than actually getting the results of this right. I think it's a shame on the Australian Greens, but at least they're upfront about it, that they're up for a deal. How the Labor Party conducted themselves and how the Labor Party continues to treat this chamber, and to Senator Pocock's very sensible commentary, why we couldn't sit all through the night like we have when we were in government and actually putting through significant reforms in certain areas of our country. The Senate has to do its job, and then you still get the deal. But we've actually held you to account.
Senator, Minister.
Thanks. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, I think we just saw a very good example of why the coalition was unable to strike a deal with the government on these reforms. Because what we're talking about here are major reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, Australia's main national environmental law, which is all about protecting the environment and putting in place a process for projects to seek environmental approvals. So that's what we're talking about here, and that's what we've been seeking to talk about for months now with both the Coalition and the Greens. But I've said repeatedly that the biggest challenge the government has faced in reaching an agreement with the Coalition is that they are completely distracted by their own internal leadership turmoil and their ideological preoccupations. And there is no better example than what we just heard from Senator McKenzie, the leader of the National Party in the Senate, who spent half her speech talking about something completely unrelated to the legislation that we're talking about, but about her obsession and the National Party's obsession, and now the Liberal Party's obsession, with nuclear power. That's what the National Party and the Liberal Party have been wanting to talk about over the last few weeks while they've been working to work out who sits in the big chair and how they keep Barnaby in the National Party. So is it any wonder that the government has agreed to pass these reforms with the Greens, who we don't always agree on things, and there are things that the Greens wanted in this deal that we have said no to, but at least they could work out what they wanted. Unlike the Coalition, an absolute shambles through these negotiations, and even today are wanting to bang on about nuclear power and their other ideological preoccupations, rather than actually what we're here to talk about. So thank you, Senator McKenzie, for demonstrating to the Australian people who are watching this exactly why doing a deal with the Coalition was frankly impossible. Now, again, there are this running theme of hypocrisy from the Coalition speakers. We had Senator McKenzie getting in and doing the usual gripe about, we could have sat through the night to pass this legislation, why are you ramming it through? Only this week, Senator McKenzie was out there in the media saying she was pushing the opposition leader to push these reforms into 2026. But now she's so desperate to pass these reforms that she would have been prepared to stay here all night. I mean, I think that the Australian people can see through what's going on here. This is a coalition that doesn't know what they want, that can't focus on important reforms for the Australian people, that can only focus on themselves and their ideological preoccupations, and is therefore unable to work out what on earth they want to do when reforming environmental laws. And I'm not going to look at anyone here, but there are a number of Coalition members who agree exactly with what I'm saying, who are disappointed about their own team's effort over the last few months and their inability to reach an agreement with the government. And there are a lot of members of the business community, traditional supporters of the Liberal Party in particular and the National Party, who are aghast at the way the Coalition have handled these negotiations and their inability to advocate for the interests of the business community. What's happened in these reforms, as I say, is it's the government who have requested amendments to be made to this bill to address some of the major concerns of the business community and have insisted on inserting those amendments in this bill as part of an agreement with the Greens Party. So there are changes here in this bill around protecting the environment, and we're happy to support those. There are also changes here that are about giving business more certainty that they were looking for, and it was no one in the Coalition who made that happen, because they were all deciding amongst themselves who was talking to who and what they would agree on. It was the government who made those amendments. Let's be very clear about that. Now, again, just finally, while we're picking up on the misrepresentations and falsehoods being peddled by the Coalition, particularly around forestry, Senator Mackenzie claimed that the reforms here are getting rid of regional forestry agreements. Completely untrue. Completely untrue. And I invite Senator Mackenzie to actually read the legislation to see that that is completely untrue. Just as Senator Dunniam was falsely claiming that these changes shut down native forestry, completely untrue. Senator Mackenzie, completely untrue when it comes to getting rid of regional forestry agreements. These changes, as I've said, follow the implement the direct recommendations of Graham Samuel to apply the National Environmental Standards to regional forestry agreements under which native forestry and plantation forestry occurs in Victoria, in New South Wales and Tasmania, and they require the accreditation of those agreements. Exactly the same rules as applies to the mining industry, the renewable industry, housing development and every other industry in this country. So it is important that people get the facts about what is in this bill and what is not. And so far, we haven't heard a lot of facts from the Coalition. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to table 3 supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments to be moved to the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025.
Granted. I think doesn't need leave, beg pardon. I think Senator Pocock's been seeking the call for some time, so I'll go to him first, Senator Roberts, then to you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've got a bunch of questions. I know we don't have much time left, so I might put a few at a time, if that's all right. You mentioned the $300 million growth fund. Could you clarify for the Senate whether that is exclusively to grow the plantation sector, or that could in fact be used in native forest logging? Secondly, on the rulings power, I'm interested how it's envisaged as being used. Would the rulings power enable the minister to make a ruling that a particular action would meet a standard, even where factually speaking it clearly did not?
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Pocock. On the, you kept your questions short, and I'll try to keep my answers short so that you have time for further questions. The $300 million forestry growth fund that the government has announced today, as I've said earlier, is all about supporting the future growth of that industry, supporting the ongoing employment in the industry, while the information that's been published today about the fund gives an indication of its likely priorities, what we've also said in that information is that we will now be working in more detail with the industry, with unions and state governments about the design of that fund. But we have not inserted a ban on funds being used for native forestry or for plantations. We have said one example of what the funds could be used for is to expand plantations, just as we've indicated that the funds could be used to retool mills, to assist business buy and install new technology to allow for higher value-adding products from forestry that occurs. So that's the general sort of detail about the fund, but clearly there's more work to do with all of those stakeholders around exactly what the funds can be used for, exactly when it's available and those kind of things. On rulings, this was a specific recommendation from Professor Samuel in his review, and the idea there is just as the Australian Tax Office can give a ruling about its interpretation of a particular section of the Tax Act, this will enable the Minister of the day to issue rulings to the public about how particular sections of this Act will be interpreted. But it would certainly not be envisaged that it would be used as a way for a minister to rule on a particular project and as to whether a particular project or particular action met a standard. It's more a matter of providing guidance, and frankly, that enables again both better protection of the environment and it gives business a bit more certainty about how decisions will be made.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. And
Senator Brockman, after you.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that explanation. Just I understand that there is more to do on the $300 million fund, but just wondering if you could rule out using the funds to in any way extend the life of any native forest logging operations. And then I have a couple of questions on offsets. I'm interested why the government is duplicating an offset system that we know was found to be deeply flawed in New South Wales. The Audit Office of New South Wales found that the scheme was poorly designed, has issues with integrity, transparency and sustainability. So I'm just interested why, at a federal level, we're essentially duplicating a failed scheme. And then interested if the government will require that restoration contributions meet all principles in the offset standard, including a requirement that they be like for like and delivered in a timely way.
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, and I acknowledge that you have raised previously with me some issues around the Restoration Fund and what we've seen occur in New South Wales. I'm not going to provide the assurance that you're seeking in relation to the Forestry Fund and how it might be used. We need to work through the detail about the design and use of those funds with all of those stakeholders in the way that I outlined. In terms of environmental offsets and the Restoration Fund, this is an important reform that's part of this package. Again, it's something that was recommended by Professor Samuel in his review. Just very briefly, for those who aren't across it, the purpose of this is that people would be aware that when a project is seeking environmental approval and if that project is likely to have a significant impact on nationally protected environmental matters, then one of the changes that we're making in this legislation is to require by law for the first time a proponent to avoid and mitigate or minimise its environmental impacts before moving to offsets. And what we've said is that those environmental offsets need to produce a net gain for the environment, so another positive outcome for the environment as a result of these reforms. We have offered, through this legislation, an alternative way of delivering environmental offsets for proponents to what exists at the moment. One of the issues we have at the moment with environmental offsets is that the requirement on individual project proponents to find their own environmental offsets that are like for like, similar to what environmental impacts they are having, frankly, doesn't always generate a very good environmental outcome. And that's why we've taken the opportunity in these reforms to make some changes around environmental offsets. Now, the purpose of setting up this fund, the Restoration Fund, is to give proponents an alternative to finding their own environmental offsets if they simply cannot do that, if they don't have the capacity as an organisation to do that, because that is a particular skill that not all organisations have. And what we've said is that for proponents, there will be the option to make a financial contribution to this Restoration Fund commensurate to what they would have needed to find in terms of their own environmental offsets. Now, one of the benefits of going down this path is that we believe, and certainly Professor Samuel believed, that this has the capacity to actually deliver a better environmental outcome than what we see with individual proponents finding their own individual offsets. You know, if there were 10 different project proponents who all had to find their own little environmental offsets put together, that might not actually produce much of an environmental outcome. If those 10 project proponents make a financial contribution to a fund that's managed by government, those funds can be pooled to, for example, purchase land, regenerate vegetation on land in a much bigger and more meaningful way than each of those proponents doing their own thing. So that, I know you understand that, Senator Pocock, but I just thought I should explain the rationale. In terms of New South Wales, I have seen the reports, news reports, audit reports, identifying issues with the New South Wales Restoration Fund scheme. We, of course, intend to learn the lessons of what's been done in other funds and design this fund in as robust a way as we possibly can. And to just quickly answer your other question about, I think what you meant to say was, why are we not requiring like-for-like offsets in the Restoration Fund? And that's really because what we're seeking to do is to develop those landscape scale or across a region environmental benefits rather than one-on-one. And that may produce like-for-like outcomes, or it might not produce like-for-like outcomes, but I reckon it's going to produce a much better environmental outcome, and that's really what's behind the scheme.
Thank you. Okay, what I'm going to do, we've got 15 minutes, so I'm in the hands of the Senate, but maybe you could all manage it conveniently together. But I'll go for you first, Senator Brockman, then you, Senator.
I will be very quick.
Roberts.
This is an absolute betrayal of Western Australia. Even Labor Premier Roger Cook has said that this is a poor piece of legislation that could have been better. He said it could have been better, Minister. This is a betrayal of the West Australian gas industry, particularly when we've got potential shortages on the horizon. Minister, of Labor Premier Roger Cook's 5 red line issues, how many have you addressed?
I heard your interjection, Minister.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
But, I mean, again, we've had 3 speakers from the Coalition who have completely fabricated and are peddling falsehoods. Senator Brockman, I don't remember the exact words, but claimed that Premier Cook is opposing this legislation and has bagged this legislation. Let me tell you what Premier Cook has said about these laws today. He has said, and you might be interested in this, Senator Brockman, the reason there is a deal with the Greens is because the Liberals are an incoherent fringe party that dealt themselves out of negotiations. That's what Premier Cook says. While we're still digesting the detail, these laws will be a major improvement on current laws. They are a win for WA industry and a win for the WA environment. The creation of a streamlined process will greatly benefit our mining industry. Industry advocates appear to have had a number of wins, including around the definition of unacceptable impacts. Murray and I have agreed that WA will be first cab off the rank for bilateral negotiations, and we hope to address any outstanding issues through that process. So, Senator Brockman, you should apologise to the Senate and to Premier Cook for completely misrepresenting his position. Now, the other part of your question was how many of the 5 items that Premier Cook asked to be addressed have been addressed, and the answer is all 5. And let me run you through them. And in fact, I explained that to Premier Cook when I spoke to him late last night. Now, Premier Cook's 5 items that he raised, which are very similar, in fact, to the Chamber of Minerals and Energy in WA. Firstly, he was seeking amendments to the unacceptable impact definition. Done. Was a condition of us reaching an agreement with the Greens. He asked that we keep streamlined pathways for all projects. Done. We've kept the streamlined pathway for preliminary documentation. Done. Thirdly, stop work orders or environment protection orders. Tighten use. Done. 14 days length with the option of an extension for another 14 days with more evidence to be provided. Done. 4, tighten the net gain definition. We've committed that in the standard around offsets we will provide greater clarity around definition. In the same way we committed to the coalition, but they just couldn't get their act together to make an agreement. Bit of a shame. 5, climate disclosure must not be part of decision-making. Done. That is in the explanatory memorandum. So 5 out of 5 is what Premier Cook got, 5 out of 5 is what the Chamber of Minerals and Energy got, and 0 out of 0 is what the federal coalition got, because you are a complete rabble. You don't know who your negotiator is, you don't know what you want, you have profoundly let down business across the country, you have profoundly let down the environment, and you have profoundly let down Australia, because all you care about is who gets to be the leader.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Minister, this bill is these bills are a betrayal of Queensland, a betrayal of Australia and a betrayal of democracy. As an aside, before I start my question, on the first speakers list, I was speaker number 9. The other One Nation senators were further down the list. On the second revised speakers list, I was 3rd last, Senator Bell was 2nd last, Senator Whitten last. No chance at all of getting to speak. One Nation is the party the other parties fear. We are the real opposition. Minister, another day, another dodgy deal between the Labor Party and the Greens, which, as usual, sells out everyday Australians to advance the government's overarching agenda of virtue signalling and TikTok video production. From the moment the deal was done, this government has chosen to make a mockery of parliamentary process. To the Labor Party, what matters is not the outcome. No, it's the so-called win. Yet Australians lose. All Australians lose. The Greens are the spiritual bedfellows of the ALP in this regard. No sooner is the ink dry on this dirty backroom deal than they immediately move the goalposts. The Greens now want one set of rules for Australia's natural environment and a whole new set for Australian Aboriginal environment. I thought all our land was unceded and belonged to Aboriginals. Surely the Greens' motion doesn't in fact acknowledge Australia belongs to Australians, regardless of skin colour. Who knows? One could go mad thinking too much about Greens' motions. Certainly they don't do much thinking about them. It will be left to a One Nation government to clean up the mess this bill will create, and we shall clean it up. One Nation will repeal this bill and replace it with protections to our natural environment based on sensible, honest stewardship, on outcomes, on data, not on feelings. Our second reading amendment set out some of our objections to the bill. Given time constraints, I'm not going to repeat these now, Minister. Liberal Senator Dunningham has an amendment coming up which is a fair crack at fixing one of the major errors of the bill. This is an environment bill that does not define what the environment is. An environment bill that does not define what the environment is. Senator Dunningham's amendment sets out what areas which most Australians would agree are the actual environment: World Heritage Areas, listed wetlands, the Great Barrier Reef and so on. One Nation will support that amendment. One area of our environment which the government and the Greens misunderstand completely is forestry logging. The whole point about logging is that it provides timber for use in Australian home construction. The same homes the Labor Greens government are promising to build, apparently without timber. Oh, and yes, apparently without steel frames either, because they want to stop coal. The National Forest Foundation has provided a question to the Minister, which is as follows, because they've said it very well. I'll quote, "As stewards of more than half of Australia's environment, farmers understand the importance of doing the right thing by the land. It is in their own interests. They've also historically borne the brunt of complex federal environmental laws, often at odds with state obligations. That's why the NFF has supported genuine reform, but not this deal. Our key concern is the announcement of closer controls of high-risk land clearing. The specifics of this remain unclear. What a surprise. And we are urgently calling for clarity. The introduction of reduced regrowth thresholds to the long-established continuing use provision will promote poor environmental outcomes and increase bushfire risk, which, as an aside, will increase fire damage, hurting the natural environment and the human environment. Going on with the NFF quote, it will interfere with routine vegetation management of regrowth to prevent bushfires, keep land productive and manage weeds. The misunderstanding of agricultural practices is bitterly disappointing. That's the end of the quote. Minister, why does this bill include measures which will increase bushfire risk and place lives in danger, reduce the health of our forests, reduce food production and from that increase food prices for all Australians, destroy the timber industry, destroy the communities that rely on timber, and damage the home construction industry, which will be left to bid in the international market for timber, which is already in short supply, and from countries with lax environmental protections?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Roberts. Well, the theme continues with senators from that side of the chamber completely misrepresenting what is being done in this bill. I mean, I guess it's no real surprise, but you know, it's one thing for senators to come in here and oppose what is in the bill. I get that. I've done that myself when I was in the opposition. It's a completely different thing to come in here and make stuff up and oppose things that aren't in the bill. We've seen that from Senator Duniam, we've seen that from Senator McKenzie, and we've now seen that from Senator Roberts as well. I mean, we know that One Nation is setting the policy agenda for both the Liberal and the National parties at the moment, so it would appear that the style of argument from One Nation where they just make stuff up is also now how the Liberals and the Nationals approach policy arguments and debates in the Senate. I've already discussed at length, in answer to earlier questions, what is actually in this bill when it comes to forestry. So I won't go over that again, but I do want to reject and rebut the falsehoods that Senator Roberts is now peddling about the impacts of this legislation on the agriculture sector, particularly when it comes to changes regarding land clearing. Now, far from stopping farmers clear their land, far from, I mean, next it'll be next that we're confiscating farmland, or next it'll be, you know, that, you know, some big boogeyman is going to go and sit in the middle of a farm and stop tractors running. You know, you can set your clock by the arguments you're going to get from the Coalition and One Nation, because they don't have any facts, they don't have any arguments, so they resort to fear and falsehoods. Now, what we are actually proposing to do in the legislation regarding agricultural land clearing is, similar to forestry, is to remove an exemption from the Act that currently applies to a range of high-risk land clearing activities, high risk for the environment. And I might just make the point before I forget it, that of course, as you would expect, a number of environment groups have been calling for these changes because of the dramatic improvements to the environment they will make, whether it be about threatened species or to the Great Barrier Reef. But you know someone else who's called for these changes? His name is Robert Hill. And those of us old enough to remember will know that Robert Hill was the Liberal Party minister in the then Howard government who first introduced these laws back in 1999 and, for probably reasons of internal politics, had to agree to an exemption from the Act for both forestry activities and agricultural land clearing. Now, the reason I mention that is that the very Liberal Party minister who introduced these laws in 1999, Robert Hill, he made a submission to the Senate inquiry about this bill. And you know what he said? He said we should lift the exemptions that his own bill applied to forestry and to agricultural land clearing. So sure, environment groups want this change, but so does the very Liberal Party minister who introduced this bill when it was first passed back in 1999. Now again, let's have some facts. What we're talking about doing here when it comes to agricultural land clearing is two changes. Removing the exemption that currently exists under the Act for two forms of agricultural land clearing. And we're only talking about situations where that land clearing will have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter. Firstly, we are proposing to lift, from the date of commencement of this legislation, from the date of royal assent, the exemption that currently applies for what's known as continuous use land clearing. And just to put it in simple terms, we will remove the exemption that currently applies for land clearing of regrowth that's been there for 15 years or more. And the point about that is that that's the sort of length of time that there's the scientific consensus that allows an ecosystem to rebuild after it's first been cleared. So it's not about stopping that land clearing, it's about saying that if that land clearing is going to occur of regrowth of more than 15 years, and if it's going to have an impact, a significant impact on a nationally protected matter such as threatened species, koalas, gliders, whatever it might be, then the person who wants to do that land clearing needs to get an EPBC assessment and approval. And that's exactly what happens now for the mining industry. It's exactly what happens now for people who want to build wind farms or solar farms. It's exactly what happens for housing developers. If they want to clear land that's going to have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter, they have to go through the EPBC Act. And that's exactly what we're saying will happen now for farmers who want to clear their land as well in those circumstances. The second change is also to lift the exemption that currently applies for clearing, essentially, within 50 metres of rivers or creeks within the Great Barrier Reef catchment. Now, all the science tells us that one of the major things that has been impacting on the Great Barrier Reef's health is sediment runoff from clearing alongside rivers and creeks. The people who do that are not bad people, and they're not breaking the law as it stands at the moment. But it is having an impact on the Great Barrier Reef. And Senator Canavan might not care about the Great Barrier Reef or the 60,000 jobs in Queensland that rely on the Great Barrier Reef and its tourism industry, but we do. And that's why we're saying that if farmers want to clear within 50 metres of rivers or creeks in the Great Barrier Reef catchment, because the Great Barrier Reef is a nationally protected matter, then they need to go through an EPBC assessment and approval and follow the same rules as every other industry. So what these changes are about for land clearing in some circumstances and forestry is levelling the playing field and saying that agriculture and forestry activities should meet the same rules as the mining industry, as the renewables industry, housing industry and every other industry.
Has expired. The committee will report to the Senate.
We'll now move, Senators, we'll now move to 2-minute statements, and I call on Senator Collins.
This Labor government is unserious about defence. Prussian General Karl von Clausewitz famously said, and I quote, "The conqueror is always a lover of peace. He would prefer to take over our country unopposed." He said that in 1832, but it is as true today as it was then. Prime Minister Albanese's current defence spending will deliver the conqueror his preference, an Australia that would find it difficult to defend itself in the face of aggression. This is a dire proposition because Australia faces an existential threat now, a real one, a threat of a regional conflict becoming global. And if this is realised, it will be the worst human catastrophe on record. Our experts in defence and national security have warned of this escalating threat for 3.5 years, and yet Labor government cuts back defence in real terms. And indeed, the Chinese Communist Party came to the very heart of our democracy this week to remind the Prime Minister of the CCP's 2027 ambition to subjugate democratic Taiwan. The Australian people need to better understand the gravity of the situation in our region and how this Labor government is negligent by not bringing honesty to the conversation. What we need is defence through strength, peace through deterrence, leaders making the hard decisions that will pay dividends by directly saving Australian lives, because spending now saves lives later. We need to avoid the unavoidable war. That starts with recognising the threat before us and funding our defence forces appropriately.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mulholland, you have the call.
Acting Deputy President, today I want to pay tribute to the advocacy work of the mighty Transport Workers Union. The TWU has stood up to major multinationals like Uber Eats and DoorDash and stared down their unscrupulous behaviour, and they have now won. Which means delivery food drivers will finally have fair working conditions. They will receive a minimum hourly pay and have accident insurance for injuries sustained on the job. Australia should be immensely proud. This is a world first. We are officially the world leader in protecting contract and gig workers from abuse because our unions refuse to accept exploitation dressed up as innovation, using apps to chew up and spat out Australian workers. Not on our watch. Australia will never accept billion-dollar corporations treating human beings as a disposable commodity. And these aren't small wins. They are life-changing outcomes. For years, delivery drivers earned as little as $22 an hour before even paying for fuel. They had to wait outside restaurants unpaid, and if they were hit by a car on a rainy night, they were left to lie there on the road without any protection or compensation from their employer. Drivers bore all the risks while big tech companies reaped all the profits. That is disgraceful, and it had to end. Thanks to the TWU, those workers will finally have a wage floor, real protections and the dignity they deserve. In a cost of living crisis, it is unions, not multinational CEOs, who ensure vulnerable workers can survive, can support their families and can live with security rather than insecurity. This outcome is a statement about who we are as a country, because workers who are being exploited or abused in Australia, we will always fight for fairness here in the Australian Labor Party.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks very much, Deputy. 10 years ago, almost to the day, I had the privilege of taking a group of young Greens on a journey into New South Wales native forests. 3 days of walking amongst giants, learning from forest defenders and understanding what's at stake. Many of those young people are still in the movement today, and they know what today means. We now have a pathway to end native forest logging. While it was negotiated in this place and voted through only because we have 10 Green senators here, the conditions for it were achieved by decades of work by activists and ratbags. Greens champions like Bob Brown, Janet Rice, Sue Higginson have fought relentlessly in Parliament. Groups like Circa, the North East Forest Alliance, National Parks Association, Manana Matters and others have stood watch over our irreplaceable ecosystems. I particularly want to honour friends and comrades Harriet Swift, Joss van der Meulen, Carol and Joseph, so many others I've had the privilege of walking alongside in these forests, spotting greater gliders and bearing witness to the devastation of industrial logging. Nature, our forests, this beautiful planet are irreplaceable. It's that simple. Deputy President, an environment bill without real action on climate change just doesn't cut it. The Australian Labor Party, like the Coalition, it's owned by the coal and gas lobby and willing to sacrifice the future of this planet for their donors. Real climate action won't come from Labor, it'll happen despite them. And ultimately, power doesn't flow from parliaments owned by fossil fuel lobbyists. It comes from millions of ordinary people demanding more. We hear these voices and we hear the calls for action. That's why the Greens negotiated with Labor in this fossil-fuelled chamber to fight for nature. And it's also why we are ultimately here to replace them, because we will always, always put survival of this planet over corporate profits.
Senator O'Sullivan, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. At this last sitting of the year, can I wish you and all my colleagues a Merry Christmas. But to the topic at hand, the Coalition firmly believes that Australia needs an energy policy that puts our nation first. Our priority is affordable and reliable energy for households and businesses while also reducing emissions. Now, this is an achievable task, but it needs to be done in a responsible and practical way. Under Labor, we've seen electricity prices soar by over 40%, putting industries under strain and jobs at risk. And while important, emissions reduction must never come at the expense of Australian families, their jobs or economic stability. Protecting our environment is, of course, also important. But right now we are facing an unprecedented and deeply concerning development. A United Nations Special Rapporteur is seeking to intervene in an Australian legal case on the Woodside North West Shelf project, a cornerstone project in my home state of Western Australia. It's important to our economy. It's one of the largest job-creating energy projects in the nation. For over 40 years, this project has played a nationally significant role and delivered Australia's LNG industry and economic growth. Recent environmental approvals to extend its operations were hard fought for my colleagues and I, and would allow operations to continue until 2070. But that approval is under threat. If this intervention proceeds, it could set a very dangerous precedent. Inviting foreign oversight into domestic environmental decisions is undermining Australia's sovereignty. It risks undermining parliamentary sovereignty and is jeopardising the stability of a project that supports thousands of WA workers.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair. Amazon is making bank, built off the back of hard-working Aussies. Behind unbeatable low prices and next-day delivery are questionable work practices that keep people in economic precarity. Warehouse staff are employed as casuals or through labour hire, and delivery drivers are pushed into the gig economy. We know these workers are overwhelmingly young people and migrants. Amazon maximises its returns off the back of hard-working Aussies who deserve their fair share. And what's the size of that pie? In 2024, Amazon Commercial Services earned an eye-watering $3.12 billion in Australia, but paid just, wait for it, $24.9 million in tax. That's a mere 0.8%. A nurse pays more tax than Amazon. We are all being taken for a ride, people. We are all being taken for a ride. This is exactly why unions like the TWU and SDA are so important. Unions hold powerful corporations to account. They hold their feet to the fire. Unions commission research. They engage with leaders and their workers to help deliver better working conditions, like stronger safeguards for gig workers, protected penalty rates for casual employees, payday super, banning wage secrecy, and multi-employer bargaining. All these measures that, with the help of our unions, this Albanese Labor government has helped deliver for Australian workers. There is no standing up to the corporate giants unless you stand together. Join your union.
Thank you, Senator. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Almost 100 years ago, one of the fathers of conservation, Aldo Leopold, said that we abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. And I think this whole EPBC debate has shown just how far we have to go in this place when it comes to the way that we think and talk and act towards the land that we live on, the land that sustains us. We've seen this whole debate being about the politics of it, rather than actually turning our mind to the places that sustain us, the places and species that we love and that we rely on for our very survival. And it's probably no surprise that we've ended up with a sort of mishmash of bills that may provide an improvement on the first EPBC Act, but really it's questionable how much they're going to turn things around. And so I urge my colleagues to think more about that. As farmer and conservationist Doug Duran puts it, it's not ours, it's just our turn. We have to start to think about this differently. We have to start to think longer term, to start to make decisions that we can actually hand this incredible continent to future generations, to young people in better shape. And that takes political leadership. That takes people who are actually thinking beyond the next election. And I haven't seen that from the Albanese government when it comes to the environment when it comes to nature. And so I urge the government, think longer term. Let's change the way we talk about nature in this country. We are entirely reliant on it. It is in our self-interest as a species to actually act in a way that aligns with that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Little, you have the call.
Well, we've got 12 federal Labor parliamentarians that represent South Australia in this place, and they have let our great state down. There's the bomb failure, the algal bloom, your ever-rising energy costs, new environmental legislation, and the latest hit on inflation. In Port Pirie, locals were caught unawares this past weekend when, hit by a tornado-like storm, the responsible minister in this place said, "Don't look to the Albanese government," despite BOM's forecasting failure and the cost blowout from $4 million to $96 million for its website. Somehow they think that is the fault of a previous federal government. Similar story for the devastating and ongoing algal bloom crisis. The Senate inquiry concluded the actions of the state and Commonwealth Labor governments were too little and too late. The Premier and the Federal Minister were slow to appreciate the risk to marine life, to businesses and industries and to coastal communities. Too slow to respond and roll out financial assistance, leaving a devastating consequence for those most affected. South Australians pay some of the highest costs for electricity in the country, and yet this government is doubling down on its energy plans. It is the Albanese government's race to net zero that will push your electricity bills up this summer even further. The Coalition Energy Plan puts Australians first, prioritising affordability, a balanced energy mix, while doing our fair share on reducing emissions. Labor continues to ignore the evidence. Inflation is up 3.8% to 3.8%, and South Australians are hit disproportionately hard because we are different to everywhere else. Energy is everything, just as energy is the economy, and this Labor government and its members representing South Australia are failing on all of it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ghosh, you have the call.
Former Prime Minister Paul Keating once said of the environment, "We depend on it for our resources and for our national wealth in which we all share, for our recreational pleasure and the spiritual inspiration we take from it, from our soil, our air and our water, and we rely on the environment for our survival." There are very rarely issues that bring people together in the way that the recognition that we needed environmental reform has, be it stakeholders from industry and the environment, be it MPs from all parts of this building. What we know is that the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act needs reform. It's more than 25 years old and it is not protecting the environment, and it is putting unnecessary handbrakes on economic projects and resources projects across this country. Thanks to the Albanese government and the work of Minister Murray Watt, Labor is delivering what we promised we would: genuine environmental reform. The amended EPBC legislation will set for the first time national environmental standards to provide clear and strong guidelines, a National Environment Protection Agency to ensure compliance, and tougher penalties for those people who breach our environmental laws. But it also takes us to a place where we do our planning at a regional level. So we plan projects and environmental protection at a landscape scale, not project by project, which will allow holistic and more certain approvals to be given and projects to be either approved or not approved quickly. Bilateral agreements with the states will remove duplication of assessments and get approvals through quicker as will streamline pathways. I would also just like to reflect, as Chair of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee, these reforms have been before my committee recently. We've had 3 public hearings, we've heard from 78 witnesses, 42 organisations and received hundreds of submissions and thousands of letters. And I would just like to thank all those who've taken the time to make those submissions and give evidence before our inquiry.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barbara Pocock, you have the call.
Today, the Greens have negotiated significant wins to protect our forest and to stop Labor's fast-tracking of coal and gas. We have stood up to end decades of exemptions for forest destruction, to remove the ability for coal and gas projects to use fast-track approvals or the national interest loophole. We have pushed and pushed for powers to stop illegal land clearing, and we have negotiated saving the water trigger and ensuring that the federal minister can step in to protect the environment. Such important wins only possible because the Greens are here in the parliament fighting for nature. And that's why South Australians have put me here to do everything I can for our planet and for future generations. And the outcome today is far better than the train wreck that we would have seen in a deal between the climate deniers on that side of the House and with Labor. Despite these significant wins for nature, our climate crisis needs more, so much more. Labor has repeatedly refused to support a climate trigger despite huge public support, preventing the Environment Minister from considering climate damage when approving projects. What a failure, what a travesty. Labor's refusal to take meaningful climate action shows what the coal and gas lobby, the power they still hold on both parties in this place. And that's why, for the third year in a row, I'm delighted to be joining Rising Tide this weekend in Newcastle and to paddle out onto the beautiful Hunter River to protest our export of coal, with hundreds of South Australians and Australians, my kids, my family, friends. We are, through our participation in Rising Tide, mounting a powerful protest against fossil fuels and the damage they're doing to our planet, against coal and for the transition that places like the Hunter Valley need for a safe planet for the future.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This government does not understand the value of science and is trashing Australia's international reputation as a result. The CSIRO is cutting another 350 jobs following more than 800 jobs being cut since Labor came to power. Now, between 130 and 150 of the roles that are slated to go in the latest cull come from the Environment Unit. This is Labor, the defender of the environment. What is happening to CSIRO is not an isolated incident. It is one of the many fronts on which this government is waging total war on the Australian scientific community. At ANSTO, world-leading instruments are being turned off and highly skilled professionals are being let go. There are huge reservations about the cuts in ANSTO's lower ranks, but they're too afraid to speak out. They're worried that if they voice opposition to these cuts, they'll be sacked and having their sacking framed as part of the job cuts. The Prime Minister talks about being a friend of science. On this issue, as on many others, the government pretends to greatness, but it is just as bad as the Libs. In fact, they're worse. This government has sacked more scientists than Tony Abbott. If that's what a friend of science looks like, I would hate to see what an acquaintance of science looks like, let alone an enemy. Wi-Fi, polymer currency, AeroGuard. We've led the world in the past. What is the aspiring scientist growing up in Australia today meant to make of all this? I'll be seeking more information at estimates next week because when it comes to science, there are those who pay lip service to Australia's proud scientific record of scientific discovery and those who work to defend it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blythe, you have the call.
Thank you. Migrant communities like mine understand the promise of Australia because we have lived it. My family, who arrived here from India, Burma and England, with little more than determination, built lives, businesses and futures anchored in stability that this country once took for granted. My own maternal family could only come here because the White Australia policy was abolished by the Holt government and finally dismantled under Whitlam and Fraser. That moment did not weaken Australia, it strengthened it. It opened the door to people who worked hard, played by the rules and made this country better. That stability depends on an immigration system that is orderly, fair, transparent and centred on the national interest. The hard truth is that the current system is failing to meet that standard. It is too large, too chaotic and too vulnerable to exploitation by universities, labour hire operators and those who see migration as a nation-building project, but as a commercial product. When migration becomes a volume business rather than a values-based program, Pressure falls hardest on the communities who welcomed newcomers first. Migrant suburbs where housing is already strained, schools are crowded and job competition is real. People who have journeyed across the world to make Australia home know better than most that citizenship is something earned, not purchased. They understand the value of secure borders, clear expectations, and a program that prioritises contribution, cohesion, and capacity over raw numbers. They know that rapid, unmanaged growth risks social fragmentation, wage suppression, and reduced trust between communities who should be standing together. This is the task before this Parliament, and migrant communities expect us to get this right.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today we have seen a betrayal of Australian workers. Labor and the Greens, in their coalition, have stitched up a dirty backroom deal and sacrificed our forestry industry because they want to ram through legislation with as little scrutiny as possible. And we know this is what they're doing. We know it's about shutting down a lawful, sustainable industry to keep the Greens happy because the Greens are boasting about it in their press releases and they're boasting about it in the chamber. Timber workers, mill operators, truckies, contractors and whole timber communities have been treated as expendable. Forestry supports thousands of Australian jobs and provides the timber we need to build homes. It's a renewable, tightly regulated and essential industry to our housing supply, but Labor has decided those jobs and those communities and the timber that they provides is collateral damage in their rush to do a deal with the Greens. And it's not just the forestry industry that is in the firing line, because this is not just about saving trees, it's about making it harder for Aussies who actually do the work in timber, in mining, in fishing, on farms, in factories and on building sites. And if you wear steel caps or high-vis to work, this legislation is going to hit you. This deal will push up the cost of building materials, tighten housing supply and make it harder to open and expand projects that actually produce things. And at the same time, Labor and Greens are rolling out the red carpet for foreign-owned solar and wind companies to cover prime agricultural land with panels and wind turbines contaminated with asbestos. They're showing a blatant disregard to local communities. And so One Nation will not support this rush legislation. We'll stand with the workers who keep this country going. We'll stand for real jobs, real industries and regional communities, because Labor and the Greens, they'll talk to each other, they'll do their deals, but they won't speak for working Australians. One Nation will.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Have you ever wondered why primary schools need to host Bunnings sausage sizzles? It is because of government failure. But it's okay, our kids are used to being tossed aside and monetised by the time they reach primary school. We have let the for-profit childcare sector turn our early learning into a money-making machine for domestic and foreign corporations. Then our kids roll up to underfunded primary schools, while this government refuses to tax our coal and gas exports to pay for the things that we need. Sorry, teachers, no pay rise again this year. The government's already handed that money over to the likes of Woodside. And while teachers are doing $11.5 billion in unpaid work to keep schools functioning, most of them still pay more tax than big fossil fuel giants. It's outrageous. And if our kids make it through school without a gambling addiction due to this government's inability to regulate gambling advertising while taking donations from Sportsbet and Tabcorp, they might make it to uni where government starts paying attention because, well, they can make money off uni students. Hey, $50,000 bachelor degrees are completely reasonable, kids. Education isn't free anymore. But our uni students are doing an important and patriotic job for this Labor government. They're giving the government more money from their student debt payments than the government collects from the Petroleum Resources Rent Tax. Which is great because students can afford it and we wouldn't want to burden those innovative startups like BHP and Chevron and Santos, would we? This government is selling out our kids for their big corporate buddies and political donors. Make no mistake about it. Our kids' early education should not be monetised. We shouldn't need to fundraise for our primary schools, at our primary schools. Uni shouldn't be a debt sentence. We should ban corporate donations, make the big corporations pay and the billionaires pay their fair share and make education free, accessible and high quality from early learning all the way through to university.
Time has expired. Senator Alderman Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In September, the Prime Minister wrote to the state's health ministers telling them that they needed to cut spending on public hospitals. Is he serious? States and territories are trying to get the government to keep their promise of extra hospital funding, but instead the PM is issuing ultimatums. Has the Prime Minister told the states which hospital department he'd like to see cut back? Maybe emergency departments? Maternity wards, intensive care? Labor and Liberal premiers across the country are urging the government to increase hospital funding, in part to help people in need of aged and disability care. There are over 3,500 people stranded in hospital beds right now who aren't actually sick. They are just waiting on long-term care. And there are 200,000 older Australians waiting on aged care, often for up to a year or more. Why? Because rather than ensuring that every older Australian who needs help at home can get it, Labor and coalition governments have capped the number of aged care packages. If Nonna needs some help at home with a shower or to take her medication or to eat a proper meal, Labor says, too bad, get in the queue. So what does she do? She ends up in the only place where she ultimately can get help, and that's in hospital. That's Labor's decision, not the state's. If the Prime Minister wants savings, he can start by ending the rationing of aged care. Give our older people the dignity that they deserve and support their need to stay at home. This is a wealthy country, and the Greens believe that means everyone should get access to the health care that they need. And the Greens will continue to fight so that every older Australian gets timely access to care at the time that they need it.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. Today is the third day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This year, UN Women's Campaign focuses on digital safety with a powerful message: no excuse for online abuse. Women fleeing domestic violence are now often followed by digital violence. Artificial intelligence is now also being weaponised against women and girls, fuelling image-based abuse through deepfakes. Research shows that 90 to 95% of all online deepfakes are non-consensual pornographic images, and nearly 90% depict women. These acts are not just violations of privacy, they are violations of dignity. This culture of impunity must end. Deepfake technology takes this abuse further. With a photo and a click, anyone can be turned into a victim. Together, we must demand accountability for tech platforms. I am pleased that the eSafety Commissioner is demanding tech companies shut down Nudify sites, and our government is protecting children through the social media ban.
Thank you, Senator Walker. It's now question time, and I will call Senator Sharma.
Thanks, President. My question's to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Monthly inflation figures out yesterday show that inflation is again out of control and firmly above the Reserve Bank's target band, both in underlying terms and the headline rate. Penelope Smith, the head of the International Department at the Reserve Bank, said in a speech yesterday, factors that could push neutral rates higher include growing fiscal deficits. Minister, is the Reserve Bank right or wrong?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Just didn't hear the quote you read out. Sorry, there was just a bit about the noise.
Can we just be really, really quiet? Would you mind just repeating the quote? Thank you, Senator
Sure.
Sharma.
I was quoting Penelope Smith, head of the International Department at the Reserve Bank, who said in a speech yesterday, factors that could push neutral rates higher include growing fiscal deficits. Minister, is the Reserve Bank right or wrong?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
And I appreciate that, Senator Sharma, in terms of repeating that part of the question. Well, I think we've always accepted that the government has a role to play in partnership with the Reserve Bank to ensure that inflation is heading down from when we were elected and getting it back into band, and part of that is getting the budget in better shape. And that's why our two surpluses, our getting the debt down, interest on debt down, reducing the deficits. I mean, we've seen the most substantial turnaround in the UCB in a positive way since we came to government. on record, and I know those opposite want to ignore all of those facts. We know that you didn't promise a surplus and then never delivered one. We have, and we have halved the deficit, and we are doing the hard work in ensuring we're getting the budget in much better shape, and at the same time assisting households and Australians with cost of living help. And we've done that. At the same time, we've repaired the budget, and we are conscious of the role that we play in governments, in our decisions on our budget. But we are proud of the record of getting the budget in better shape and providing assistance to households during periods when inflation was higher than we'd like, for longer than we would like. And we know that the job is not done. We know that there is more to do, and this government will do it. We will take the same approach we took in our first term, which is to look for savings where we can, reprioritise across the budget. If we get upward revisions to revenue, that we use that to improve pay down debt and improve the interest burden on that debt. All of that matters, and that's why we've taken that approach when taking our decisions. But we didn't have the same approach that those opposite had at the election, which was to slash and burn and hurt everyday Australians with their cuts.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sharma, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the Challenger chief economist and former RBA official Jonathan Kearns said yesterday, 2 factors mean the RBA is unlikely to be able to deliver 2.5% inflation with a cash rate at its current level. First, financing conditions remain easy. Second, fiscal policy continues to provide some stimulus. The RBA needs to offset the stimulus from these 2 factors, and so a further cut is looking very unlikely. Minister, isn't it clear your policies are contributing to interest rate rises?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed the end bit of that question, but I think I got the feeling of where you were going with that. The government has shown enormous fiscal discipline in the settings that we have in making sure that the decisions we take do not make the Reserve Bank's job harder. But we do not believe that the approach that those opposite took to the election, which was higher taxes and significant cuts on the budget, cuts to Medicare, cuts to pensions, a whole range of areas. Every time, Senator Ruston, every time you criticise excessive spending, what you are talking about is the indexation of pensions. It's around Medicare. Well, that is the figures that you use, and you used them all through the election campaign when you cited the spending you were concerned about. That is what it related to. And we hold you to account, and we are conscious of the role that we play, including supporting Australians during periods of higher inflation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Henderson, withdraw.
I withdraw.
And Senator Ruston, I believe you need to withdraw as well.
Correcting the record.
Senator Ruston.
To assist the chamber, of course I will withdraw, but I still think the minister should perhaps correct the record.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston, thank you. Senator Sharma, second supplementary.
Minister, EY Chief Economist Cheryl Murphy said yesterday in response to the inflation figures, if the re-acceleration in inflation is sustained over coming months, interest rate hikes are more likely than cuts in 2026. Do you agree with this assessment?
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I listen to a lot of economists, including many that are reported in the paper today, and unsurprising to the chamber, there are different views. I will leave the commentary to others, and I leave the decisions about whether the decisions the Reserve Bank makes to the Reserve Bank. That is their responsibility, and they are independent of government. Our job is to get the budget in better shape, to pay down debt where we can, to return revenue to the budget, and to ensure that services are being delivered in an efficient and effective way at the same time as delivering on our election commitments and making sure that we are supporting households. That is what we've done in the first 3 years, and we will continue that approach.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sterle.
President, my question is to the most magnificent minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yeah, I know. On this final Senate sitting date of 2025, It's an appropriate time to reflect on the year that was. At the election in May, the Albanese Labor government recommitted to delivering for Australians, to ensure no one is held back and no one is left behind. Minister, how has the government been delivering its ambitious agenda?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister
Listen
Wong.
up.
Senator Sterle for that question, and Senator Sterle knows the answer because it is something that he has done all of his political life and as a trade unionist, and the answer is, of course, what we have been doing is delivering for Australians. Delivering for Australians, and what better example today, example than the announcement today as to the agreement to reform environmental laws, not only to protect our environment for future generations, but to speed up decision-making for projects in national priority areas like housing, renewables and critical minerals. And I want to pay tribute to Senator Watt for his tremendous work. President, this is what serious government looks like. Serious government looks like recognising what Australia needs and delivering it. And we've made real economic progress. But we know that Australians are still feeling cost of living pressures, and which is why this government continues to deliver responsible cost of living relief before the election in the form of tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, and more to come, delivering cheaper medicines, more bulk billing and energy bill relief. We're cutting student debt like we said we would, and in fact 1.5 million Australians will have their student debt cut by 20% today. And we're making medicines even cheaper, capping the price of a PBS script at $25, $7.70 for pensioners and concession card holders from January 1st. And of course, we are further strengthening Medicare, the largest ever investment since it was established, with more bulk billing for more Australians, opening more urgent care clinics across the country so more Australians can get free, quality care when they need it. Our #1 focus on this side of the chamber continues to be delivering cost of living relief for the Australian people. That is the focus of the Labor government.
Minister. Senator Sterle, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. And to you too, Minister Megawatt. A central focus of the Albanese Labor government has been to continue to deliver cost of living relief to Australians. What progress has the government made, and has there been support across the parliament for our cost of living measures?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Wong.
Australians deserve a government that is focused on what makes a difference to their lives, like cost of living, and that's what we have spent 2025 doing. That's what we have done. That's what we've been focused on prior to the election, and we have continued to deliver since the election. Meanwhile, those opposite have opposed almost every cost of living measure this government has put forward. The only thing they have managed to promise in this last 12 months is higher taxes. And of course they could not even negotiate on these important environmental reforms because that would require them to take time out from their favourite pastime of fighting amongst themselves. It wasn't even clear who would be their lead negotiator. And we couldn't wait for months for another Liberal Party review so they could come up with a position with which some of them might agree. There is no coalition to negotiate with, a coalition in name only.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sterle, second supplementary.
Yes, thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government has spent this year delivering for Australians and providing the strong, stable leadership Australians expect and deserve. What progress is the government making to build Australia's future, and what threats stand in the way?
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Thank you, President. Well, we are building Australia's future. We are delivering cost of living relief. We are strengthening Medicare. We are building more homes. We are investing in reliable and affordable energy, and we are taking action on climate change. We are focused on delivering for all Australians. But what we see opposite is actually not a serious opposition. You see, they no longer represent nor understand what most Australians want. They insist on chasing the political fringes, trying to outflank one nation, Mr Joyce already having jumped ship, and of those left in the coalition, we see a bevy of leadership contenders. We see Ms Lee, Mr Hastie, Mr Taylor, Ms McIntosh, maybe even Mr Wilson. maybe even Mr Wilson. What we know, they have no clear plan for Australians, and they are trying to drag their country to where their internal party arguments have taken them. We will focus on workers.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, yesterday Minister Ayres couldn't tell the Senate how much your government's role in the pre-COP next year will cost Australians. Can you confirm how much it will cost Australian taxpayers?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for the question. And I did listen very closely to Senator Ayres' excellent responses to questions that he received yesterday. We're disappointed not to be bringing the world to Adelaide, but we think the agreement reached was a sensible one, one that reflects the importance of bringing the world's leaders to the Pacific so that they can see firsthand what some of the Pacific Island leaders and communities are so concerned about in their response to climate change. Thank you, Senator Ruston. I don't need your instruction about how to answer a question. The question was on COP and I am answering. I am answering and I am relevant to COP. Thank you. Thank you. Australia, in partnership with the Pacific, will set the agenda for and preside over a special pre-COP for leaders and others in the Pacific in 2026, which, as I said, will give the world an opportunity to see the Pacific climate impacts and solutions firsthand. And this was an important part of our advocacy around COP31, was our advocacy
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. The Minister has been attempting to answer for more than a minute and she's going nowhere near the question. The point of order is direct relevance. My question was, how much will the pre-COP cost Australian taxpayers?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. And you also referred to questions asked of Minister Ayres yesterday. So I think the Minister is being relevant and I will continue to listen carefully to her responses. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'm unsurprised that this is a new line of attack on climate from the opposition. We understand that. Well, pretend you're doing something else, Senator Ruston, if it helps you sleep at night. I'm sure you argue very strongly for net zero. Don't walk away. We saw the result of that. We haven't ever seen a quieter Senator Bragg in the last sitting week than we've seen. Apparently he got everything he wanted. We feel for you. In relation to costs, they will be determined in the usual way, as you would expect, just as costs of climate through our disaster relief fund and all the resources we put into that are dealt with in the expired.
Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, has Mr Bowen briefed you on what next year's pre-COP will cost Australian taxpayers?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
The thing about how this government works is that we work together and we talk all the time. And we talk about what's in the nation's interest. We have meetings, we have structured processes, we have decision-making, unlike those opposite who do all of their briefings on Sky News and who trip over each other, presumably in the corridor, in order to get their slot.
Sorry, Senator Chandler. Minister, please resume your seat. Senator, order. I'm waiting. Senator Chandler's on her feet. Senator Chandler.
The point of order once again is direct relevance. That was a very short, tight question. All we need to know is whether Mr Bowen has briefed this minister.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister Gallagher.
And we're really proud of the role that Minister Bowen played in Brazil. We're very proud of the role that he has secured as President of negotiations and the advocacy he provided on behalf of Australia and the Pacific. And we think it is in the world's interests to continue the discussions and to bring the world's attention to what's happening in the Pacific. Unsurprising from those opposite who made a joke about how water lapped at the sides of some of these nations, that they would be taking the view that they currently are on this important matter to our Pacific friends.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. While Australian taxpayers and businesses suffer with skyrocketing power prices under this government's failing net zero plan, Minister, why is your government so focused on grandstanding at the COP and the United Nations?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I did notice actually, I saw it reported somewhere that the Shadow Treasurer admitted yesterday that there were costs associated with the energy transition and that there would be costs under the coalition's approach, although we don't fully understand what that might be. This government believes in This government believes in climate change. We believe that it is real, that it is having an impact, that it is having an impact in the Pacific, and that we should be part of the global discussions about how to manage and reduce the effects that climate change is having. We accept that you over there don't believe in it and don't think you should do anything about it. And do you know why we know that is a real feeling? Because we saw it on display in the 10 years you had to actually respond to some of the energy challenges in this country. When all those coal-fired power stations said that they were going to close, what did? You turned your back and you walked the other way and you did nothing. This government responds and we deal with things in the national interest.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Wong. Minister, the federal government, and specifically your department, the Department of Foreign Affairs, was made aware of serious evidence of corrupt payments to senior Nauru officials, including the current and former president of Nauru, by Austrac. So how on earth did your government then sign a $2.5 billion secret deal with a government that you knew to be corrupt?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. First, I'd make the point that actually the MOU, I think, was negotiated by the Home Affairs Department. What I would say is we have zero tolerance for corruption, but unlike you, Senator, I will not comment on the contents or nature of classified Austrac reporting.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Zero tolerance, huh? Is it because you know the current Nauruan government is so corrupt that your government has sought to hide every detail of this $2.5 billion deal from the Australian public, hiding the MOU, hiding even the speech the Nauruan president put on his Facebook page? Is your response to corruption, as we see again today, to hide it from the public?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
I think those questions should be addressed to, as I said, you've addressed me as Foreign Minister. I don't believe the MOU discussion is in the portfolio of the Foreign Ministry.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, second supplementary.
Well, Minister, that says it all, doesn't it? Yeah. Reporting in the Sydney Morning Herald today found that your government has been indirectly funding the criminal bikie gang, the Finks, through dodgy contractors like MA Services, both in Nauru and even in the NAC here, guarding the NAC apparently. Why hasn't your government, why haven't you taken action to stop these contracts, or is giving Australian public money to bikie gangs now Labor policy?
Minister Wong.
Senator, I refer to my very first answer. Australian expectations about...
I'm sorry, Senator Wong, please resume your seat. There's a three-way conversation going on across the chamber when the minister is answering the question. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. I refer you to my my first answer, Senator, and I would also say to you that Australian government expectations about the use of Australian government funds are clear and are...
Oh, sorry, Senator Shoebridge. Just wait, Senator Shoebridge.
The minister is not being relevant to my question here, which is about bikie gang payments, which were not covered by the Austrac, but indeed covered by the SMH reporting. The minister knows that and is trying to avoid the question.
Senator Shoebridge, 3 times I called you. You are answering a question. The minister is being relevant to the question. Have you Minister, did you want to make a further contribution?
Yes, I did. I again would say Australian government expectations about the appropriate use of Australian government funding is something we apply across government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland. Senator Shoebridge, we have moved on. Order. Minister Wong.
The disrespect that is being shown by Senator Shoebridge to you, President, is disgraceful. He should withdraw that.
Senator Shoebridge, you've been invited by Minister Wong to withdraw those comments.
Yeah, I withdraw them, President.
Sorry? Thank you.
I withdraw them. I withdraw them, President, is what I said.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Women and Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Today's release of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency's Gender Equality Scorecard is a timely reminder of why closing the gender pay gap matters for fairness and economic growth. Equal pay strengthens families, it boosts productivity and it lifts living standards. What do the latest figures reveal about progress, and how are the Albanese Labor government's reforms helping to deliver better outcomes for women and the economy?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Mulholland for the question and for her ongoing interest in women's equality or gender equality and the gender pay gap. The report today from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency's use of data shows that the gender pay gap continues to narrow, dropping to 21.1%, down from 28.8%. This report does include CEO and manager pay and captures total remuneration for workers in private sector firms with 100 or more employees. The median gender pay gap is down to 16.4% from 18.3%, the biggest drop since median pay gaps have been reported. Now, this progress follows significant reform by our government to introduce gender pay gap reporting at the employer level, bringing transparency and accountability to the gender pay gap conversation. And from next year, employers with 500 or more employees will need to set targets for gender equality in their workplace, driving faster change. There are some promising signs reported in this year's scorecard. More men are taking paid parental leave, with men representing 20% of all employees who took primary carer parental leave, which is a great result. The scorecard also shows that 99% of employers have a policy to prevent sexual harassment, following reforms by our government to implement the Respect at Work recommendations. Employers are also advancing gender equality by adopting flexible work arrangements, especially for managers, continuing to review gender pay gaps. There is still work to do. Progress to improve gender balance on governing boards is too slow, with nearly a quarter of all governing boards having no women on them at all. And the scorecard also shows that discretionary payments such as performance bonuses, allowances and overtime are driving up the gender pay gap, with men on average earning 60% more than women through such payments.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
There's been some great progress achieved to date, and just like narrowing the gender pay gap, the strength of our economy depends on secure jobs and fair wages. How are the latest jobs and wages figures reflecting the Albanese Labor government's broader economic plan, and what do they mean for sustaining growth and lifting living standards across the country?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Mulholland for that supplementary. And as Senator Mulholland touched on, driving women's economic equality has been a key priority for our government. That means lifting wages and closing gaps where we see them, including in pay, but also in super. And we've done a lot of work, and I acknowledge Senator McAllister, who, when we first came to this place, did a very significant piece of work around the inequality when it comes to women's superannuation. Labor's tax cuts also, when we ensured that women taxpayers were 90% better off under our arrangements, and of course reforming the low-income super tax offset to support lower income women to save more for their retirement. We've introduced payday super again to ensure that people get their super earlier, and that will assist closing that gap as well. And it has, of course, joined with our broader focus on driving wages and making we're getting wages moving again.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
This year, we have already seen a strengthening economy with a narrowing of the gender pay gap, record employment and rising wages across the economy. How do these results position Australia for the year ahead? And why is it critical to maintain these gains for families and for businesses, especially in the face of those who would take a different approach?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Mulholland, for that question. Thank you, President. We are delivering more real, practical and ongoing help with the cost of living to all Australians, and much of that has been opposed by the Coalition, including our pay rise for minimum and award wage workers, a superannuation guarantee to 12%, looking at paid parental leave, our boost to Medicare, our expanded bulk billing, our cutting student debt, and many students will be getting those, and former students will be getting those text messages rolling out now, and opening another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics. This has all been part of how we've not only focusing on wages and focusing on women's economic equality, but also ensuring that other things like services and structural changes, including for paying super on PPL, are being made to continue to show that we are trying to make things easier for people and closing women's economic inequality at the same time.
Thank you, Minister. I am informed that Senator Thorpe has given her question to Senator David Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator Farrell. Minister, the Parliament passed 355 bills in the last Parliament, the 47th Parliament. There are 100 bills in front of the current Parliament. I think there's 16 bills alone in this afternoon's guillotine. None of those bills deal with banning gambling advertising, which was a recommendation over 2 years ago by the Murphy report. And so I'm interested, Minister, given we've had so much time for all these other things, when will the government actually get round to introducing legislation that bans all gambling ads over 3 years in line with a recommendation from the Murphy report?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Senator, I may have misheard you. I thought you directed that to Senator Gallagher. It is Senator Farrell. You may have done that.
Yeah, I understood Senator Farrell. Senator Farrell.
Thank you, President, and I also understood it to me. And thank Senator Pocock for his question on the issue of online gambling. I think it's important that we put into perspective the work that the Albanese government has done in the gambling space since we came to office in 2022, and I think it's fair to say that this government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, including launching the Bet Stop and banning the use of credit cards for online wagering. The Minister has had several meetings with the harm reduction advocates, broadcasters and sporting codes as we, as a government, seek to make further minimisation of the harms associated with gambling. In other words, we are seeking to engage all of the stakeholders who have an interest in this issue in order to make further progress. So we've made progress. We're engaging with the stakeholders to make further progress. The Minister for Social Services and the Communications Minister are determined to continue the work of previous ministers in this space. Both the relevant ministers understand that there is more work to be done, Senator Pocock, and they've set about the process of ensuring that process continues and comes to a finalisation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, gambling ads have so normalised gambling amongst young Australians. I had a father write in saying that his 16-year-old son had set up a sports betting account, lost $20,000, and now him and his wife are having to sleep on his son's floor because he's suicidal. And so I'm just wondering why your laundry list of things that you and other ministers read out, haven't avoided this sort of harm, given we know it's such a challenge in our communities?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Pocock. And obviously the circumstances that you've just outlined are tragic, and nobody would want that to happen in their family. I can only reiterate, Senator Pocock, that progress has been made already in limiting gambling, online gambling in particular, by this government. And as I said in my previous answer, we're working with all the stakeholders to come up with a solution to this issue and provide fresh legislation to continue the good work that has already been done.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Minister. Minister, we've seen online gambling increase over the last 12 months, which kind of flies in the face of what you're saying. And I'm really interested. We have these awful harms happening in communities across the country. You have a landmark report that laid out how to treat this as a public health issue with recommendations. Why is the government not implementing the Murphy report?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
President, and thank Senator Pocock for his second supplementary question. Look, progress is being made. Can I just give you a few facts in this space, Senator Pocock? BetStop has officially reached over 50,000 registrations. In fact, the figure is 51,079, 39% of whom have chosen a lifetime ban. There's 32,610 of these are active exclusions. Around 4 in 5 people who have registered for self-exclusion.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President, just on relevance, the Murphy report didn't recommend BetStop. I'm specifically asking about the recommendations of the Murphy report.
Yes, and the Minister is being relevant, and I will draw him to the Murphy report, but he is talking generally about what the government has done. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Around 4 in 5 people who have registered for self-exclusion have since experienced a better overall quality of life.
Minister Farrell.
Sorry,
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President. Maybe I'll try that again. Just on direct relevance then, BetStop was not part of the Murphy report. I'm really interested in the Murphy report and when that will be implemented.
Thank you. I will continue to listen carefully, and if necessary, I'll draw the Minister to your question. Minister
Thank you, President. Look, we have made progress in this space, Senator Pocock. We've banned the use of credit cards for online wagering. We've forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses. We've provided
thank you, Minister Farrell. The time for answering has expired. Senator Kovacic.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Reports today say the Housing Minister, quote, read the riot act to Housing Australia bureaucrats. The HAF scoreboard is not good. It has bought 889 homes, built none, and in some cases is spending $1.3 million per dwelling, almost 3 times the average Australian cost to build one, all while Housing Australia faces accusations of severe governance dysfunction. Will the government admit that it has lost control of its housing agency?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
The answer to the last part of that multifaceted question is no. What I would also say, Senator, as you know, this government is making it a priority to invest more in housing. I appreciate that has not been the position of the party of which you are a member, although you weren't a member of the relevant government. I would appreciate that you may not be aware of the history, but obviously we do have a housing affordability challenge in this country. It is regrettable that over many years of coalition governments there was not federal government involvement in increasing supply. We are determined to change that. 373 social and affordable houses you built in 9 years, Senator Henderson. 373 in 9 years. Why don't you stand up and defend 373 in 9 years? But I'm not going to let Senator Henderson disrupt your question, Senator Kovacic. The minister is very focused on...
Senator Henderson, I've called your name at least 4 times. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. The minister is very focused on making sure that we deliver our $43 billion housing plan as effectively and as efficiently as possible, and that is a good thing. That is a good thing for the country, that is a good thing for the economy, and it is a good thing for people seeking to own their own home.
I thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic, first supplementary.
Why does the Albanese government continue to disobey Senate orders to make the $24,000 report into the governance dysfunction at Housing Australia public? What is the government trying to hide?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Wong.
Senator, I'm not sure which of the many Senator Andrew Bragg OPDs you are referring to, but I can say we have received multiple OPDs from Senator Bragg. I can say that, frankly, I don't think he is utilising that mechanism of the Senate with any regard to, with any seriousness. I mean, when governments get requests that are due that day, I think he knows that we are not going to be. Senator Henson, I'm trying to answer the question.
Oh, here he is, Mr OPD.
Minister Wong. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. Point of order on relevance. The question was, when will the government comply with the order?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. The minister's being directly relevant to the question. Minister Wong, please continue.
I think I am being directly relevant. I do respect this institution, and I have used OPDs in opposition too, but what we see from the opposition, in particular the Senator Bragg, it's not a serious use of the Senate's powers. Because because you give us, you give us a day or less
time has expired.
To provide.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Kovacic.
The Albanese Labor government.
Second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is spending $60 billion to build fewer homes than the previous coalition government. Will the Albanese Labor government apologise?
Senator Kovacic, please resume your seat. Minister
I would really appreciate it if you could start that again. Your colleague, Senator Bragg, was obviously very keen to talk about himself, but I'd quite like to hear your question.
Thank you. Senator Kovacic, if you would start your question again, and we'll start the clock again. Thank you.
The Albanese Labor government is spending $60 billion to build fewer homes than the previous coalition government. Will the Albanese Labor government apologise to Australians for making the housing crisis worse than ever?
Order on my right. I've had Minister Wong on her feet because she couldn't hear an answer because of interjections. Senator Kovacic, have you finished the question? Thank you. Minister Wong.
Well, thank you, Senator. You know that statistic isn't true. I mean, the reality is you're comparing all houses built, including private construction, with what government is contributing to, and you know why the people who wrote that question don't want to compare what governments are supporting and what between your government and ours is because the coalition government wasn't interested in supporting more housing. I mean, let's be clear. Now, what we have been really very clear about is that we are delivering homes, building more homes and making it easier for first home buyers. We are cutting red tape. We are making it easier for builders to get on with a job. We are delivering social and affordable homes, and we are delivering homes for first... Senator?
Senator Ruston, even though they're quiet interjections, I can still hear them, and so can the minister. Minister Wong.
We know that those opposite has had a decade in office, and they built 373 social and affordable homes. We have over 5,000 have been completed under Commonwealth programs.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Minister Gallagher. Minister, at the last sitting week, I put it to you that Labor was putting young people at the risk of mortgage stress with the 5% deposit scheme, given all the economic indicators pointing to a rate hike. Well, the economists agree with me after the latest disastrous inflation numbers driven by housing.
Order.
Now they're saying up to 2 rate rises in 2026, just in time for Labor to start cutting jobs. Will Labor now accept that they have put
Senator
people,
Ayres,
especially young people, at risk of mortgage stress with the housing Ponzi scheme?
Thank you, Senator Whittam. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator for the question. And this government's very proud of the housing policies that we've put in place in order to deal with the challenges on housing supply because of, again, what we inherited from those opposite after a decade of ignoring housing, having nothing to do, nothing to say, allowing housing affordability to be ignored.
Please resume your seat, Senator. Senator Bragg, I don't think I need to have to call a whole list. You're not in a debate with me. You are not in a debate with me. There's been a number of interjections across the chamber from the left. You need to listen respectfully and quietly. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I'm sure the senator has read the Treasury modelling and the Treasury evidence around the 5% deposits. But we don't apologise for looking at every
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. I'll remind the chamber that this is a question from Senator Whittam, and the interjections from the opposition are disorderly and rude to Senator Whittam. He has the right to have his answer heard in silence. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And probably relevant for this discussion as well is construction cost inflation has fallen under this government from a high under the coalition when it was running at annually 17%, has now fallen to 2.1% under Labor. There are more first-home buyers under Labor. We've directly helped 197,000 Australians into home ownership sooner, 3 times more than the former government. Housing approvals are up 15% compared to a year ago, with townhouses and apartments up 55% compared to a year ago. New home starts are up. New dwelling commencements were up 9.2% in the March quarter, and overall, over 520,000 new homes have been built under the Labor government. This includes more than 5,000 social and affordable homes delivered under the federal government investment, compared to how many? 373 over a decade by those opposite, because they didn't care about social and affordable housing. 373 over a decade. That is the progress we are making. We will use every lever available to us to ensure that everyone has access to a secure and sustainable housing.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. We all remember the GFC. We all remember the destruction that was brought down on the world economy by subprime lending. Now APRA has had to step in. For the first time, they have had to introduce debt-to-income limits on lending to slow down the issuing of high-risk debt that is being pumped by Labor. Does Labor accept that APRA's actions are a result of Labor pushing high-risk subprime lending on Australia's most vulnerable borrowers?
Thank you, Senator Whittam. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we support the responsible lending obligations and have been part of arguing, including post the period of time that you talk about through the global financial crisis, to make sure that those obligations by lenders are in place. We think, and we have a strong, well-run banking system in this country. The banks take and the lenders take their obligations seriously around ensuring responsible lending, and that's an important part of their responsibility as regulators. Our job is to make sure that we're doing what we need to do under the policy arrangements that we have on our housing agenda to make sure that all those arrangements are in order. We believe they are, and I commend the work of the Housing Minister, Minister O'Neill, for all the effort and energy that she brings to this portfolio, which, as we said, had been ignored for 10 years under those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. APRA has had to put the brakes on Labor's subprime lending scheme.
I'm sorry. Order across the chamber. Senator Whitten, could you start again, and I'll ask that the clock be set again.
Thank you.
Order. Order. Minister Wong, I've asked the senator to start his question again. Order. Senator Whitten.
APRA has had to put the brakes on Labor's subprime lending scheme. Inflation is rocketing. Economists are seeing rate rises in the future. Labor has lured into a hyperinflated housing market, taking out mega mortgages based on Labor's false promises of outlandish predictions. Has Labor modelled the default rates on the 5% loan scheme for 2 rate rises in 26, and how much will this cost the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Gallagher. Senator Watt. Senator Watt.
The opinion leaders.
Order on my right. Order. Minister Wong. Minister Wong, I have Senator Gallagher on her feet. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I reject the assertions that have been put in the question, so I make that clear. In relation to do we essentially work with the banks and understand what's happening in the housing market? Yes, we do. And I think if you look at some of the comments that the bank CEOs have made to the House Standing Committee just a week ago, they've made comments in this regard, including that they, if I look at the Westpac CEO, I don't think the first home buyer scheme is driving housing prices. And from the CEO of CBA, I know Treasury has done some...
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
President, if Senator Bragg can't contain himself, perhaps he should leave.
Well, I quite agree, Senator Wong. I called you to order. Senator Bragg, you've apologised, you've kept interjecting, you are answering me back now, which is, we're not in a debate. If you can't... Senator Colbeck. Senator Bragg, if you can't listen in silence, you can leave the chamber. Minister Gallagher, did you wish to continue?
Indeed. I should remind the chamber that lending rules and serviceability requirements remain the same under this scheme. 5% deposits help first home buyers get a home sooner and save tens of thousands in mortgage insurance. It does not increase how much a person can borrow, so I reject the question that was put.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh. Highly skilled educators are the backbone of our early learning system, and we know that their hard work delivers benefits for children that last well into their school years and beyond. But for too long, these educators have been underpaid, undervalued and overlooked. Can the Minister outline what the Albanese Labor government is doing to overcome this and ensure we retain hard-working, highly trained and experienced educators?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Grogan for her question. And I know that everyone on this side of the chamber, including Senator Grogan, values our nation's hard-working early childhood educators. Next Monday is a historic day for our nation's dedicated professional early educators, because this is when the second part of our 15% pay rise rolls out. It means an extra $160 a week in their pay packets. And when combined with our support for minimum wage rises, that's an extra $200 a week, all up. This is a game changer for this workforce. And I can say that I am proud to have represented early educators before entering Parliament with their union. And I'm proud to have stood with them as they advocated for the respect and the recognition that they deserve under 10 long years of Liberal governments who never listened and never acted. And I am proud to be part of an Albanese Labor government that has listened, that has acted and that is delivering this much-deserved 15% pay rise. This is a predominantly female workforce who for too long were asked to accept low wages for the love of caring for children. For too long, our dedicated early educators were underpaid and were undervalued by those opposite. And we are changing that because we know that love doesn't pay the bills. We know that traditionally female-dominated work, like education and care, is highly skilled work. We know it deserves to be valued in the community, valued by government and valued in the pay packets of our
Minister.
educators.
The time has expired. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, that's great to hear about that 5% pay rise next week. I think this side of the chamber we're all very excited about that. You've also spoken about the importance of the pay rise for early educators who are already feeling that relief in terms of cost of living. Can you please outline for us how the pay rise is stabilising the sector and what impact that's having on children and on their families?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Grogan. Well, when the Albanese Labor government first came to office, we inherited a sector which educators were leaving in droves, and that was because of a decade of coalition neglect, a decade of talking down this workforce, a decade of low wages by deliberate design. We inherited high vacancy rates, high burnout rates, and widespread casualisation. But since educators received the first 10% of their pay rise in December last year, we have seen this turn around. The number of educators is up. Vacancy rates are down. Educators are able to stay in the jobs that they love. And when educators can stay in their jobs, it means more stability for children, more stability for families and more stability for the sector that they
Thank you,
rely
Minister. The time
on.
for answering has expired. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. That's excellent news. We know that a quality, respected workforce is the foundation of a quality early education system, and the Albanese Labor government is delivering for these workers, as you've pointed out, with a well-deserved 15% pay rise. Could you take us through why the government has taken this approach to the early childhood workforce?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator. And we are delivering, and we have had to take this approach because, unfortunately, not everyone has always backed this vital workforce. When we announced our historic 15% pay rise, those opposite dismissed it as, I quote, a sugar hit, a sugar hit. Senator Canavan even called it a handout. On this side of the chamber, we know that our early childhood educators, they earned this pay rise. Families know that educators earned this pay rise. But those opposite don't believe that early childhood educators deserve a cent more. Those opposite left educators stranded and they left services stranded. That is their legacy on that side of the chamber. Educators tell me that they finally feel valued. And you can jeer all you like, Senator Canavan and your colleagues, but educators know who backs them.
Chair. Thank you. Time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Minister, new data released today shows that Australia is barely reducing its carbon emissions. They're slightly fallen to 437.5 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions for the 12 months to June 2025. Minister, when the government came to power over 3 years ago, annual emissions were 440.5 million tonnes. So in 3 years, the government has achieved an annual emissions run rate of just 1 million tonnes per year. During the last coalition government, emissions reduced at a rate of 13 million tonnes per year. So, Minister, why was the last Liberal National government able to cut emissions at a rate 13 times that you have, despite your promise to get to net zero by 2050?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, it's a tough day for those of our colleagues in the National Party. It's a tough day, and you know I know that what our opponents hope for and pray for is that they're hoping for a little bit of bad performance because nothing fills their hearts full of joy. Nothing fills their hearts full of joy than a bad outcome. But this is an unambiguously good outcome. This is an unambiguously good outcome. Now it is true. It is true that a bit like the opposition's approach to COVID accounting in a range of other areas, it is true that during that COVID period, that emissions in areas like transport declined. That is true. That is true. But what has happened here is an unambiguously good outcome, where the equivalent of our whole aviation sector in emissions terms,
Senator Canavan, you've asked your question.
has reduced. It is. I don't want to trigger anybody over there. It is, but it is an uptick in emissions performance, and that is a good thing. But I know that this question really is framed by the sort of politics of negativity and the politics, the sort of old fogey politics of hating on the science of climate change, hating on emissions reduction, really being absolutely focused on trying to talk national endeavour in these areas down, and by all means continue on that path.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Minister Ayres. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. To get to the government's target, Minister, of 62% emissions reduction by 2035, Australia must cut its emissions at an annual rate of 21 million tonnes per year for the next 10 years. Given the government's only been cutting emissions at a rate of 1 million tonnes per year, how is a 62% target realistic or affordable for Australians?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, in the year to June 2025, Australia's total emissions decreased by 10 megatonnes, or 2.2%. Our annual emissions are now 29% below 2005 levels. We've seen decreased electricity emissions, reflecting record renewables generation. What we are seeing is that's the thing.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan, Senator McDonald, come to order. Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres, please continue.
We've seen decreased emissions in agriculture, decreased emissions from industrial processes, decreased emissions in stationary energy, decreased fugitive emissions. I mean, these reflect the efforts not just of the Commonwealth Government but of industry to work hard to achieve these outcomes in the national interest.
Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
President, Minister, to get to net zero by 2050, Australia's required run rate for emissions reduction is 18 million tonnes per year. But the government's only been going at a current run rate of just 1 million tonnes per year. At that rate, we'll hit net zero in the year 2462. Minister, isn't it time to declare your innings on your failing net zero batting effort, given that even Travis Head couldn't lift a run rate this low? And let's face it, Chris Bowen ain't no Travis Head.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres. Order on my right. Senator Watts. Minister Ayres, I've called you.
Well, I don't want to overdo the cricket analogy, but you know, it's sort of like Johnny Bairstow wandering out the front of his crease, wandering around, and what's happened? Barnaby's gone. Barnaby's gone.
Where's Barnaby?
Like the National Party gone so far right? Stop.
Minister
Stop.
Ayres. Senator Henderson. Order. Order on my right. Order. Minister Watt. Senator Henderson.
Minister Watt, stop making faces at me, would you?
Senator Henderson, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. 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 Order on my right. Minister Watt. Minister Watt. Senator Henderson.
Order, President. Senator Watt just made a very inappropriate comment, which is unparliamentary. Could you please ask him to withdraw that?
Senator Henderson, I did not hear any inappropriate comments, but I know that Minister Watt, if he thinks he did make an inappropriate comment, would withdraw that.
I've been misrepresented before, so what I said is that Senator Henderson is setting the pace for the coalition, and I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
President, I would ask that when withdrawals are being made, that they be made unconditionally without commentary.
Well,
and I just
order.
And I would just ask that you bring the minister to order.
Senator Henderson, I invited the minister, if he made an unparliamentary comment, to withdraw it. He repeated, I think, the comment. I don't know, because I said to you, you're not in a debate with me. You are not in a debate with Senator Henderson. I will refuse to hear you any further if you keep speaking at me. You've made your point of order. I said at the outset of the point of order, I didn't hear anything unparliamentary. I think my record on pulling people up on unparliamentary behaviour speaks for itself. I invited the minister, if he made a comment, to withdraw it. He made a comment which was not unparliamentary. Let's move on. I'm going to invite Senator Ayres to continue his response. I remind him that he needs to address the chair.
Well, I have to confess I have, over the last couple of minutes, lost the thread of whatever the cricket question was over there, President. I just say, we have got a job to do. We have set targets. Australians have elected this government to deliver lower emissions, to build an electricity system that is modern and fit for purpose, to get Australian industry up and off the mat after a decade of disinvestment, of forcing business offshore. This is a government that's for manufacturing and for a modern electricity system.
Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I ask that further questions be placed on notice, and I also move that further time be allotted for the remaining stages of the bills listed in the motion agreed to earlier today as follows, commencing from 3:30 p.m. until 5 p.m. I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. There is, if the chatter across the chamber can cease, perhaps I can focus on my job and not make any further mistakes. It is a closure motion, my mistake. So I'll put the question again. So those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion to close the debate is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to put the motion as moved by Minister Wong, and I advise the chamber if further divisions are required, there will be 1-minute bells. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Ruston, are you seeking the call? Just a moment. Order. Senator Ruston, I'm not sure your microphone is on.
Okay.
I'll just check.
Okay.
Yes.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the motion, and I move that the time allotted for consideration of committee not be 5 o'clock but be replaced with 7:30 p.m.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Ruston.
In the name of the Leader of the Opposition, I suspend so much of standing orders as will prevent me from moving such a motion to enable me to amend this motion. And the reason I do that is because the reason that this motion has been amended from the 3:30 timeframe that was put on it, because quite clearly everybody in this place had decided that they wanted to go home tonight, but then they realised that actually they hadn't done and left themselves enough time to finish the dirty deal that they did with those down the end of the chamber. So they needed more time to get their paperwork in order. So we're not going to stand in the way of more scrutiny of this bill, which is the reason that we supported the motion that was put forward by Senator Wong to extend the time. But why can't we extend that time now till 7:30 and at least give us some chance for some level of proper scrutiny of this particular bill? Because we already know from all of the committees that there is absolutely no scrutiny has been able to be done on this bill. There's so much subordinated legislation that has had no scrutiny. At least give us the opportunity of another 2.5 hours over and above what the chamber has already agreed to, or do we still all want to get on the plane to go home tonight? Because this bill is not being determined by this chamber. Quite frankly, this bill has been determined in the Prime Minister's office. And to come in here and completely and utterly disregard this chamber so that we can end up with a deal that's been done in the Prime Minister's office overnight. Who knows what's been promised to the people at the other end of the chamber in order for this bill to pass. But we are not going to stand in the way of scrutiny. But I tell you what, we're also not going to allow the government and the Greens to get away with the fact that they did a dirty deal in the middle of the night, but they didn't cross their T's and dot their I's. And so what we find ourselves in here right now is having to have a motion moved for more time just so you can get your paperwork in order. Well, I think the Australian public deserve better on a bill of such significance that you actually might have got your act into gear. So who knows what else is being mucked up in this bill? We won't know because we're not allowed to scrutinise it. So here we are on Thursday afternoon of the last sitting week of the year. We've got a dirty deal done in the middle of the night. They've messed up their paperwork, they've failed to attend to the detail, they haven't done their administration, so they come in here and give us a little bit more time. Well, don't come in here and pretend like you're giving us more time for scrutiny. You're not, you're just fixing up a mistake of your own making. So if you're really genuine about applying a level of scrutiny and giving us more time, give us till 7:30. So I'll say to the Greens at the other end of the chamber, if you really are genuine about this, because I've heard Senator Hanson-Young talk very strongly about the importance of this bill, what's wrong with a little bit more scrutiny? Maybe we could stay here till 7:30 tonight, because no one's catching a plane home anyway. So why don't we actually do our job? Do our job that the people of Australia elected us to do. Come in here, scrutinise legislation and make sure we get to ask the questions of the government who have been secret throughout the entire process of these bills. We've got legislation that is so big you'd be lucky to high jump over it, and yet we've had no time for scrutiny. So this government's track record on scrutiny is obviously something that is to behold. Never before has there been a government that has lacked scrutiny the same way that this government does. But we will not have the Australian public believe that the government has come in here and allowed more time when, quite frankly, it is nothing more than fixing up their own mistakes. So I would say to the government, if you really are genuine about this, no one's going home tonight anyway, so why don't we all accept our responsibility as elected members of the Australian Parliament and allow some additional scrutiny? Because I can tell you, when I watched the interrogation of Minister Watt in the time during committee before we came in for question time, Minister Watt was filibustering his own bill to stop us asking questions. So if Minister Watt actually would be prepared not only to answer the questions but not to sit there and lecture everybody with a filibuster, maybe we could get some more answers about some of the things that are in this bill, some answers about what's intended, some answers about what the consequences are of this bill, instead of hiding behind the fact that you completely disregard this place. The deal was done in the Prime Minister's office. This chamber is not the chamber who has decided what the outcome of this really important suite of legislation is. It's the Prime Minister in his office, and I think it is incumbent on this government to allow more scrutiny and not just to hide behind the fact that you made a great big mess and now you're trying to fix it.
The time for debating has expired. Are you seeking the call, Senator Pocock? Yeah.
Thank you, President. I welcome this motion. Clearly, these are big changes that need scrutiny, and we're currently having amendments legislated as we speak and hurtle towards the guillotine. I have questions on offsets and how that system is going to work. Why we're replicating a system that has failed in New South Wales, has been called out by the auditor there. I've got questions about the ruling powers, the proposed national interest pathway, the knack trap, as has been described by a member in the other place, questions about net gain, questions about devolution of powers, and questions about standards, which we haven't seen yet. So I would welcome more scrutiny of these enormous changes. I welcome some of the amendments that are currently being circulated, but again would note for the Senate that as crossbenchers, we haven't had the drafting resources to actually get our own amendments drafted. I had 22 amendments submitted on Friday. We've had 6 done, and we've had the drafters say, "I'm sorry, we just don't have time." And so, they may not be supported, but I feel like as an elected representative of the ACT, it's my duty to actually listen to experts, listen to Canberrans, get those amendments drafted, in good faith put them to the Senate, be able to make my case in a second reading speech, which I haven't had the opportunity to do, which 20 other senators haven't had the opportunity to do. And I may disagree very strongly with some of the views in those second reading speeches, but isn't that how this chamber is meant to work? And so I welcome this additional time and would say to Senate colleagues, let's actually spend an extra couple of hours looking at this. Let's go through the detail. Let's think about what we're doing. Let's be able to vote on amendments with a clear idea of what they do, what they don't do, and what unintended consequences may actually be. And I think particularly when we haven't seen the Senate committee process actually report, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. And I would note in the over 100 submissions to the bill, looking through and getting someone to actually analyse them, I don't think there was a single submission that says we should pass this legislation as is. Everyone, every stakeholder had a view. Yes, potentially extremely divergent views on what the legislation should look like, but they had a view. And so I'm really concerned about the process today. No second readers. A deal that's done so hastily that they then have to extend committee of the whole so they can move their own amendments, I think kind of points out that from the start we probably should have had a bit of a different approach to this and some more scrutiny. So I really welcome this. You can say that it's easy for a senator for the ACT to say, but I care deeply about this, and Canberrans care very deeply about environmental laws. They want environmental laws that actually protect nature, that aren't just a thing where we can say, oh, we've done a great job, and then in 10 years' time we're looking back and going, what the hell did we do? What did we do? We missed a golden opportunity to actually reform our broken environmental laws, and we just simply patched it up, put a few little patches on and said, she'll be right, mate. We can do better than that. We should do better than that as a Senate. And so thank you. I hope that we do actually get a couple of extra hours from this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Colbeck.
And the fact that we're even having a debate at the government's instigation about additional time demonstrates how grubby this whole process has been. This is one of the most complex pieces of legislation that will come before this parliament. It affects industry from a whole range of perspectives. The government didn't allow even the committee process that this chamber decided on to be completed. There has been no proper scrutiny of the legislation by this chamber, which is this chamber's job. That process was scrapped by the grubby deal done overnight by Labor and the Greens. And the embarrassment that will continue out of the Labor Party's process is demonstrated already by the fact that they themselves have to extend time. They themselves have to extend time for the debate on the committee stage of this legislation. It is absolutely shameful that senators stand in this place to say that they haven't had the parliamentary resources to have their amendments for this legislation drafted. How shameful is that? And of course we know what sits behind that is that the Greens don't have theirs ready either, which is why we're standing here debating additional time and the government being put in the embarrassing situation of having to extend the time for the committee stage on this legislation. I have questions that I would have liked to ask during the committee stage before lunch with respect to the standards, particularly around the treatment of the forest industry, which is something that I've worked very closely with over a period of time. But the minister's response to questions and presentations made, submissions made as a part of the debate here, build the cat on the whole show. Labor are about the politics and the deal. They're not about looking after the environment. They're not about looking after Australian communities, and they're not about looking after people in our communities that rely on an effective piece of environmental legislation. They're all about the politics. Every time a coalition senator stood to make a contribution, the minister's response was all about the politics. And it's absolutely shameful that senators in this place would have to get up as a part of this extension debate to say that they are being told by officials of the Senate that they can't get their amendments drafted.
Shame.
How is that a proper process? How does the government, how do the Greens see that as a proper and reasonable process to pass one of the most important pieces of legislation that this parliament will pass? That senators cannot get their amendments drafted. That is a failure of this place, and it's a failure of the way the government is running this place. They should be ashamed. They're not. They think it's a joke. And that shows how much they respect this chamber, and it shows how much they respect the Australian people. They don't. It's all about the politics, and it's all about the deal. And you should all be ashamed. They should all be ashamed, President. This is a very important piece of legislation. It deserved the proper scrutiny that this parliament gave it through the committee process, which was to report at the end of March next year. What we are finding, and what industry is finding, and what those who are going to have to work with this legislation is, the more they look into it, the more problems we find. And this government is going to go through further embarrassment next year when they have to come back in with the EPBC Act reform bill, because they're going to have to fix up the mistakes that weren't dealt with right now, to their shame, to their embarrassment. Now, they'll treat it as a joke, they'll blame somebody else, but it's their bill, it's their dirty, grubby deal, and they should all be ashamed. But they should give this chamber enough time to debate it properly.
Your time has expired. If there are no further speakers, I will put the suspension motion. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Ruston to suspend be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Oh, you can't walk there. You can go back up the front. Yeah. order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I call the clerk.
Government Business Order for Day number 1, Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills, resumption in Committee of the Whole.
I'll just wait for the chair. Senator Brockman, I believe it's you in the chair.
Senators, a few moments to either resume their place or quietly leave the chamber if they're not planning to participate. The committee is considering the Environmental Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills and the amendments moved by Senator Ruston on sheet 3511. The question is that amendments 1 to 5, 7 to 9, 11 to 14, 18 and 19 be agreed to. Senator Pocock.
Got some questions. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've got some questions about standards. I'm interested if the government would commit to implementing the full suite of national environment standards that are listed in Professor Samuel's review prior to allowing for accreditation of any entity with assessment or approval powers under these reforms.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. While I'm on my feet, I might just acknowledge a number of high-profile and very committed people in the gallery, leaders of a number of Australia's peak environmental organisations. Thank you, of course, for your engagement through this process over a long period of time, and I hope that you can celebrate some of the big wins for the environment today that have come through your advocacy. Of course, in addition to the big wins for business, because remember, this is a balanced package. And I want to also acknowledge in the gallery the person who first argued for a balanced package, Professor Graham Samuel, whose review handed down over 5 years ago today really did lay the groundwork for what we've been able to achieve today. Professor Samuel, I really appreciate also the personal support you've provided to me through this process. You've been at hand any time that we've needed any of your advice, and I hope you feel really proud of what the Parliament will be achieving today as well. Senator Pocock, in terms of the national environmental standards, you're right that Professor Samuel's report did set out a number or recommended a number of standards, in fact provided draft standards for consideration. As I indicated this morning in the earlier committee stage, there are 2 standards that are now available for and open for consultation regarding matters of national environmental significance and environmental offsets. There will need to be a formal statutory consultation period regarding those standards, and I would anticipate that will commence in the new year. I also indicated in questions from Senator Hanson-Young that we are well advanced in the drafting of a First Nations engagement standard. We will also be preparing a community consultation standard, and as you've recognised, there are a range of other standards that Professor Samuel recommended that I would expect that we will be proceeding with all of them. To be honest with you, I've forgotten exactly what they are, but certainly in broad terms, we're also doing preparing one regarding data, environmental data and information. But I certainly, put it this way, I certainly haven't decided to not proceed with any of the recommended standards that Professor Samuel recommended.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate it. My question wasn't so much about standards, but whether or not you'll do the standards prior to allowing for accreditation of any entity with assessment or approval powers.
Minister.
I'm not really in a position to give that commitment today, Senator Pocock. I mean, we are committed to both preparing the standards as quickly as we can, noting that no minister has the power to create standards until these laws are passed. But Nevertheless, that's why we've got started on drafting a number of those standards, because we do want to create them as quickly as possible. And again, as I said this morning, they will be disallowable instruments, so there'll be an opportunity for the Senate to consider those as well. At the same time, we are committed to proceeding as quickly as we can with, for example, entering bilateral agreements with states and territories around the assessment and approval of projects, and also regarding the accreditation of a number of state and territory processes as well. So we want to get moving. I know there's been some people in the community, and I think Senator Pocock yourself have said that we shouldn't be rushing this, that we should take this into new year. We've got to get moving. Like poor Professor Samuel handed down his report 5 years ago. We don't want to take another 5 years, because in another 5 years there'll be another review of the Act. So we've got to get moving, and that's why we want to get moving as quickly as we can with as many aspects of these reforms as possible.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Will you at least confirm it's your intention to implement the standards prior to accrediting any entity with assessment, but more importantly, approval powers prior to allowing accreditation? And I mean, just to your point about the timeline, any time in the last Parliament you had a majority of crossbenchers who were urging the government to undertake environmental law reform that protected nature. So, yeah, I can see what you're saying with the criticism, but I don't think it's grounded, because you have a majority on the crossbench that has been urging you to do this. In fact, negotiate with your predecessor, and we all know how that went down at the final hour with the Prime Minister stepping in. So I think that's probably important to be on the record.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. And just in terms of the history of this, I mean, I will make the point that in the last term, when my predecessor and my good friend Minister Plibersek put the building blocks in place for these reforms, the Senate was a little bit different, and we didn't just need the Greens Party to pass these reforms. We needed the Greens Party and a collection of independents, and that made it somewhat more difficult to get things, rather than only requiring the support of either the Coalition or the Greens, but that's by the by. In answer to your question, as I say, I'm not going to give a commitment today that the standards will be finalised prior to any accreditations or bilateral agreements, but I think it would be reasonable to expect that it will take a number of months at best to finalise some of those processes and those bilateral agreements. We want to get, as I say, we want to get cracking as quickly as we can, but I think there's a very good chance that at least some of those standards will have commenced by the time we enter into such an agreement or accreditation processes take place.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I wanted to go back. We were having a conversation before the hard marker earlier about offsets, and you were saying that when small proponents potentially don't have the ability to play in that space and actually find like-for-like offsets, they can pay into the fund. You then said that potentially wouldn't be like-for-like, but there's the potential for much sort of more broad-scale conservation work. And so I was just interested if you could explain to us how will that work when you have fairly small but really significant impacts on critically endangered ecosystems, say temperate grasslands, boxgum woodlands, where we're down to like less than 1%, a couple of percent of what is left of these ecosystems. Say 50 or 100 hectares of that is damaged, is destroyed, someone pays into a fund. What guardrails are there in place to ensure that it's not 50,000 hectares of rangeland that are actually offset? Clearly very different species, and a bunch of species that probably aren't as threatened. How's the government going to work that one out?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Pocock. One of the other amendments that's being moved to the bill, which hasn't had quite as much attention in the media today, and I'll do my best to paraphrase it, amendment I'll come back to you on that. It's the one about the current restoration fund, the threatened species council has to be consulted. Can someone find me the amendment number? Yeah, sorry, Senator Pocock. We'll just try to dig out the amendment number. As I say, I'll be paraphrasing here, but in essence, what the amendment seeks to do is to allow the Threatened Species Council, Threatened Species Committee, Scientific Committee, gives them a role in establishing whether there are particular species that are so endangered that environmental offsets should not occur in the form of restoration fund payments, so that there would be a probably fairly small category of species that if an offset was required, then that would need to be delivered on a like-by-like project basis, as opposed to making a payment into the restoration fund. I'll come back to you with the amendment, and that will no doubt express it a lot more clearly and accurately than I have, but that's the general principle.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, will all critically endangered species be on that list?
Minister.
Thanks. Not necessarily, and I'm advised the amendment number is 3565.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, how can critically endangered species not be on that list? I'm interested how do you offset a critically endangered species, and if the government is, how are you going to work out the sort of exchange rate for that? You know, a swift parrot, what does that translate to in terms of betongs or phascogales or antechinus? How does that work?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President.
Not acting.
As I said, Senator Pocock, the intention is not to prevent payments into the Restoration Contributions Fund for every single critically endangered species. Sadly, that is a relatively long list in Australia, and and that's why it's a Labor government that's proposing reforms to our laws, which we'd really like you to support, Senator Pocock. And don't ever forget that it's Labor governments that actually deliver environmental reform. One of the points of these reforms, and Professor Samuel made this point in his report, was that one of the objectives of these reforms is to get away from the ongoing managing of decline in nature and shift the dial towards restoration of nature. So we do want to see critically endangered species recover. There's obviously a range of government policies, government investments that are directed towards that, and it's very pleasing to see that there are critically endangered species whose numbers are growing. Still not at the rate we'd like them to, but it's good to see that there are some critically endangered species that we're seeing a recovery, and we want to see more of that. So it's not the intention, and never has been the intention, to effectively rule out contributions to the Restoration Fund for every single critically endangered species. But the opportunity exists for the Threatened Species Scientific Committee to be providing advice to ministers, and again I'm paraphrasing what the amendment says, if there are species that in the judgment of that committee contributions to the Restoration Fund are not enough. You also asked how you would calculate this, and to my surprise, in taking on this role, as it stands, our department has developed effectively a calculator that proponents can use now to determine what their environmental offsets are required to be, and we will obviously need to adapt and upgrade that calculator in a way that determines what the financial contribution will be. But one of the really important things that we've done and committed to in that process is that there needs to be a net gain for the environment in that process. So, and again, this comes straight out of Professor Samuel's report, that rather than having the current system where environmental offsets need to deliver no net loss to the environment, we're actually lifting the requirement so that any environmental offsets deliver a net gain for the environment. So that calculator, as I was saying, needs to be adjusted to recognise that change. And in summary, what this means is that proponents, in some cases, would be able to make a financial contribution that delivers a net gain for the environment, so not the same, something better, and that would be possible for a range of species, but with the Threatened Species Scientific Committee having the ability to provide advice around particular species that opportunity should not arise.
I will share the call, Senator Pocock. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could the minister please give some comments for the record that relate to how regulations will need to be required, because we're talking about standards here. I'd like to know, so that it is clear, that there will be regulations that declare which standards will apply to relevant decisions, because obviously one of the things we need to make sure is that when there is an application, that of the various standards that you have outlined, and of course knowing that there could be new standards and inevitably will be new standards, because that's the whole purpose of this particular amendment to the Act, that the minister has the power to create a standard to ensure that there is a higher level of protection for threatened species or for the environment. Could you please confirm that you will require regulations to declare all core standards to apply to relevant decisions?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young, and obviously this is a matter that we've discussed over the last couple of days. As I recall, the short answer to your question is yes. That we would envisage that the two, if you like, core standards and potentially others, what I'm thinking of as the two core standards being the ones that we've got out for consultation at the moment, MNES offsets, but potentially other core standards such as First Nations engagement, would apply to all approval decisions. But I know that there has been some discussion about whether all the environmental standards should apply to every single assessment and approval decision. And while at first blush that may seem like a sensible thing to do, it may well be that over time we develop particular standards that are relevant to particular industries. So, for argument's sake, if we were to develop a standard specifically relating to the renewable energy sector, then it wouldn't really make a lot of sense for that to be taken into account if you're assessing a housing development. And so, the intention, therefore, is to, as I recall, it's to provide a regulation which sets out which standards apply to which kind of decisions, but certainly the intention would be to apply those core standards to all approval decisions, regardless of the sector.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Minister, could I ask in relation to the amendments that have been circulated by the Greens in relation to removing the land clearing exemption, could I ask you to commit to the chamber today that land clearing will indeed be a priority for the newly established Environmental Protection Authority? Obviously, we know that land clearing is rampant across the country. In fact, an area the size of the MCG is cleared every 2 minutes in Australia. I mean, that is an extraordinary amount of Australian bushland that is devastated, bulldozed, destroyed, simply in the name of development and often multinational profit. I would like a commitment from the government that this cracking down on land clearing, the tightening of the rules and ensuring that we protect more of our bushland and forests will be a priority for the Environment Protection Authority.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Hanson. Yes, the new provisions regarding agricultural land clearing and the enforcement of those will certainly be a priority for the new National Environment Protection Agency. You know, this is a good example of why it's important to have a National Environment Protection Agency, which we don't currently have. So, you know, in colloquial terms, a strong cop on the beat with strong powers and real teeth to enforce environmental laws in a way that we haven't yet seen to date at the national level, despite the good efforts of officials in my department to do so. I might just quickly elaborate on those provisions regarding agricultural land clearing. I did address this in some detail earlier in the committee stage in answer to Senator Roberts. But, you know, we know, and the science tells us, that one of the biggest causes of biodiversity loss in Australia is unregulated agricultural land clearing. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not saying that all farmers do the wrong thing or anything like that, but at the moment we lack national regulation of agricultural land clearing, even where that impacts in a significant way on threatened species. And so that is the major motivation for lifting the exemption from the Act which currently applies. Similarly, we're proposing in these amendments to lift the exemption that currently applies to agricultural land clearing that effectively occurs within 50 metres of the rivers and creeks in the Great Barrier Reef catchment. And again, the motivation for that change is that we know that one of the major threats and impacts on the Great Barrier Reef is sediment runoff, which occurs at least partly through some of that clearing that takes place on riverbanks and creek banks. Again, you know, there are people who deliberately do the wrong thing. There are others who don't necessarily recognise or realise that that sort of clearing can have those major impacts. And before the scare campaign starts about this, it's not about saying that farmers can't clear their land. It's about saying that if that kind of clearing in those sorts of circumstances is going to have an impact on a nationally protected matter, then farmers will need, and the large corporates that own farmland will need, to seek EPBC assessment and approval in order to undertake that clearing. They may very well get that approval. They may get that approval subject to conditions, but it's really about levelling the playing field across all industries so that in the same way a mining company or a housing developer or a wind farm developer or a solar farm developer, in the same way they currently, under the law, need to seek EPBC assessment and approval if their activity is going to significantly impact on a nationally protected matter, then as a result of these changes, that will also apply to the kind of agricultural land clearing that I was talking about. Just to bring it back to the point of, actually one other thing, I'm not sure if you were in the chamber earlier, Senator Hanson-Young, when I made the point that those exemptions that were included in the original legislation passed in 1999, one very interesting submission that was made to the Senate inquiry was from Robert Hill, the former Federal Environment Minister whose legislation we are now amending. In fact, a former federal Liberal Senate leader and even though he was the minister, and I don't in no way mean it, this is a criticism of him, quite the opposite, his own legislation, for reasons that probably related more to his party room at the time, his own legislation included those exemptions for agricultural land clearing and for regional forestry agreements. He made a submission to the Senate inquiry saying those exemptions should be lifted. So when the former federal Liberal Minister for the Environment, whose legislation was passed in 1999, is telling us that we should revisit that and remove those exemptions, that's probably something worth listening to, quite apart from all of the other groups who made submissions to similar effect. Now, just to bring it back to the compliance and enforcement point, as I say, it would be our intention that enforcing these new provisions around land clearing would be a priority for the new National Environment Protection Agency. And I might also make the point that while many of the provisions in this bill will not commence for roughly 12 months' time, there's a few others that will start sooner than that, but we will be commencing the provisions relating to agricultural land clearing and removing that exemption that currently applies on the date of royal assent. So, probably in the next week or two. And the reason we've done that is that we have seen in other circumstances where particularly state and territory governments have sought to regulate land clearing, sometimes we do see what's known as panic clearing occur, where people either for good reasons or bad decide to get in there and start clearing land urgently in a way that is about to be prevented by legislative change. And we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And that's why we are commencing the provisions around land clearing and removing those exemptions as quickly as we possibly can.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to come back to the sort of idea that you can offset a critically endangered species. My understanding of a critically endangered species is that it is at almost immediate threat of being extinct in the wild. Populations are sort of on the edge of being functionally extinct. And looking at, I think the IUCN talks about some of the criteria: a very fast population decline, catastrophic drops over the last 10 years or 3 generations, tiny population size, sometimes only a few hundred or fewer, mature individuals left, extremely small range, living in a very limited area, so one disaster could wipe it out, ongoing decline plus fragmentation, quantitative models showing a very high probability of extinction soon. And so I'm just wondering how that will square with the government's commitment to no new extinctions, as one question. If we are in fact saying that you could, in some circumstance, offset the destruction of a critically endangered habitat or affect a critically endangered species, so that's one question, whether you think you can do that and still hold your no new extinctions commitment to the Australian people. And then the other one is on net gain. I'm interested in what circumstances will the regulations prescribe or the minister be satisfied that a net gain has been achieved? How will net gain actually be determined?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. In relation to your first question regarding critically endangered species, well, for starters, I want to say the government is absolutely committed to our our commitment made last term to not see any further extinctions of species. That is the reason why we're investing heavily in programs like the Saving Native Species program and a range of other investments. And it's one of the reasons why we're keen to change these laws to provide greater protection to critically endangered and all threatened species. Just before I answer your question directly, Senator Pocock, I might just add to what I said earlier about the ability to prevent financial contributions being made to the Restorations Contribution Fund in some circumstances. So the amendments that have been introduced will allow the minister of the day to create a list of matters that cannot be compensated through financial contributions to the Restoration Contributions Fund. The Minister would need to get advice and consult with advisory committees, including the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, in making or changing the list. That list would be a disallowable legislative instrument and would be published on the department's website. And what that's all about is because these amendments recognise that there are some matters and some species that cannot be appropriately compensated through financial contributions to that restoration fund. So that's what we're doing. The point around critically endangered species, on critically endangered species, I recognise that it is not easy to offset significant impacts on critically endangered species. And in the short time I've been the Minister, these are some of the most difficult decisions that you need to make around whether a project that is going to have a significant impact on critically endangered species can be offset. And I'm sure there would be occasions where it's simply not possible to do, to find an offset, whether that be in the traditional way of finding an offset, a like-for-like offset, and I'm sure that will be difficult at times to do through this new fund as well. To give you one example, though, but that's not to say it can't be done. And to give you one example that I've dealt with, which I know is a project that not everyone in this chamber supports, but the Robbins Island wind farm in Tasmania. A large wind farm that will produce enormous amounts of clean energy, not just for Tasmania, but for the mainland, to be transported through Marinus Link. And one of the concerns that many in the community have had about that project is its potential impact on the orange-bellied orange-bellied parrot, and which is a critically endangered species. And it would appear from recent data monitoring that there has been some recovery in the numbers of that species, nowhere near as much as we want, but it's still a critically endangered species. And one of the decisions that I had to make was whether that project and any impacts that it may have on that species could be offset. Now, again, there would be people in this chamber who say that can't be done. But the evidence that I reviewed in making that decision persuaded me that those impacts could be offset in certain ways. And so, for example, we have required the proponent in that case to make financial contributions toward captive breeding programs, which are very successful in helping recover the number of particular threatened species. Those sorts of programs don't always work, but much of the time they do. And we've seen them work quite successfully with other critically endangered species. So also for that case, as I recall, there were conditions attached to the approval of that project that required the preservation of habitat for that critically endangered species. Again, to give it the best chance of not just surviving, but growing and recovering. So, you know, of course, there were a whole range of other conditions attached to that project, which were all designed to reduce the impacts on that and other threatened species. But I guess this is the point, is that, in my view, based on good scientific evidence, it can be possible, not always, but it can be possible to offset the significant impacts on a critically endangered species. So I think that addresses your first question. Would you mind, the second question regarding net gain, can you just remind me exactly what the question was?
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Minister. It was, in what circumstances will the regulations prescribe or the Minister be satisfied that a net gain has been achieved? How will net gain be determined? Yeah.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Just a little bit of background to begin with. And again, I may have said this in the earlier committee stage today. One of the really important changes to this legislation, which was recommended by Professor Samuel, was to state in law for the first time that project proponents would be required to avoid and mitigate their environmental impacts before moving straight to offsets, and that where environmental offsets were to be delivered, then they had to produce a net gain for the environment. And I think I was just saying before that that's an improvement from an environmental perspective on the current test, which requires no net loss to the environment. Now, and of course what we're talking about there is offsetting residual significant impacts after those impacts have been avoided or mitigated. The net gain test will apply when the Minister of the Day considers whether to approve an action that has a residual significant impact on a protected matter, considering any conditions attached to an approval, and it will also apply to accredited arrangements and landscape scale approaches such as regional plans. The net gain test requires that any residual significant impacts to a protected matter are fully compensated and have an increase or improvement to that matter to achieve a net gain. This helps address environmental decline by ensuring that offsets do more than just deliver no net loss and improve the viability of protected matters. So to give you an example, if a development project removes 20 hectares of habitat for a threatened species, but delivers more than 20 hectares of equivalent or higher quality habitat elsewhere, then we would consider that to be a net gain for the species. We're not proposing to define in the Act the amount of net gain required for a protected matter. As I've undertaken consultation on this over the last few months, there are definitely some groups that would like us to specify, for example, a percentage increase in environmental terms as what we would mean by net gain. But our judgment was that it wasn't necessary to do that. What was necessary to do was to insert the requirement that there is a net gain for the environment, and that in itself is an improvement in environmental terms compared to the current legislation. So instead of doing that, instead of defining the term net gain in the Act, the Minister will be able to prescribe requirements relating to net gain or offsets in the regulations. The regulations will contain detailed requirements for the net gain test, exemptions to the net gain test for certain protected matters, and prescribe the amount of net gain required for a particular protected matter. Now, again, I think I made the point earlier today, Senator Pocock, that we have heard from stakeholders on all sides of the debate that there is probably more that could be done to provide clarity around what is intended to be or what would be considered net gain, and it is my intention to clarify further our view or the department's view of what net gain is when we come to finalising the National Environmental Standard regarding environmental offsets. So there's more to come there. That will be fully consulted on. That will be disallowable by the Senate, as will every other national environmental standard. So there's more that we can do in that space as well.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I have some questions around the continuous use exemption, Minister. After the Samuel review, when your government embarked on this journey years ago, I raised in Senate estimates whether the government would consider looking at shark nets being removed from continuous use exemptions. As well, I'll wait.
Minister, I think
that's all right. I can wait.
Sorry.
That's all right, Minister.
We've got all time. Well,
we've
only got till 5:30.
I'll start from scratch. You've had a long few days, I understand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which I was just outlining, Minister, something I've been raising for a number of years. And when I first raised it, I think the department said no one had brought this to their attention, and of course it wasn't in the Samuel review. But as you're aware, you have had a number of groups raise this issue with you. So could I just get on record today for those groups who are obviously very disappointed that there's nothing in this package today to remove shark nets from continuous use exemption, or a pathway forward on how to do that. Could you explain whether the government has looked at this and why there were no concessions made on this? So you've obviously made some concessions, which we're very grateful for land clearing in the Great Barrier Reef catchment and special vegetation, critical vegetation. But these nets have been weapons of mass destruction off our coastline now for many decades. They've been exempt from federal environment laws. The Senate did recommend back in 2016 that the government reviewed this and had a very important role to play in providing information. It could be provided through Environment Information Australia, for example, on the impacts of protected and federal species, target sharks, non-target sharks. Why didn't your government consider removing the exemption, or at least reviewing the exemption with this once-in-a-generation reform? What have you got to say for those Australians who are very disappointed that this is not in the bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. And I know that this has been something that, Senator Whish-Wilson, you've advocated for a very long time, and I know that that's based on a very sincere belief. In some respects, you've answered your question by pointing out that this was not a recommendation of the Samuel Review. And while I'm not going to pretend that we've delivered every single recommendation in the Samuel Review, although we've delivered the absolute vast majority of them, and while I wouldn't want to pretend that we haven't done additional things beyond the Samuel Review recommendations, delivering those recommendations has absolutely been our priority in this reform package. I'm sure you'd acknowledge, Senator Whish-Wilson, that even the bill that we are debating today is an incredibly comprehensive bill. There is a huge amount in it. It's much broader than any other bill this Parliament has considered around the reform of these laws. And my judgment was that there were only so many things that we could do in these reforms, and simply delivering the recommendations of the Samuel Review was a pretty Herculean task in its own right. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to both my office and the departmental officials who've absolutely worked their guts out over the last few months, and in some cases the last few years, to get us to this point. So even delivering these recommendations has been a mammoth effort from a very large team of people. You're right, Senator Whish-Wilson, there are some groups who have advocated to remove the continuous use exemption that applies in relation to shark nets, and I'm particularly thinking of the Humane Society, and as I recall, the Australian Marine Conservation Society has also been quite active on that issue. There may be others that I've momentarily forgotten, but my memory is that they've been the two most vocal about this, and I welcome their contributions to these debates. But my judgment was that we needed to focus in particular on the recommendations of the Samuel Review in delivering these reforms.
Okay, is this on the same point? Because Senator Steele-John had his hand up there.
Of that summary, Minister, is that this wasn't an important enough issue for this bill. Feel free to correct me if that's the case. Will you commit to some kind of pathway to reviewing shark nets and their exemption under these new federal laws? Is this something that you will continue to take representations from the community on and seek a pathway forward to stop these shark nets killing protected, including endangered and critically endangered species, and federally protected cetaceans like humpback whales and dolphins?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. No, the government has no plans to make any changes in that regard. It's better me not pretending that we do.
Sorry, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Today I am proud that our Parliament is passing long-awaited reforms to environmental laws here in Australia. Laws which signal improvement which are better than the ones put forward by this government alone, and which will provide some relief to many climate campaigners across this country. I am massively grateful to my Greens colleagues in the Senate who have shown incredible determination in their negotiations to get these concessions from the government. However, these laws still fail to address some of the greatest threats to our environment: climate-polluting corporations and the billionaires who are fuelling our changing climate. For this vote today, I am reflecting on my recent trip to Karratha in WA's Pilbara region, a place of rich Australian history and ground zero for Woodside's Burrup Hub. Guided by elders and custodians, I got to experience our World Heritage listed Murujuga and its ancient rock art. I also saw firsthand the catastrophic impact of industry, devastating First Nations land and eroding the Murujuga rock art. I saw the uninterrupted flame of gas from the Burrup Hub, an open source pouring millions of tonnes of emissions into the world each year. Following Labor's approval of the North West Shelf expansion, it is estimated that emissions from WA gas exports will reach 15 billion tonnes over their lifetime. And this is what happens when we have environmental laws that don't actually protect our environment and do not consider the climate crisis. Above the safety, health and well-being of Australians, this government chooses the private industry who gains profit from our lands and resources. The private industry who do not pay their fair share of tax, who do not support Australian communities, who do not protect our natural world. It is disappointing that this government refused to negotiate on having environmental laws that stop new fossil fuel projects in their tracks and that will protect nature for years to come. These laws presented an opportunity for strong leadership and for genuine reform for Australia's environment. I am really proud that the Greens secured significant improvements that have ensured this bill is better than our current nature laws. We have stopped the fast-track approval process for coal and gas projects so that they cannot be rushed through in 30 days. We have secured new protections for our native forests by ensuring the native forest logging projects will be assessed under the new environmental standards. We have closed land clearing loopholes, protecting Australia's threatened wildlife and natural treasures like our Great Barrier Reef. We have saved the water trigger, which will continue to be a key tool for people fighting against fracking projects in the Kimberley. We have a lot more work to do, a lot more work to protect the northern Jarrah forests, a lot more work to do to save Scott Reef, to protect our precious Kimberley from the frackers. And I look forward to continuing to work every day to protect nature, to protect our forests, to ensure a safer climate future. Thank you.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I just want to make a few comments and I'll have some questions, Minister, in relation to some of the interactions within the bill. And I just want to go back to some comments that you've made with respect to the exemption for RFAs in particular and the RFA process. I happen to be here, I think I'm the only one that is, was, when the RFA bill was passed, and I remember quite clearly the delight in the industry because the exemption that was placed into the Act with the passing of the RFA legislation took away the continuation of green lawfare that was imposed on the industry, where every particular harvest they had to, that they wanted to undertake and then seek approval for a shipment needed to get go through a separate environmental approval process. That's why that process came about. It was because of the green lawfare of environmental groups who wanted to use that to cost the industry out of existence. That's where it came from. So while your comments with respect to my former Senate leader, Robert Hill, who was the leader when the RFA legislation was passed, that was the background to that. I remember why. I remember the impact on industry from environmental groups who we know don't always tell the truth. And we know that because a court has recently found that they actually fabricated evidence in one particular case where they were looking for an outcome. But it was to mitigate the impact of that. And I'm very keen to understand that the operation of the new system will continue to allow industry to operate on a reasonable basis so that they are not on a coop-by-coop basis, for example, required to come back for an environmental approval. This sector already operates under an environmental standard. It's called Australian Standard 4708 for sustainable forest management. So I would be very curious, Minister, to understand how that standard, the Australian Forestry Standard, benchmarked globally against other forest standard systems established through the principles of ISO 14000, how will that be applied? How will industry be able to, without constant interference and interruption, be able to manage a reasonable process for their operations? This will be an important part of what happens into the future. And there's a good reason why people in my home state of Tasmania don't trust the Labor Party with respect to this. And I go back to Graham Richardson, I go back to Mark Latham and former Minister Tony Burke. That's why I'm concerned about this. So we have good reason not to trust. And I would be very keen to have the assurances and some understanding of how the work that the industry has already done to establish the standards under which it operates, that are benchmarked globally, that operate under scrutiny, regular auditing, how they are going to ensure that the industry can continue to operate on a sustainable basis and not be priced or costed out of the market by challenge continuously through green lawfare. We know that's what will happen. That's the method of operation that these green groups utilise. We know that they're not always honest. Courts have found that that's the case. So what guarantees do we have that the processes that they have in place will work properly with the new system and that they won't be continuously interrupted on a micro basis as a part of the way they conduct their business? All of the states, particularly the two RFA states, have good forest management systems, forest approval systems, to ensure that they do comply with the Australian Forestry Standard. It's bemusing to think that the government's proposing that we will have to establish a new standard when we already have one. And the Minister said earlier that industry's moving more and more towards the utilisation of plantation timber, and that's certainly true in the context of structural timbers. They are more cheaply grown, developed, and the way that manufactured timber works these days, it's not just about the timber that provides the structural strength. So having enough capacity within the plantation industry is extremely important for the forest industry in this country. In fact, demand for timber in this country is projected to double by 2050. So that's really important. That's really important. But so too is the native forest industry. Now, it's important to the people and the workers and the communities in my home state of Tasmania, and I know in a number of others. And I know that talking to my friends in the farming community, they are very concerned that their private forests will still be able to be appropriately operated. And of course, the forest standards will apply to those. So how does that work? How does that work? How do our private foresters who are operating a native forest private industry ensure that they still have the basis of an industry to work with? And when we talk about the comparison between a plantation-based industry, which I know the Minister accepts is important, but the comparison between that and a native forest-based industry, and one of the things that I have to say I lament in my home state of Tasmania that occurred during the 90s when we were moving much more towards plantations was the conversion of native forest to plantation. It was a very difficult period of time in my home state, because what I now understand, having worked very closely with people in the forest industry and forest scientists in particular, who I've worked with, is that when you compare a plantation forest with a native forest is better for biodiversity. It's better for water quality, and I know the Minister's concerned about that. He's made that point a number of times during his presentations today. It's better for carbon storage. It actually stores more carbon. It uses no chemicals, and at the end of the day, it produces a higher value and quality product. We're sitting amongst it today. If the native forest industry folds, you wouldn't be able to build what we enjoy today in this place because the timbers would not be available. I know that's what some in the environment movement want, but quite frankly, that is the wrong response. It's against the science, and it's an ideological and a philosophical perspective. Now that's fine, I don't object to people having their ideology and their philosophy, but if we're going to do this based on proper science, then the attributes that I've already listed are really important. And so in that context, there is a genuine case for the continuation of a strong native forest-based industry because it's basically a natural forest-based process. And are there considerations that need to be made with respect to native species, endangered species and all of those things? Absolutely they are. But they are already built into our environmental standard, into our forestry standard. The Australian Forestry Standard already incorporates those things. So one particular question, Minister, is how do you intend to ensure that the industry has that capability of continuous flow and not the possibility of interruption after interruption, which is basically designed to inhibit their operations? And we know that that can happen because that's why we had the exemption in the first place, but also how the Australian Forestry Standard and the chain of custody standard that works with that, which is also an important element to ensure that timber that is being sold in our marketplace is sourced appropriately. Very important piece of work that Minister Burke started. I continued and has been followed subsequently since. But it's important questions to be answered.
Senator Colbeck. Minister.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck. A couple of questions there. I mean, certainly in terms of where you ended up around forestry certification, I'm well aware from my time as the Forestry Minister about the very great efforts of many foresters in Australia to meet both national and international certification when it comes to the standards they adopt. The reality is, though, as I've said previously, that the current law means that that forestry that occurs under RFAs is one of the very few industries where these national environmental standards and the EPBC Act does not apply. So, as I've said before, these changes are really about levelling the playing field between forestry and all other industries that are subject to these laws. We're confident, Senator Colbeck, that the proposal that we've put together, and I've said already today, this is not about shutting down native forestry. There's nothing in the bill about shutting down native forestry, and I challenge anyone who says that it's about shutting native forestry down to show me where it says that in this legislation, because it doesn't. What it's about is about assisting the industry meet these new standards, to apply the same law that applies to every other industry, and we're confident that that can be done in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow that you're talking about. Thanks, Senator Colbeck, and I'll be happy to have further discussions with you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I have a question about the new provisions intended to stop fossil fuel projects from being fast-tracked. I don't actually know. I've lost track of the amendments. It's somewhere in here. And I'm wondering if that extends to and includes exploration activities, whether exploration activities for fossil fuels could be fast-tracked under the amendments agreed to with the Greens. We know that some of these exploration activities can be extremely damaging, particularly of water resources in relation to coal seam gas or fracking. I've visited the Pilliga a couple of times and seen coal seam gas test sites that have leaked and have damaged the land around it. So I'm just interested if it also includes the exploration activities. I think I'm talking about the amendments 3569, 3570, 3573.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. The short answer is no. Exploration activities for coal and gas projects would also be precluded from those new fast-tracking processes.
You're talking on these amendments, Senator Canavan, is that correct? Sorry, Senator Canavan, I can't hear you.
I'm just contributing to the committee debates, but...
no, I'm just, in terms of structuring, I'm just asking if these are the amendments.
It's a committee stage, isn't it? But
yes, it is, and it's a committee stage. The question in front of the chair is, in front of the chamber is 3511.
Sure.
Yeah.
But, okay, look, I did want to make some comments that broadly go to that amendment and the bill itself, particularly given I've been denied an opportunity to speak in the second reading stage.
The opportunity to speak,
Well, we have been. We have very much been denied the opportunity to speak because the government continues to use gags and guillotines at a rate we've never seen before. Never seen before the amount of guillotines have been used. And once again, a very complex piece of legislation is being rushed through the Senate without any necessity. There's no reason this has to be done before Christmas. There's certainly no reason it has to be done before the sun goes down here in the ACT. We could be staying here a lot longer. But the main point I wanted to raise here today is that this is a bill that is going to put at risk people's jobs. We have a situation right now in our economy that inflation is going up, unemployment is going up, and interest rates are probably going to be going up in the new year. And yet this government's priority this week, before Christmas, is not to try and get the economy going, not to bring inflation under control. It is to push through a bill here which puts at risk thousands of jobs in our forestry sector. Can I say thousands of union jobs too? Good union members have now got their Christmas just made a little more uncertain because this bill is going through and tearing up regional forestry agreements. Those agreements have been in place to protect those jobs, to protect those forestry workers, and until today the Labor Party used to profess that they supported those jobs, that they're on side with them. But just like so many other industries in this country, the Labor Party time and time again sells people's jobs down the river. They did it with the live export industry in the last term of Parliament. The shearers, the truck drivers, the farmers, they were not considered by the Labor Party. They were not worthy of their protection because they had to do a deal with the Greens, with the animal justice parties to get preferences and be elected. And now, you see the repeat, we've got another sequel of this exercise in this term of Parliament, where they're willing to shut down the Tasmanian forestry industry. We've got Tasmanian senators who say nothing They don't stand up for their state. This is meant to be the state's house, but they're just completely silent and just let these jobs get sold down the river again. That is exactly what is happening here. This Act, this EBBC Act, does have separate provisions for different sectors. Has it for the oil and gas sector, which is still maintained through NOPSEMA despite this bill. And we had that for the forestry agreement as well, so that there are easier ways of managing environmental issues in industries we know a lot about, we know the risks about. We have a long history and tradition of doing sustainably in this country. And yet what this government has done is rip all that experience up, rip the record of achievement up of the forestry industry and thrown them to the wolves of litigators and green activists that will now use these changes to shut down this industry by tying them up with green tape and litigation in our courts. There is nothing more that can be more true than that, given this bill. And we then have the spectacle. We have the spectacle here of a dodgy Environment Minister who's trying to tell those workers that somehow he's going to help grow their jobs. I heard him before in this debate, Chair, I heard Senator Watt say that, oh no, it's all okay, your jobs will be fine, we're going to have a forestry growth fund, And he actually said that it's in the name, That's what he said. It's in the name. You know it's going to be growth because we've called it growth. How could it not be? It's called growth. It is like somebody from the Democratic Republic of Korea saying, look, we're a democracy. It's in the name. Of course we're a democracy. It's called the Democratic Republic of Korea. How dare you accuse us of being authoritarian? Because when the minister was actually pressed on this issue, when he was pressed to say, OK, you've called it the Forestry Growth Fund. That sounds excellent, Minister. What exactly are you going to invest in with the $300 million? And he actually said, I made a note of it, we're still working through the details. He's got no idea. And we've like us in the Nationals Party, we've seen this so many times, where the government will say, look, it's okay, we're going to remove these tariffs, we're going to change these regulations, we're going to have dairy deregulation, we're going to get rid of wheat marketing. It's all good. We'll have a fund, and we'll invest in new equipment and technology. And before you know it, the tobacco industry is no more. Before you know it, we lose sugar mill after sugar mill. Before you know it, we have, lucky to have, a few hundred dairy farmers left in Queensland. All these workers aren't as gullible as you think, Minister. They're not naive. They know a spiv when they hear one. And you are being a spiv right here tonight because you're gaslighting them into suggesting that somehow a $300 billion fund is going to make up for the massive risks you've imposed on their industries and their jobs today. Because what we've seen here, ladies and gentlemen, is the reunion of a beautiful relationship. Do you all remember about 15 years ago now when Bob Brown and Julia Gillard, they had little waddles in their lapels, I remember, and they signed the agreement, they exchanged vows, and formed a coalition, a Greens-Labor coalition, in 2010. They agreed to have a carbon tax that we were never going to have. Today, isn't it wonderful to see such loving couples who have fallen out over the years? At different times, they've had periods of separation. That's right, had periods of separation. But I want to focus on the positive today because now we've seen this beautiful relationship return. This Labor-Green marriage is back together. They've walked down the aisle. They're now a happy couple about to go on their honeymoon here just before Christmas. And in doing so, they're willing to sell out whoever Australians they need to, just like they did 15 years ago. Because ultimately, decisions like this, deals like this, are about the government's priorities. What are their priorities for the Australian people? And clearly the government's priority right now is to increase the amount of regulation and red tape that businesses face in this country. Their priority is to put above the protection of workers and their jobs the prosecution of green left goals that many in the Labor Party want to pursue. They're happy now. The green left wing of the Labor Party are happy. The AWU right-wing part of the Labor Party a little bit less happy. But that's the government's priorities on display here in this last day before Christmas. Our priorities on this side were always to stand up for the jobs of the hard-working men and women in this country who don't get the time to go on marches and protests, who don't have the time to spend their whole lives on social media making comments and demanding more legislation and laws. They're too busy right now, too busy trying to balance their budgets, too tired at the end of their days after working in the sun, getting dirty, getting hot, to be the activists that the Labor Party seems so close to now. Those people are just forgotten about. They're just totally ignored and forgotten about by this Labor Green cabal. But like many instances following a conjugation of a Labor-Green relationship, eventually those people, those workers, wake up. They find out. They find out the deals that have been done behind their back. They find out that their jobs are now at risk. They find out that sometimes they get the pink slip and they no longer have a job. And when that happens, there will be a backlash. Those people will have more time then to be on social media, and they will find out that despite, like the Minister says, it's in the name, despite the Labor Party having Labor in their name, they don't represent workers. They don't represent people who have to labour for their livelihood. They don't represent them at all. They're just like the Democratic Republic of Korea. They're not a democracy. They're not a Labor Party. They're a Greens party now that is using the costume of a once proud workers' party to try and defraud the working people of the Australian population, that somehow they're on their side. They're not. They're not. And this week, today, just underlines that with a big red pen, that they are willing to do a deal with the very people that want to sign the death warrant on the forestry industry. Make no mistake about it, the Greens political party want to end the native forest industry. It is a stated goal of them, and it is the Labor Party dealing with them, signing up with them. You can judge somebody by the company they keep. Ultimately, you can judge somebody by the company they keep. And the Labor Party are keeping company with people who want to shut down an industry, put thousands of Australians out of work, and that's why we're fighting against this. And I'm proud, always proud, to stand up and fight for the workers of this nation. I'm proud that we won't be supporting this rubbish, and one day we'll fight to make sure we have this corrected and we once again protect the vibrant and sustainable Australian forest industry.
Minister. Senator McLaughlin. Yeah.
Short statement. I'm not intending to ask the Minister a question. It's been very difficult this afternoon to make a proper assessment of the Greens amendments, as they are still being tabled in the afternoon, and so in many of those it's even very difficult to even vote for them, although they may have tremendous merit. In my view, nature should be the centre of all decision-making, and I'd like to think this bill is an evolution to that. I don't think it gets there, and I also do not believe that nature in this bill has a sufficient voice. The regulator may play a role in that, but I do think we need to have a paradigm shift in the way we structure our environmental protection laws, less binary about development and nature, and more of a structure that can drive more sustainable development that lives in harmony with nature. I appreciate the Minister's kind comments on the Honourable Robert Hill, and he saved me asking him a question because I was going to ask whether the bill accommodates his submission, which I think was one of the more insightful submissions, and I hold him in the highest regard, being a South Australian, and I would suspect when he reviews this bill, or if he has enough time, he will be well pleased with some of the work that you and your staff have done. To those that may not forgive me for voting some of the Green amendments, too late to make a proper decision as a parliamentarian, and I may well abstain.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you.
Barbara, sorry. Yes, Senator Pocock. Barbara Pocock.
Oh, thank you. I want to make a short statement. I don't have questions, but today the Greens have announced that we will support this bill, having achieved significant amendments for new protections for our native forests and excluding coal and gas from fast-tracking. We've negotiated significant wins, but we know it's nowhere near enough. This package, however, is better than the status quo, considerably better than the status quo, and it's a whole lot better than it would have been if negotiated with the climate deniers on the other side of this chamber. Labor's first draft was a wish list for corporate environmental destruction. It would have gutted our environment laws, given corporations the green light for new coal and gas projects in just a 30-day approval process, and it would have introduced new loopholes to an already very weak act. Instead, Greens' pressure made this bill better than the weak laws we have, and infinitely better than if the government had done that deal with the climate deniers in the coalition. While Labor had clearly hoped to pass a bill on behalf of big corporations, the Greens held firm during negotiations on protections for nature, boosted by community opposition to a bill that took us backwards. We won outcomes that forest campaigners have fought for across this country for decades. Not enough, but a significant step in the right direction to begin the proper protection of our native forests. And we made it harder for big corporations to keep wrecking nature, our beautiful forests and all the creatures who live in them. We've ended an outrageous legal carve-out for logging that's resulted in devastation of our forests and threatened the habitats of our species that are at risk. We fought for and won the removal of the ability of coal and gas projects to use fast-tracked approvals or the national interest loophole. Such important wins. We fought for and won the protection of the water trigger. And we said from the start that Greens wouldn't accept a bill that would take nature backwards, and we would fight to protect forests and nature. Millions of Australians who voted for the Greens and put us here didn't put us here to lead our vote backwards and weaken the protection of nature. We've won protections that go forward, and that is our job, and we stand on the activities and activism of thousands of Australians who have put us here to make that fight. We know that our beautiful native forests and bushland that protect our wildlife and biodiversity are essential to fighting off the pollution of fossil fuels. It's only possible because there were Greens in the parliament to fight for our planet. You know this is a good outcome when you're angering all the right people. The Minerals Council of Australia has called this an inferior and disappointing outcome. Business Council called it a missed opportunity, and the Liberals are in hysterics. Meanwhile, environment groups have backed in our improvements. Greenpeace have said this is a significant improvement on the broken laws that have too long failed to deliver credible environmental protection. Climate Council said this deal strengthens protections for our native forests, provides a faster yes to responsible renewable energy projects that cut climate pollution. The Bob Brown Foundation's acknowledged the hard work of the Greens in making important gains, especially taking Australia a step further towards saving a forest and woodland habitats of threatened species. The Australian Conservation Foundation has called this a historic step for nature, with our forests finally covered by national law for the first time. Despite these significant wins for nature, however, we know there's a lot more to be done. Despite huge public support, Labor has repeatedly refused to support a climate trigger. This failure prevents the Environment Minister from considering climate damage when approving projects. How absurd. What a disaster. What a shocking weakness in the face of all the science that's telling us the climate crisis is coming at us harder and faster than previously predicted. As Bob Brown recently said, having an Environment Minister who can't act on the greatest threat to our environment and ourselves, which is climate change, is like having a Treasurer who has no power over tax. It makes no sense. Labor's refusal to take meaningful climate action shows the coal and gas lobby still have way too much influence on both major parties in this place. Take today's emissions projects report prepared by the Climate Department, for example. It clearly shows current absence of climate policies has Australia on track to reach just 48% reduction by 2035. nowhere near the government's 62% target. 48% is a country mile away from the 62% emissions reduction that Labor promised. We know Labor will fall significantly short of even its 2030 target without stronger action. These are diabolical pollution numbers that suggest we're on track for cataclysmic climate change. The numbers in this report show Australia is nowhere near meeting our supposed climate targets for pollution reduction, which is directly thanks to decisions like Labor's approval of the North West Shelf gas project within 2 weeks of being elected this year. Labor must stop approving new coal and gas. It should also build on the momentum of the EPBC agreement today and immediately move to end all native forest logging to help hit the 2030 target. In the face of so much climate inaction from this government, I'm delighted to be joining Rising Tide in Newcastle for the 3rd time tomorrow and to paddle out into the beautiful Hunter River to protest our export of coal. The show of solidarity of hundreds of South Australians will be joining so many other Australians from around the country at Newcastle's Rising Tide. It's a powerful protest against fossil fuels and the damage they are doing to our world. It is time to end new coal and gas, and we see the effects of not having done so everywhere around our planet, including, and not least, in my own state, South Australia. Like so many South Australians, I grieve the loss and damage caused by the harmful algae bloom that's unfolding in front of our eyes on our beautiful beaches with thousands of dead fish. No sign of abatement, a crisis that continues and in some places is getting worse. Scientists have warned us for years. Fossil fuels are driving the climate crisis, and this ocean warming is risking our beautiful marine life, our food systems, our beaches. Labor can throw money at cleaning up climate disasters, but as long as the government keeps opening up coal and gas, we'll keep seeing climate disasters like the algae bloom crisis in South Australia. The show of solidarity at Rising Tide speaks for itself. Australians are fed up with the major parties' commitment to fossil fuels. There will be kids, parents, grandparents, coal miners, Novocastrians who know the need for transition, who've seen it before and know that they're facing another one, busloads of South Australians, and will be protesting for our future, for the future of all of us and the future of all the kids to come.
Senators, it being 5 p.m, the time allotted for consideration of the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and related bills, as well as 9 other bills, is expired. Senator Duniam.
Chair, it's nice to see you. Pursuant to contingent notice, standing in the name of the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the bills until 6:30 p.m. And in moving this motion, I think it's a great opportunity to continue to ventilate this dodgy deal that we've seen over here between Labor and the Greens, done in a smoke-filled room in the ministerial wing of this building, away from prying eyes, or maybe it was the new sumptuous Greens party room down the corridor. We will never know, because these deals will never come out. But I think it is good to have this extended time for scrutiny. But I now have realised why Labor and the Greens want to get out of this building tonight. And the last speaker billed the cat on why. I now know that I suspect Senator Wong, Senator Gallagher and others are joining the Greens at this paddle out in Newcastle. I reckon I did not know that the Labor Party were surfers as well, but they're going to go out and they're going to blockade this coal port and prevent these important fossil fuels from getting into or out of our country and the economy from functioning. But again, I think it is important. This sham process that these poor members of the public service have had to sit through, forced to sit here and watch the sausage being made. I'm sorry, I really am. No time for scrutiny, no proper accountability, no respect for this chamber of the parliament, no ability to answer basic questions, and no respect for the people of Australia, the people of the forestry industry that we have established here, by the simple fact of the fact that the Australian Greens have celebrated this victory today. This deal done between Labor and the Greens is something that they've been wanting for a very long time, because it brings about the death of the native forest industry in Australia. Now, they would not be voting for this, Chair, if it didn't do that. And so sort of ridiculous claims by the minister that no, the Greens are voting for something that grows the forestry industry because of this growth fund for $300 million is madness. And I can guarantee you, when Senator McKim and Senator Whish-Wilson go back down to Tasmania, they're not going to be talking about forest industry growth as a result of the deal done this week. They're going to be talking about the demise of this evil industry that's been propped up by the taxpayers for so long. So I tell you, this is why we need to get to the bottom of this dirty, dodgy deal that was done between Labor and the Greens to shut down these important industries and make it more difficult than ever before to do business in this country. I feel most aggrieved at the way in which the Labor Party, along with their coalition partners in this new Labor-Green alliance, have approached democracy and accountability. They shut it down. And the point was made earlier on today as well. The one non-contro bill we had to debate in this place, I think it was at an hour and a quarter or thereabouts of debate time for one non-contro bill. Well, there are 7 bills in this package, and as was originally slated, that's about the amount of time we had to debate these bills in this place. Bills that govern a public good, Australia's environment, something that belongs to everyone, not just the government and certainly not just the Greens, thank the good Lord, can I tell you. Something that is an important driver for our economy, something that our future generations need to have a say over as well. Because indeed, they're going to need jobs, they're going to need places to live, they're going to need to be able to pay their power bills. But under this legislation, of course, there is a real concern that all of those things are going to be impossible. I really do worry about the short-sighted nature of this and the fact that we don't have any scrutiny available to do this. So I'm putting forward to this chamber, and I suppose I better be relevant to the question before the chair, which is that we extend. We need this extra hour and a half to interrogate this legislation. I'm sure Senator Pocock, Senator Cadell, Senator Bell, Senator Barbara Pocock all have questions to ask this government that is so desperately wanting to get out of this place, to join the paddle out, to blockade the Newcastle port and to end fossil fuel exports. But honestly, I'm just so disappointed. Maybe you could come down to Tasmania when the Senate rises and we can look those forestry workers in the eyes and tell them what you've actually done. But at the end of the day, it's not a surprise to us that, of course, this government has done this. They wanted to chalk up a win. They were happy to do a deal with anyone. It just so happens that the Australian Greens price was, well, we don't actually know, and maybe I'll use the next hour and a half to ask about this, what that price was. I don't know how much bigger that sumptuous party room could be made, but maybe there's an ensuite being added on, an annex, a patio, I don't know. We'll see. But either way, it won't get through any EPBC laws because this government will have strangled any new development applications and the party room will be no bigger. So I commend this motion to extend the debate to the Senate.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Can I indicate, and this might truncate Senator Pocock's contribution, the government's inclined to support this motion. And if it's up to the chamber, but I was proposing that I move that this motion be put. If no one calls divisions on that and the substantive, we can return to consideration of the committee immediately. So on that, I thought I wanted to just explain that to the Senate. I'm not trying to shut it down, but by closing this motion earlier, we return to committee quicker. So on that basis, can I indicate that I move that the motion be now put?
Okay, the question is that the question be put. Those of the opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now have in front of us the motion from Senator Duniam, and that is that his motion to extend the time to 6:30 for the committee stage be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to go back to one of the points that I was making about the reason why the exemption came in the first place, which goes to the issue of the continuous flow of legal action and appeal against the forest industry, which was why we moved to the RFA model in the first place. And I'm curious to understand how the standing provisions and how the government intends to manage the situation under the new Act so that the forest industry doesn't have to suffer a return to the process of continuous challenge to operations, which are basically a mechanism to disrupt, and I suspect is the reason that the Greens are supporting this legislation, because they know that they're going to be able to go back to this continuous cycle of challenge of the industry, and how the government intends to manage that process.
Minister, any response?
Sorry, Senator Colbeck, would you just mind repeating the very last part, including the direct question?
So my question, Minister, is how you intend to manage both the standing provisions within the Act, which I know Samuel Review indicated should be expanded, which is of concern. As I indicated in my previous contribution, we know that environmental groups don't always tell the truth. I mean, I go back to 1981, where the Wilderness Society were proposing the construction of coal-fired power stations in Tasmania rather than renewable energy. And of course the recent action where a court found that one of the environmental groups was actually fabricating evidence against a proposal so that legal action could delay or stop the proposal. So how will, and my concern, my genuine concern, is that that process will return with the removal of the exemption, and that the forest industry will be killed off by 1,000 cuts through that process. Now, you'll say that that wasn't your doing. My view is that the removal of the exemption is what does it. But how do you intend to ensure that the industry isn't subjected to a continuous flow of legal actions which will effectively make it very difficult, if not impossible, to operate?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Colbeck, and I apologise I didn't hear your question the first time you asked it. Your question goes to the point around standing to sue, essentially, and there are no changes and no expansion of standing to sue in this legislation. And in fact, I think I'm right in saying that Professor Samuel's review did not recommend an expansion of standing to sue, so that is the key reason why we haven't done so. So no extension of standing to sue. The one thing, this is not a point around standing, but in the general topic around the ability to appeal decisions under the EPBC, one change that we have made, and I mean, I doubt that this is relevant to regional forestry agreements, but you may be aware that under the Act there's the ability for certain parties, certain individuals to seek a reconsideration of a decision as to whether a project is a controlled action or not. And currently, under the existing law, those sorts of applications for a reconsideration decision can be made in perpetuity. So it's not uncommon for us to see applications seeking reconsideration of much earlier decisions that a project was not a controlled action. In fact, you will remember the Macquarie Harbour situation where that's exactly what occurred. I do. What we have done in these amendments is to limit the time frame for someone to seek a reconsideration of an earlier not controlled action decision. That will be limited to 28 days from the point at which the not controlled action decision is made. That simply brings the time period for those kind of applications in line with the usual judicial review timeframes that exist across government legislation.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, in the context of this debate first, say what an extraordinary job that Minister Watt has done, and acknowledge the work that he and Senator Waters and Senator Hanson-Young have engaged in to achieve this legislation, which is important for the country, to express disappointment that the opposition was not able to participate in negotiations in the way that we would have hoped from a party of government. And to say also, if I can, because I need to put it on the Hansard, just to indicate to the chamber that I'm not able to be here from 6:30 p.m. And so I appoint Senator Gallagher as acting leader of the government from 6:30 p.m. tonight.
Made it.
Senator Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I've got a few questions about the rulings power, and I might put two questions to you if that's all right. Yep. Are rulings intended to be limited by the rest of the Act? For example, do they have to be consistent with the objects of the Act? And then, secondly, will the government commit to the rulings power under these reforms being only used to ensure improved environmental protection outcomes, just to assist the public that they're confident that it won't be used in any nefarious way by future ministers?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I think we had a discussion earlier about rulings, and again, that was one of Professor Samuel's recommendations, similar in nature to the tax rulings that the Tax Office can provide to aid interpretation of the Tax Act. Similar principle here. The purpose of this new power that ministers will have to grant rulings or issue rulings is to aid interpretation of sections in this Act. One of the reasons for doing so is to provide all interested parties with a clearer sense of what sorts of decisions are likely to be made. To answer your questions, yes, any rulings would need to be consistent with the objects of the Act. Secondly, I don't think it's really possible to give a commitment that rulings will only improve environmental outcomes or rulings will reduce environmental outcomes. It's not really about the rulings. I wouldn't think of as being, if you like, taking a side on these sorts of issues. What they are simply about is providing the minister's interpretation of how the law should be applied.
Senator Pocock.
Minister, can you confirm that rulings were not recommended by Professor Samuel in his review of the Act, and why they are contained in this package?
Minister.
Okay. Sorry, Senator Pocock, I might have inadvertently misled you in my previous answer. I was of the understanding that Professor Samuel did recommend rulings in his review, but I can see him up there and he probably knows better than me. What I'm advised is that it wasn't in his recommendations of his review that he recommended rulings, but he has subsequently recommended, including at the Senate committee inquiry, the benefit of rulings.
Unfortunately, we can't call Professor Samuel. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I have some questions about the national interest proposal pathway. And I'm interested, looking at the drafting, what is envisaged to be the sort of information that is so confidential it couldn't be included in the requisite reasons for a declaration that a proposal is in the national interest proposal.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. There obviously has been a lot of public interest in the provision in the bill that has become known as the National Interest Approval Power. And what this involves is rare situations where, in the national interest, the Minister of the day decides that it is in the national interest to approve a project despite it not meeting the usual national environmental standards. Now, that is a dramatic thing to do. I recognise that. And that's why it is limited to national interest circumstances, and we have said that that should be rarely used. I would say that any decision to approve such a project in the national interest would only occur after a full assessment of the project under the EPBC Act, the usual public consultation requirements that are undertaken during an assessment, and also that proponents would be required to reduce the impacts of their project. So it's not a complete carte blanche, just go and do whatever you want. You know, assessment, consultation, reduce your impacts, avoid your impacts, but preserving a power for an elected government, an elected minister, to make that rare decision to approve a project even if it doesn't meet the national environmental standards. Now, the examples, if you like, that were provided in the legislation related particularly to defence and national security projects. And I haven't got a particular project in mind, but you could imagine that there may be a time in the future where, in a wartime situation, where a particular naval base or other Defence Force facility may need to be built urgently in a particular location that may have some environmental impacts and would not ordinarily receive an approval because of those level of impacts and because it didn't meet the standards. But it may be in that type of situation that the Minister of the day decides that, notwithstanding that there will be significant environmental impacts, and after whatever avoidance or mitigation of those impacts is undertaken, that it may still be in the national interest to approve that project going ahead if, for example, it was required for the conduct of operations in a wartime environment. Now, to your specific question, one of the other, if you like, safeguards or transparency measures associated with this power is that the minister is required to provide a statement of reasons or an explanation of the basis of their decision. However, as you've pointed out, there are circumstances which I think again are linked back to the national interest, where the minister may not be required to provide such a statement of explanation. And the circumstances, to keep going with that analogy that I was providing with you, it may be that in a wartime environment, it's not a very good idea for a minister to put out in public for all people and all countries to see the full details relating to that project. So they would be the sort of circumstances that I could think of, and perish the thought we ever get to that, that I can think of, where not only would a minister decide it was in the national interest to approve that sort of a project, but might also decide it's not in the national interest to publish their reasons in full and information about the kind of environmental impacts that the project might have.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that. As you said, this national interest exemption is a dramatic thing, and I think the example that you've given is probably the most extreme that most Australians could probably think up. And so I'm interested, given I think most Australians would accept the wartime explanation, but the definition of national interest under the Act is actually very broad. It includes things like strategic interests, and international obligations, and so I'm interested, what certainty does this give nature and business on the types of situations that would give rise to the national interest? Could you say a little bit more? And if it isn't wartime, what are the reasons to actually not tell us the reasons, to say, no, this is so confidential, we can't tell Australians? And then I guess another question, so we can get through them quicker. You go through the process as you've outlined, but then the government says this is actually in the national interest, we need to do it. Does that damage then also have to be offset, or do you just get a sort of a free pass on offsetting?
Minister.
I think the short answer, Senator Pocock, is that it depends on the situation. And we've already acknowledged that, and it's inherent in this power that a project would not, the type of project we're talking about would not meet national environmental standards, including standards relating to offsets. And that's why, as I've said repeatedly, we would expect this power to be used rarely, only where it is in the national interest, with the Minister, in usual circumstances, providing a statement explaining the basis of that decision. Another example of where you might not want to provide that sort of transparent statement might be that you may not want to specify what the location of that particular facility is for national interest reasons, for sort of wartime or national security reasons. But we intend that it be used rarely and only in circumstances where it's clearly in the national interest to do so.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Chair. And then, Minister, just on my second question, would the government, if the proponent or the defence, whoever the proponent is, then have to pay to destroy? Would they have to pay into the fund as well?
Minister.
Yeah. It is entirely possible that in that situation that a proponent could be required to pay into a restoration fund. So that can absolutely be done.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Minister. Could or would? Like, we're getting to the point where they've gone through all the steps. It can't be avoided. You're giving them the green light, and then you're saying that they could pay into the fund. I'm interested. Surely this has been clarified.
Minister.
The answer is could, because as we've said earlier today, offsets can be delivered either by the proponent finding the offsets in terms of the land that they might buy or maintain or regenerate. Equally, in certain circumstances, the proponent may be able to deliver their offsets requirements through financial contributions to that restoration fund. And it's impossible to predict here now whether a particular project would be required to meet 100% of its offsets obligation, or where it might be 90% or 80%. But absolutely, it is entirely possible for those sorts of projects to contribute to that fund.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, maybe I think I've misasked the question. If the proponent can't find offsets, the last resort is pay into the fund. I just wanted to sort of confirm that if they can't find any offsets, they will then, even if it's for defence or national security, they'll still have to pay into the fund so that we can get some sort of offset or net gain.
Minister.
Again, Senator Pocock, because it is a national interest approval that doesn't comply fully with the national environmental standards, then all I can say is that that project could be required to contribute to the fund, and the amount that is contributed will depend on the individual case.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I guess for people listening, that would probably raise concerns. It's a bit like saying if you're a person or a business and you cut down a tree, you can't cut down a tree, but if we're the government, we can cut down a tree because we're the government. And I would have expected that there would sort of be similar rules regardless of who is actually destroying nature. Nature is being destroyed. But I accept your answer there, and we'll try and look at the detail. Just on the EPA, we sort of look at compliance with existing EPBC laws, and we know that everything rests on these laws actually being upheld. And we've seen a number of breaches of our federal environmental laws, and I really welcome your work on increasing penalties, setting up an EPA, ensuring that there is more compliance. But was interested if you could sort of maybe tell the Senate about resourcing and give us a commitment that the EPA will be sufficiently resourced to ensure that it can undertake that function.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Pocock. We being the government and we being members of the Labor Party have really held up the creation of the National Environmental Protection Agency as one of the most important aspects of this reform. It's a historic achievement in its own right. And the point of it is to strengthen the compliance and enforcement activities regarding environmental law, in addition to other roles that the federal EPA will have, including providing advice to a minister about whether or not to approve a project, and including the assessment of projects which will be undertaken by an EPA. Now, we have begun the work around the implementation of these reforms. Of course, our highest priority has been finalising the drafting of this legislation, getting it through the Parliament, but I've already mentioned that we've begun work on things that, frankly, we weren't required to do in order to get this law passed, such as starting the drafting of standards, and we've also begun the work around implementation of the reforms with some early thinking being done about the structure of an EPA, the resourcing of an EPA. Now, I'm not going to pretend that we've got that all solved yet. The new EPA won't start until the 1st of July next year, so there remains time to finalise that thinking, finalising the resourcing, finalising the structure, but certainly that work has commenced. I would expect that it may well be that there are new resources required for the National EPA to undertake some of its activities, but equally I would expect that some of its resources would be found through savings generated in the department, in the sense that some of the roles that will be performed by the National EPA are currently performed by officials in the department, and I think it's reasonable to expect that some, many, most, whatever it might end up being, of those officials currently in the department would move across to the EPA. So it's not as if it needs to be set up as if it's got no staff. There would be staff who would move across, but it's quite possible that there may need to be new resources, and unfortunately the Finance Minister is no longer in the chamber for me to prosecute my case about that, but I'll do that offline. But your broader point about the need for active compliance and enforcement of these laws, we absolutely agree with, and that is actually one of the motivations for setting up the National EPA in the first place.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Premier. Just a few questions, if I may, quite quickly, and I'm putting my emergency management hat on and then forestry on this. I think there's a lot of outcomes we all share, just the methods may be different in getting to them. I believe I have an understanding that hazard reduction burns and preparatory burns are not affected by this legislation. Can you confirm that?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Cadell. I just wanted to confirm that what I thought was right was in fact right, and it was mostly right, so I'm glad I confirmed. The short answer to your question is that there is nothing in these laws that prevents hazard reduction burns. I think that's what you were. However, if a hazard reduction burn would have a significant impact on a nationally protected environmental matter, such as a threatened species, then any activity that is likely to have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter requires an EPBC assessment and approval. And so a hazard reduction burn may fall into that category. And it doesn't mean that that can't occur, but it means that if someone wanted to do that hazard reduction burn and it was going to have that impact, then they'd need to go through an EPBC assessment and approval. Now, there are a couple of ways to, if you like, shortcut that process because, you know, having been in that portfolio, I know that these things, they get done every year, but often at fairly short notice. It's dependent on what the weather's like at a particular point in time. And one way that those sorts of burns could be approved, if you like, if they were going to have, I mean, the first step would obviously be to try to avoid those kind of significant impacts on particular species. But if that couldn't be done, then there is an existing provision in the Act that goes to national interest exemptions from the Act. So a little bit different to what we were talking about with Senator Pocock. He was asking about the national interest approval of an individual project, which, as I was saying, still needs to go through the EPBC assessment, consultation, etc. A national interest exemption is slightly different in that it provides an entire exemption from the Act. It doesn't need to go through the assessment and approval process. I, in fact, granted one of them not that long ago in relation to remediation works following a natural disaster, which urgently needed to be done. And if that had had to go through the usual EPBC process, that could have taken a very long time, and this work needed to be done quickly. And so I was able to grant an exemption from the Act to allow that work to occur. And so even under the existing law, it's possible for, I guess it'd be most likely a state government, to seek an exemption from the Act if they could demonstrate that activity was in the national interest. So that's one pathway, that it could be approved more quickly than going through the usual processes. But you will have heard me talk about some of the new fast-tracking processes or streamlined assessment processes, and there's at least one of those pathways that could be used for this kind of activity as well. And in fact, we're already in discussion with the Victorian government around some of these issues through a process which is known as a strategic assessment, which effectively is a way of trying to inbuild processes to allow for quicker approvals of these types of activities. So still paying attention to the standards that are needed, the need to avoid impacts, but trying to allow these kind of decisions to happen more quickly while still not destroying the environment.
Senator Goodell.
Thank you. The specific perverse outcomes I want to get to, in like the case in Pilliga. Pilliga had a population of, I think, 15,000 koalas. It was locked up. It had river gums and ironbarks and things like this. Also had logging in it with cypress. They were locked up. The fuel load increased. Fires in 2017, 2018. The recovery saw the non-native species overtake the gums, and the koala habitat going from 15, they now estimate somewhere in the low hundreds, 50 to 200. When these EPBC SACs, if they have to go through approvals, is the consequence of not acting taken into account for backburns, for management, for thinning in these cases?
Minister.
Thanks. Sorry.
You have the call, Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Senator Cadell, I guess the answer to your question really is, I mean, the key, what we're trying to do here is find ways and work with proponents, whether they be state governments or individual companies, find ways for their activities to avoid those sorts of significant impacts on the environment. So I think in direct answer to your question, I'm not so sure that a proponent, the government in making this decision would consider what risks arise from not allowing an activity to happen, such as a hazard reduction burn. I mean, there's obviously criteria within the Act that need to be considered when deciding whether to approve something happens or not, and that's what the decisions are always based on. But what we would always be seeking to do, and in this situation, one way you might be able to do that is come to an agreement that there'd be more regular but smaller and less intense burns that may not have as dramatic an impact on threatened species as if you did one really big one go through. So there's ways around these things.
Senator Cadell.
Two questions through you, Acting Deputy President, regarding forestry. The $300 million package, I've had communications from people not knowing what that is for or what that's about. I know it's new. Will there be an education program and things go out relatively quickly on that? And if so, can you enlighten us as to what it may be covering, what it does not cover, and when we might expect some education?
Minister.
Sure, and it sounded like you were asking about will there be sort of education and information about the fund in particular. So yeah, look, we've only just announced this future, the Forestry Growth Fund today, and we've been. I heard Senator Canavan coming in and making fun of the fact that we are saying that we will work with the industry and unions and governments to design the fund. I mean, as if that's a bad thing. That you actually would talk to people who are affected in designing a fund. What we've attempted to do today is to announce the dollar figures, $300 million, the types of things that we would see those funds being used for, and we've said we want to work with all the interested stakeholders on the proper design and determine the very best use of those funds. And as I've said before, it's actually about supporting the forestry industry to grow, to move up the value chain, to produce higher quality, higher value products, and therefore ensure that the jobs in the industry don't just stay but grow going forward. That's really broadly what it's about. In the hours since this was announced, both the Forestry Minister Julie Collins and I have undertaken a fairly brief but important meeting with a number of industry players about the changes that we're making and about the fund. We also did take the opportunity to point out to them that certain coalition members, I'm not sure whether you've done this, Senator Cadell, but certain coalition members have misrepresented what we're doing here. And so we took the opportunity to make very clear what we are doing and what we are not doing, despite what some people might be saying. So clearly we will need to not only develop this fund, exactly what it can be used for, who's eligible, when the payments are available, that kind of thing, but clearly we'll need to inform people about that fund. It was only announced at 8 a.m. this morning, so we'll need a little bit more time than that to get the information out to people.
Senator Cadell.
Finally, this is about the information, the misinformation, the thing. There isn't a lot of certainty out there. A text we've had from a player today, and there has been no communication with us before making the announcement today. As a family business has been involved in the hardwood native forestry for at least 4 generations, we are devastated by the decision. The 3-year timeframe, and now I think it's 18-month timeframe, but there's still that misinformation on time, doesn't allow the time for it takes to grow hardwood trees in plantation of 30 to 50 years. We use a variety of timber species from native forests that cannot be successfully grown in plantation forests. We have to re-evaluate our business as to whether it's worth continuing in the industry. What education, what dissemination program will be there so these people can make judgments, which they're seeking to do in a very short time?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And Senator Cadell, it's a reasonable concern for people that they want to understand what this government policy means. And again, I'm not accusing you personally of doing this, but one thing that would really help is if people could resist the temptation to go out and misrepresent what these changes are to people. We've seen over the course of the day members of the Coalition, state and federal, and also members of the Greens Party, state and federal, suggest that what we're doing here is closing down native forestry, or that this is another step towards native forestry, which it's not. So it would really help in terms of not alarming people unnecessarily if people don't go out and misrepresent the situation. But clearly, and one of the statements that Minister Collins and I made in that briefing of industry players earlier today was that we recognise people want more information, and I get that. And over the course of the next few days and few weeks, we will be providing further briefings to industry generally, including unions that represent the workers in those industries. I will say there have been some discussions over the course of this consultation process for these laws about what, if anything, we should do regarding RFAs, given the recommendations Professor Samuel made. You know, we haven't just dreamt this stuff up. There are 2 clear recommendations in Professor Samuel's review that we're implementing. And people might like them and people might not like them, but the recommendations are there. And so, you know, clearly day one is not the day that you give everyone every bit of information, because people need a bit of time to absorb it, think about it, and have that information provided. But absolutely we will be doing that.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I've got a few questions about unacceptable impacts, and this was something that was coming up in the Senate committee process, and I think I had some questions on notice to a few of the witnesses. I was wondering if you could confirm that the precautionary principle will apply to the interpretation of the new unacceptable impacts test being introduced in the Act. I guess, in other words, where there's credible evidence that a proposed action may cause serious or irreversible harm to matters of national environmental significance, but there's scientific uncertainty, will the government ensure decision makers are required to err on the side of environmental protection rather than wait for absolute proof of damage? I guess if something's likely to increase the risk of extinction, but we just don't have the data on that, and noting that I think that's one of the big challenges in Australia is we haven't put enough resources over decades into monitoring. And so I could, talk about here in the ACT, we've been doing once a decade small mammal surveys. And so if you look at the surveys, it's, there were Antechinus and Dunarts and all these small marsupials in 1985. When we did the surveys in 1994, they're gone. We've got no idea what happened there. And so there's not enough data to actually be able to make good projections. And so I'm interested if you can confirm whether the precautionary principle will apply.
Minister.
Yes, it will, Senator Pocock.
The question is that the amendments 1 to 5... Oh, sorry, Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. I'm interested in the planning aspects of this bill, and obviously the planning is central to both the existing Act and the new Act. But can I ask, Minister, what are the benefits of landscape scale assessment rather than project by project assessment, and how does that differ? How do the current reforms differ from the existing regulations?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Ghosh, in particular, for this question. And can I put on record my extreme gratitude to Senator Ghosh as the chair of the Senate Environment and Communications Committee for so ably steering the inquiry to date into this bill. And while I'm at it, I'll thank all senators, regardless of party, who've contributed and participated to this process. I recognise that these reforms and the legislation behind them are complicated, contentious, and far-reaching in their effect. And I really do appreciate the immense amount of work that senators have put in over the last few weeks since the bill was introduced in the House to conducting an inquiry and providing an opportunity for a very broad range of stakeholders to be heard as to their opinion on the legislation. And I'll note that the submissions, both written and verbal, made to that inquiry have very much influenced the government's thinking in terms of the amendments that have been provided and inserted here. So again, I really do thank all the senators, including Senator Grogan, who's sitting behind me here as well, for the work that they did on that inquiry. In answer to your question, Senator Ghosh, again, one of the reforms that we're driving through this legislation is to enable what, as you say, are referred to as landscape scale. I think it was offsets. No, it was assessment. Landscape scale assessment. Sorry, I knew it was landscape scale. But this particularly comes up in the context of regional planning, which is again something that we're reforming in this legislation to make better use of it. And what regional planning really comes down to is, the way I sort of describe it is that rather than the usual situation where an individual project might be seeking approval, might be assessed for its individual impacts, might have to find its own environmental offsets, and then every other project is assessed in its own right. One of the downsides of doing things that way is a few, but a couple of them are that, first of all, we don't make use of the information that is provided by proponents and considered by assessors to think about what the impact of that particular project might be in a local landscape or local region in combination with other developments that are occurring. And so while one individual project in its own right might not have a particularly significant impact on nationally protected matters, that individual project, along with the 5 others that are planned in the next couple of years in the same area, if you put them all together, that could have a very dramatic impact on the environment in that local area. But because the system operates at the moment in a way that it considers every individual project in its own right, that might mean that you're not considering the cumulative impacts on the environment of all of those projects put together. And to get back to regional planning, that is an alternative way of considering and approving projects that does take into account that cumulative impact of a combination of projects on the environment. And the reason that happens is that through the regional planning mechanism that we want to be using a lot more often, and will be able to as a result of these reforms, what that will mean is that we can work with state governments, local communities, local industry, local scientists, local environment groups, to first of all nominate with a state government a particular region that we want to do a regional plan, and then work with all of those different parties and include community consultation around where within that region are the areas that have very, very high environmental values that we shouldn't be approving developments, or what I call no-go zones, and equally what are the areas within that same region where the environmental values are quite low and where development could happen, and not just happen, but be approved much more quickly because we've already assessed what the environmental value of that part of the region is. Of course, there's a lot of other areas that are in between that aren't necessarily a go zone or a no-go zone. And they're the sort of areas where a development might be able to occur with offsets in that region in order to gain an approval. And what that process allows us to do is to think about the landscape in that region as a whole, rather than that one-off individual project impact, and to think about the cumulative impacts of several projects in a region, and consider what the environmental impacts of those several projects might be when considering whether they should be approved, and when considering whether there are areas within that region that combination of developments could go ahead without causing massive damage to the environment. So that it's an alternative way of thinking about environmental impacts and planning, to sort of think about where can you have a combination of projects happening that will be okay because we've already done the work up front to identify that there are limited impacts in that area, or where are the areas where one project in its own right might not be a problem, but a combination of projects might be a real problem. So it's a different way of approaching this, and something that I think will be a really exciting way to approach these issues in the future.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, if I can maybe put two questions to you. The first one on recovery plans. And as I understand it, looking at the legislation, recovery plans can now be overridden by protection statements. And I'm interested what's behind the desire to undermine recovery plans. As I understand it, recovery plans are the most robust document for helping a threatened species to recover. And then secondly, maybe just to assist the committee, because I know there's a Senator McKim would like to make a second reading speech. On no controlled action decisions, the reforms shorten the time frame for public interest consideration of no controlled action decisions to 28 days. Given we know that science is constantly changing and our understanding of ecosystems is constantly changing, does this 28 days not prevent the Minister from considering good science after that period?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I might just deal with your second question first. We have made a change around the length of time after a controlled action decision that someone can seek a reconsideration of that. And as I was saying before, that really just brings that time frame into line with the usual length of time that someone can apply for judicial review of a government decision. But I think the way you asked the question, Senator Pocock, was that we were limiting the time frame that people had to seek a reconsideration of a not controlled action decision, and we haven't done that. The change is to controlled action decisions. On the first question, to do with recovery plans, the way I think about it, is it recovery plan? The way I think about it is that it's not so much that protection statements are replacing recovery plans. We more see it as protection statements forming a subset of recovery plans. And really the purpose of the protection statements, and again this was based on a lot of feedback from not just industry groups and environment groups as well, is that we have these recovery plans that don't necessarily influence decision making in the way that they should. And so protection statements effectively as a way of bringing up to aid decision making, to aid decision making, the information that's contained in those recovery plans. So we think that will actually lead to better decisions that really take into account some of the risks to species as set out in recovery plans.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Then just finally on this matter, thank you, Minister, that makes sense. Is there a provision then that the protection statement can't go against a recovery plan, must actually aid it?
I'm advised that there's not such a statement. However, there's a role for the Threatened Species Scientific Committee in providing advice on both protection statements and recovery plans. So I think that to some extent addresses the concern you have.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Just on that, and I guess it's also linked to the species that you said earlier can't be offset, or the ecosystems that can't be offset. If the Threatened Species Scientific Committee recommends that a species or ecosystem be included on their list, does the Minister have to accept that? And if they don't, do they have to provide a sort of public explanation as to why they're not taking the advice of the scientific committee to protect a species from being able to offset it?
Minister.
Senator Pocock, I might, rather than risk giving you the wrong answer, I might just take that one on notice and come back to you in a few minutes once I've got some further advice.
Senator McKim.
Thank you very much. I rise not so much to give a second reading contribution as to make a few observations on the legislation broadly and how we find ourselves here this evening. And I mean, I'm not going to indulge in a long personal reflection here, but my journey into politics actually began in 1986 at a place called Farmhouse Creek in Tasmania, where I was arrested sitting in front of the bulldozers that were seeking to destroy beautiful old-growth forest down there, temperate, mixed temperate forest down there with beautiful Eucalyptus regnans, the biggest flowering plant on the planet. Arrested down there, and my mum famously told me that my life would now never amount to anything because I'd been arrested, and looking around me today, she probably had some kind of an argument about that. The reason I mention that is that as an activist, forest protection has been a core part of what's driven me into politics. Farmhouse Creek was where I first met Bob Brown. And I've done my best to fight for forests and to represent the need to protect our forest ecosystems for a large part of my life. And that's why today I'm really happy that legislation will pass through this place that will end the outrageous carve-out from Australia's federal environment laws that has been enjoyed by the native forest logging industry for decades in this country. It never should have been carved out that logging done under a regional forests agreement did not have to comply. It never should have been the case that logging conducted under an RFA did not have to comply with the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, and I acknowledge that in the review that Professor Samuel did, he did recommend that that carve-out be removed, although it was recommended for the second tranche of reforms. But removing that carve-out is a significant step towards protecting our forests, and in particular protecting those parts of our forests that are home to threatened species, like that beautiful little bird, the swift parrot in Tasmania, which has been logged towards extinction by the Tasmanian forest industry for many decades now. And I hope that that beautiful little bird, one of the fastest parrots in the world, one of the only migratory parrots in the world is given a fighting chance of survival by the reforms that we are passing today. It's regrettable that the government wouldn't come at a transition period of shorter than 18 months. Frankly, I don't understand why they couldn't, because there was no administrative reason that the government could not have come at a shorter transition. And I can only assume that it was a political decision rather than a policy decision, which led the government to dig in so obstinately on an 18-month transition. But we've been waiting for more than 2 decades for this in the environment movement and in the forest movement, and I do believe that it's a significant win for our forests. I also believe it will hasten the long overdue end to the native forest logging industry in Australia. Native forest logging is an industry whose time has come, and in fact it is well past time that we stopped destroying our native forests in this country. Since colonisation, this land has been subjected to a slash and burn regime that has devastated its ecosystems, including its forest ecosystems. And it's time for that devastation to end. We are living through the breakdown of our planet's climate system. We are living through a biodiversity catastrophe. And when you have climate breakdown, and it is at crisis levels, and when you have a collapse of biodiversity, and Australia is at the forefront of that on a planetary scale, there is simply no excuse for a public policy setting that continues to ensure that our native forests are clear-felled, mostly for export wood chips, and then the remnants are napalmed and burnt, releasing massive amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. It's time for that archaic, barbaric slaughter of nature to end. I do want to say one thing to people that work in the industry, in the native forest logging industry. And by the way, the forest industry more broadly loves to spout numbers about how many people work in the forest industry, but those of us that have been watching this debate, and I've been in politics now in Tasmania for 25 years or so, and I've been watching this debate very closely. Everybody knows the overwhelming majority of forestry jobs are actually in the plantation sector, not in the native forest logging sector. Here's a little statistic for those who are interested. There are more newsagents in Tasmania than there are people that work in the native forest logging industry. There are more newsagents in Tasmania than people that work in the native forest logging industry. But I want to say this to people that work in the industry. It is absolutely not their fault that things need to change. When circumstances change, when climate change gets worse, when the biodiversity crisis gets worse, public policy has to change. And we absolutely have to look after impacted workers as we undergo the necessary transition out of logging native forests. But I do want to say to the government, in relation to the fund that they have established, that fund should be a transition fund. It must be used to help transition people out of native forest logging into the plantation sector, but also into rewilding, into environmental management. These are jobs-rich opportunities for people and communities in regional Tasmania and regional New South Wales and other parts of the country, in industry sectors that are going to boom in coming generations. What this fund should not be used for is to pay out forest businesses that have already, in many cases, received multiple payouts to leave the industry, have then phoenixed themselves back into the industry and then received more payments to get back out of the industry again. And I refer the Minister to multiple Australian National Audit Office reports that have confirmed the massive rorts that have gone on in forest exit packages over decades in this country. And I genuinely hope that the government ensures that those kind of rorts, that kind of phoenixing back into the industry, does not occur in relation to this latest fund. Work with communities, work with affected workers and impacted workers, help and support them to genuinely transition into sustainable jobs that are fit for purpose, that will be rewarding for the individuals and the communities involved, and will actually contribute to help repairing some of the terrible damage that the native forest logging industry has wrought on our ecosystems for far too long. I want to offer some reflections about negotiations with the Labor Party, and this is based on my experience through the safeguard mechanism negotiations and now the negotiations around the bill that's currently before the Senate. Make no mistake, the Labor Party has a track record of destroying nature, of destroying our climate and not giving a fig about protecting ecosystems. I mean, this is the minister who came in just after the last election.
Kim, your time has expired. I'm watching the clock.
Is that right?
I'm watching.
About to give you.
I'm watching the clock, and I'm sorry, Senator Kim. Time's expired. Look, I did not hear any questions from the time I took over the chair, so I'll put the Senator Ghosh.
Minister, I'd like to ask about development zones and conservation zones, how they're going to operate and
Senator
why.
Ghosh, I don't know if your microphone's on. Is it?
Sorry, is it not?
Try again, Senator Ghosh.
Okay. I would like to ask about development zones and conservation zones, and to have an explanation of, at a conceptual level, Minister, how they would operate and why they're important to achieve the goals in the Act relating to both faster approvals and clearer understandings of what parts of Australia's environment will be unlikely to be approved for developmental projects.
Minister.
Sorry, Senator Ghosh. I'm pretty sure I caught your question. I was just clarifying what time is the hard marker for this debate, which I understand is 6:30 for those who've had enough. I love talking about EPBC reform. I don't know what I'm going to do when I can't talk about EPBC reform. My office has got a few ideas. Senator Ghosh, I think your question went to the GO zones or the development zones within regional plans, yeah, and how that will assist both business certainty and project approvals and the environment, I think was the nature of your question.
Sorry, Senator Ghosh.
Well. Yes. I also asked about conservation zones in that question as well.
Thank you, Minister.
And that's because, Senator Ghosh, in my experience, you're a very balanced human being who likes balanced reforms that deliver for both business and the environment. So just to expand, I guess, then a little bit on the answer I gave in answer to your previous question, talking about regional plans. And more broadly, the regional planning is a really good example of that kind of balanced approach that we've sought to take in these reforms more generally, and which Professor Samuel sought in his reform package as a whole. And the regional plans, as I was saying before, allow the federal government to work with the state government, local governments, industry, conservation groups and scientists to identify within a particular region the areas that should be, if you like, earmarked for development, GO zones, development zones, call them what you will, and then the areas that should be earmarked for protection because of the high environmental values that apply. That will enable both better protection for environment by identifying areas in a particular region where development shouldn't occur, and it will also help business, because not only would we be identifying development zones or go zones within a particular region, but we would provide a much faster approval process for projects that occur there. And I can think of a situation in the future, once we have these regional plans up and running, where, for example, if a particular project proponent for a particular project has multiple choices about where in a particular region they site a project, obviously there are some types of developments that can only go in a certain place. If we're talking about a mine, it can only happen where the mineral resource is. If you're talking about a wind farm, it's got to be windy. But there are some projects where there's a level of flexibility around where development occurs. Housing would be a good example, where a developer might like to build a housing development in a certain location, but there's very high environmental values, and they might reconsider and decide to proceed with a housing development in an area that's been earmarked as one of those development zones or go zones, and they will get the benefit, if they're prepared to do it there and avoid the environmental impacts, then they will get the benefit of a much faster approval than they will get if they try to site it in somewhere that has serious environmental complications. So that would be an example of where you would get that dual benefit, better for business, you might get housing more online more quickly, and you might avoid doing something terrible for the environment as well. I think you're aware, Senator Ghosh, but in case you're not, we actually are undertaking already a number of pilots of these regional plans in different parts of the country. I'm certainly aware of a couple in my home state of Queensland, one in southeast Queensland that's focusing on housing development, working with the Queensland Government on that and other parties. And similarly, there's a regional plan pilot occurring in North Queensland, focusing on wind farm development and where to properly site those kind of developments. And there's also a pilot occurring in northwest Queensland, which is focusing on mineral mining activities. And similarly, there are other pilots occurring in other parts of the country. So I think over time, this will become a really exciting way of us facilitating the kind of business development that is needed, but doing it in an environmentally sensitive way and protecting the most environmentally sensitive areas within those particular regions.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you. One of the interesting aspects of the committee process was the difference in attitudes from industry to bilateral agreements and environmental organisations to bilateral agreements, and the process of state accreditation. Are you able to shed some light on both the importance of bilateral agreements and the state accreditation process, but also the safeguards against environmental damage through that process?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ghosh. So again, one of the other important reforms in this bill is to revamp the approach towards what are known as bilateral agreements, so agreements between the federal government and a state or territory government. Currently, under the existing law, we do have the capacity to enter into an agreement with a state or territory, which allows them to assess. There is no approval agreements, are there, at the moment? No approval agreements. Yeah. Is there capacity to do so under the Okay. Sorry, I was just confirming. Under the current legislation, there's capacity to enter agreements with states and territories where they would either assess a project for its environmental impacts or potentially approve them as well. But in practice, those agreements haven't worked very well. The system is frankly just too complicated to allow those agreements to really work effectively. What that has meant is that really there's only one state in Australia, being New South Wales, where we have an effective bilateral agreement with the state government that sees them assess projects, not only against their own laws and their own requirements at the state level, but against our requirements as well. We want to be able to do that with more states. And the benefit of that, and it goes to the point that we've talked about a lot in this reform process about removing the duplication in the system and speeding up decision-making about projects, not by sacrificing environmental standards, but by improving our processes. And in essence, how this would work is that if we can enter into those kind of agreements with state and territory governments where they they not only assess and approve a project against their own laws and their own requirements, but also do it against ours, is that that can massively reduce the amount of time taken to assess and approve the project overall, because rather than having a state assessment and a state approval and then doing a federal assessment and a federal approval, they can both happen at the same time, done by a state government. Now, your question is a really important one, and I know that there are people in the community who are concerned about if you had a state government who went rogue and didn't have the kind of standards that we expect, there's a risk that that state might approve projects that otherwise might have been rejected or heavily conditioned at the federal level. And so some of the safeguards that are built into that process to avoid that kind of thing from happening are, first of all, that the states would be required to assess and approve the project against our national environmental standards. So if you did have a state or territory with lower environmental standards than ours, then it wouldn't be enough to get the approval from the state against their standards. They've also got to meet our standards. Secondly, all of those bilateral agreements, is it assessment as well or approval that requires ministerial approval? Bilateral approval agreements need ministerial approval, assessment agreements as well. Yeah. So I just wanted to confirm one detail. The second safeguard in the legislation to prevent states doing the wrong thing, to put it simply, is that any bilateral agreement between a state and federal government around assessments or approvals of projects needs to be approved by the federal minister based on advice from the federal EPA that the state's processes meet our standards. So there's effectively a check before the agreement is approved that the state processes meet our standards. In addition, the federal EPA will be able to audit the state processes every 5 years to ensure they are up to scratch. And we're also proposing to amend the legislation so that the EPA can provide advice to a minister about whether the state processes meet federal requirements if there's a substantial change to state laws or policies in between that 5-year period. So say if there was a change of government in a particular state and the new government had radically lower environmental standards or got rid of public consultation processes or something like that, there's the capacity for a federal EPA to give the federal minister the power to say, we have a problem here and this needs to be reviewed, the accreditation of that. Finally, the other safeguard that's built into the system through the amendments to the bill are that now every every bilateral agreement between a federal government and a state or territory that allows the state to do approvals of a project will have to include a power, effectively a call-in power, where the federal government still has the ability to say, even though we've got an agreement with you that you'll assess and approve projects, if there's a particular project that comes along that's so important, environmentally, nationally, whatever it might be, the federal government still has the ability to call that project in and say it's going to be approved by the federal government instead. Sorry, as I'm talking, I'm thinking about additional safeguards. We've also said through the amendments that water trigger projects, so projects that trigger the water trigger in the Act and in essence have an impact on the water table, particularly unconventional gas or coal projects, the approval of those projects will have to be done federally. And the argument for that, and why that makes sense, is that if you think about those sorts of projects that have an impact on the water table, that's going to be an impact that crosses state boundaries. The water table doesn't sort of stop at a state boundary. And our view is that there's a pretty compelling argument that the federal government should retain the power to approve those projects, given the environmental impacts might go beyond the state that's doing the original assessment. So there's a number of different safeguards in there built into the system, but it is a really important change to allow more of these bilateral agreements to occur because, again, it's a really key way that we can speed up the assessment of approval of projects and remove the duplication that's in the system.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, and thanks for that explanation, Minister. The original bill that was tabled by Minister Watt did not deserve to pass through this parliament. It was an abject failure to respond with the speed, with the urgency, with the strength that the current climate and biodiversity collapses demand of us. We are living in a planetary emergency. It is likely that billions of people will die in this century, and if they don't die, it is almost certain that billions of people would be displaced from their homes, facing drought, facing famine, facing wars over basic necessities of life like water. And yet, the Labor Party, a party with a demonstrated hostility towards protecting the environment and a demonstrated aversion to strong climate action, brought a piece of legislation to this parliament which would have fast-tracked coal and gas projects, which did nothing to address the impacts of native forest logging and land clearing on our forest and our non-forest ecological communities. And this bill, even with the amendments secured by the Greens, significant amendments, still does not meet even the bare minimum necessary to respond to the biodiversity collapse and the breakdown of our planet's climate that we are living through right now. But I do genuinely believe that the agreement we struck with the government is the best that we could have done. Remember, this is a government that was prepared to derail any prospect of climate action in the previous term unless they could continue to approve new coal and gas projects in the middle of a climate crisis. This is a government that has cheered on the environmental destruction wrought by the native forest logging industry and by the land clearers for many decades in this country. It's a government that has a demonstrated track record of being hostile to nature and of not giving a flying fig about environmental protection. So I think we've done the best that we could. And I want to say something very clearly to people in the environment movement, and in particular to climate activists and forest activists who right now, in places like Tasmania, are out in the bush, on the blockades, on the front line, defending forests and defending nature. The Greens understand that the job is not yet done. We understand that this package of reforms, while significantly improved by the negotiations conducted by the Greens, still do not do the job of adequately protecting nature in this country. They do not. They fall far, far short. And I say to the activists that we will see you on the streets and we will be with you on the streets. We will see you out in the forest and we will be with you on the barricades out in the forest, because the planetary emergency, the climate crisis, the biodiversity emergency that we are living through demands action of us all. And it demands commitment, it demands courage, and it demands the bravery to stand up to the psychopaths and the sociopaths that run fossil fuel corporations in this country, where they are prepared to place their own greedy, avaricious wants over and above the welfare of billions of people on this planet. And of course, the people who are going to face the impacts of the collapse of our climate systems are overwhelmingly poor people, and they are overwhelmingly in the global south, black and brown skinned people. They are going to pay the price for for the avarice and the greed of people who are running our fossil fuel corporations and the people who come into places like this and do their bidding in this place. I beg your pardon? I mean, honestly, I'll take that interjection. I will take it. If Senator Duniam thinks this is about social media, he needs to think again. This is quite literally a matter of life and death for huge numbers of people. This is a matter of whether we face a sustainable future for our children and our grandchildren and their grandchildren, or whether we don't. And for Senator Duniam to try and diminish this by suggesting it's all about some social media platform says, frankly, more about him than it does about me. Now, he has successfully distracted me, so in the short time that I have left before we hit the hard marker and can commence the votes that will get this legislation through, I want to reflect on the land clearing provisions in particular. Since colonisation in this country, land clearing has wrought havoc on our native ecosystems. In particular, the mulga scrub, the other forest or non-forest vegetation types that existed here under the stewardship of the original inhabitants of this country existed here for many tens of thousands of years. And when Europeans arrived, that was the death knell for many species. It was the death knell for many ecological communities. And land clearing under the continuous use exemption has devastated so many ecosystems, particularly in regional Australia, states like Queensland, states like Western Australia, states like New South Wales, although not limited to those states, I might add. Ending the continuous use exemption for land clearing is an extremely significant environmental reform, and one that was hard won by the Greens negotiators on this legislation, Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Waters in particular, who won that by going in and fighting hard for environmental outcomes. This legislation falls far short of what is actually needed to properly protect Australia's beautiful, globally significant environmental values. But I'll tell you what, it's a big step forward from the steaming pile of tosh that Minister Watt first tabled in this parliament a few weeks ago. And it's a significant step forward because of Greens in parliament. And I say to people, if you want environmental outcomes, if you want our forests protected, if you want our environment defended and protected and fought for, you need more Greens in this place, in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, because it is only through having the Greens in this place that you get the improvement to environmental laws that we're about to vote on today.
Thanks, Senator McKim. It being that close, no, it actually is. Senators, being 6:30 p.m, the time allotted for consideration of the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and related bills, as well as 9 other bills, has expired. In accordance with the order agreed to this morning, I will now put the question before the Chair and then put the questions on the remaining amendments. I will first deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments relating to the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, starting with the amendments moved by Senator Ruston on sheet 3511. The question is that amendments 1 to 5, 7 to 9, 11 to 14, 18 and 19 on sheet 3511 be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yeah, brother. Thanks, brother. All yours, mate.
You're going this way.
but can you go away? Now, am I? All right, so. Thank you so much. Is this for the... I better silence myself.
Have seen it.
Okay, so is this... That's been dealt with. So, sorry, can we just get rid of that one? Thank you. This is where we are. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments 1 to 5, 7 to 9, 11 to 14, 18 and 19 on sheet 3511 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 19, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. While I give senators a moment to resume their places, I will remind senators to stay in or close to the chamber. There will be 1 minute divisions unless the whips indicate a change of pairing arrangements. The question now is that in Schedule 1... Oh, sorry? Someone seeking the call?
No, I think we're...
The first question is that in Schedule 1, Section 33C in Item 85 and Section 46C in Item 17 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Schedule 1, Section 33C in Item 85 and Section 46C in Item 17 stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 34, noes 19. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I'll just give... Oh no, we can keep going straight away. The next question is that the remaining amendments on sheets 3511 and 3556 and the amendments on sheets 3508, 3522 and 3523 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining amendments on sheets 3511 and 3556 and the amendments on sheets 3508, 3522 and 3523 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 20, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. Just give senators a moment to resume their seat. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the government. The first question is that the amendments on sheets...
Senator Roberts.
Oh, sorry, apologies, Senator Roberts.
Probably jumped the gun, but I'd like to separate GJ 129 from the other two.
No, well, thank you. That's very helpful, Senator Roberts. So you want GJ 129 separated, voted on separately to the other two, correct?
So
please.
That one first.
So in that case, we will just put the amendments on sheet GJ 129. GJ 129. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now move amendments.
Get my name recorded as opposing that, and also One Nation as opposing that. Senator Bell and
yes,
Tyron.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That will be so recorded. I will now move the amendments on sheets GJ 130 and LM 113 together. If there's no objections to that, yes. Okay, those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The first question is Senator Pocock.
Just note my opposition to that last one.
You want to record your opposition to the...
Both sheets or just...
Both sheets, Senator Pocock?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that will be recorded, Senator Pocock. Anybody else? No. The first question is then on Australian Greens amendments that item 77 and 121 in Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. the doors. The question is that item 77 and 121 in Schedule 1 stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes.
Very good.
The result of the division is ayes 19, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. Just give senators a few moments to resume their seat.
This one, I don't know why it's separate, but we haven't done that one yet.
The next question is that item 303 in Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. No. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that item 303 in Schedule 1 stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 19, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. Now, I've had a request that in the next group of amendments we put 3, 5, 6, 7 separately, so I will start just with 3, 5, 6, 7. The question is the remaining amendments on sheets 3, 5, 6, 7 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now put the remaining amendments on sheets 3564 and 3573 and the amendments on sheets 3565, 3566, 3568, 3569, 3570, 3571, 3572, 3574 revised, 3577 and 3576. And I move that they be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining amendments on sheets 3564 and 3573 and the amendments on sheets 3565, 3566, 3568, 3569, 3570, 3571, 3572, 3574 revised, 3577 and 3576 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 19. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with the amendments moved by Senator Tyrrell. Are you seeking the call?
May I please put my opposition to 3574? I know it was together, but...
3574?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, we can record that. 33.9.
All right. Nobody else is seeking the call? I'll now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator David Pocock. The first question is that the amendments on sheets 3539, 3540, 3541, 3542, 3543 and 3545 be agreed to. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Could I have the votes separated, please? 3540, 3542 and 3543 put separately from 3541 and 3545.
Yes, Senator Roberts. Was any further separation required?
Yes, 3539 as well. So 3540,
That's coming later, Senator Roberts. Oh no,
No, I think he wants it in the same group.
3539. So sorry, can you read out the grouping again, Senator Roberts?
I'd like to vote in favour of 3540, 3542, 3543 and oppose 3539, 3541, 3545.
Yes, okay. So in the first instance, I will put amendments on sheets 3539, 3541 and 3545. Are we clear? Those in favour of those amendments say aye. Against say no. The noes have it.
Is a division.
Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that amendments on sheets 3539, 3541 and 3545 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock, teller for the ayes, Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the divisions is ayes 4, noes 35. The question is resolved in the negative.
Senator Tyrrell.
Senator Tyrrell.
Can I record my opposition to 3539?
So recorded.
Thank you.
So the question then remains that amendments on sheets 3540, 3542 and 3543 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. We are dividing on sheets 3540, 3542, 3543. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 35. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy President, can I record my opposition to 3540?
I will do it personally. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. As sheet 3538 was not circulated within the required time frame, it can only be considered by leave. Is a senator seeking leave on behalf of Senator Thorpe? Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendment on sheet 3538 on behalf of Senator Thorpe.
Is leave granted? Leave being granted, please move the amendment.
Yeah, I move the amendments.
The question is that amendment on sheet 3538 be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Sorry, there are two sheets, so it's the sheets on 3538 and 3551. The question is those sheets be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. Those that opinion say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it? The noes have it. Yes, sorry, Senator Waters.
Thanks. Could I ask that the Australian Greens support for those two amendments of Senator Thorpe be recorded, please?
It will be recorded. So Senator McFarlane is also seeking to have his name recorded supporting McLaughlin. Sorry. And Senator Tyrrell.
May I please support as well?
Certainly. Senator Pocock.
My support as well for both, thank you.
And Senator Payman.
My support for both as well, thank you.
I will now deal with the amendments circulated by the Nationals. The question is that amendments on sheet 3557 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that amendments on sheet 3557 be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 19, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments to the National Environment Protection Agency Bill 2025, circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3509 and 3512 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that amendments on sheet 3509 and 3512 be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 22, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I will report the bill.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Senator Pocock.
Sorry to
I
interrupt.
report the bill?
Thank you, President. Sorry to interrupt the flow. Please don't just note my support for 3512.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Pocock. Any further? You seeking the call, Senator Hanson-Young? Pursuant to order, I will now report the bill.
The committee has considered the Environment Protection Reform Bill of 2025 and 6 related bills and has agreed to the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 with amendments and the remaining bills without amendments or requests. The question now is that remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills now be passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bills be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, National Environment Protection Agency Bill 2025, Environment Information Australia Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation, Restoration Charge Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation General Charges Imposition Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Custom Charges Imposition Bill 2025 and Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Excise Charges Imposition Bill 2025.
I will now deal with the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures Number 2 Bill 2025. I will deal first with the second reading amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation, which is on sheet 3525. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3525 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Noes have it. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and citizenship and for related purposes.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Could I have my name recorded as opposing both the two previous votes?
Yes, Senator Roberts. The question now is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and citizenship and for related purposes.
And Senator Roberts, you want your name recorded?
Yes, thank you for reading my mind.
That's all right. I will now deal with the Communications Legislation Amendment Australian Content Requirement for Subscription Video On Demand Streaming Services of Bill 2025. I will first deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3558 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3558 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Dunneman as teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, beginning with the amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3559 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Oh, yes, Senator Roberts.
As supporting the previous vote. Supporting.
Sure, yes. Thank you. The second reading. Senator Roberts, you mean the second reading?
Eight. That I'm supporting. I'm opposing the second reading.
Okay, thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3559 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Australia's Voice. The question is that in Schedule 1, sections 121FZM and 121FZN in item 3 and item 16 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. There's only one voice, Senator Payman. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Lock the doors. So the question is that Schedule 1, Sections 121FZM and 121FZN in Item 3 and Item 16 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Payman as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 2 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining amendments on sheet 3507 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
The bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment strengthening. Senator Roberts.
Could I have my vote recorded as opposing the previous vote?
Sure. I'll now deal with the Treasury Laws Amendment strengthening financial systems and other measures Bill 2025. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is, the amendment on sheet 3546 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3546 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say that the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
The bill for an act to amend the Corporations Act 2001, the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, and the law relating to charities, taxation and the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority, and to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
Now, I understand the Minister has a document to table.
I do, thank you. I table a correction to the explanatory memorandum relating to the bill. The correction responds to matters raised by the Scrutiny of Bills Committee.
Thank you. I will now deal with the Committee of Whole amendments, beginning with amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that Schedule 3 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for one minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Schedule 3 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darnaman as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the amendments on sheet 3520 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. 3520 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet 3520 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments and requests for amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. I have no idea what you were saying, Senator Tyrrell. No, if you want to say something, stand in your place and the broadcast and put the mic on.
Apologise, I stood back down.
Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. In accordance with the usual practice, the statements accompanying the requests circulated to this bill will be incorporated in Hansard. The question is that the requests for amendments on sheet 3453 and the amendments on sheet 3436 and 3510 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the request for amendments on sheet 3453 and the amendments on sheet 3436 and 3510 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Tyrrell. The question is that the amendment on... Oh, sorry, Senator Pocock.
Mr. President, please could you note my support for 3453 and 3510.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I'll now deal with amendments circulated by Senator Tyrrell. The question is that amendments on sheet 3455 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3455 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for enactment, the Corporations Act 2001, the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the law relating to charities, taxation and the Financial Regulator Assessment Authority, and to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill of 2025. I will deal first with the second reading amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3506 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. If you have a point to make, you need to stand up and not just call out. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3506 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Could I have my name recorded as opposing?
Certainly. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to repeal certain acts and provisions of acts and to make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the committee of the whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that Part 6 of Schedule 4 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that Part 6 of Schedule 4 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Blythe as teller for the noes. Senator McKim, I have called the tellers. Order. There being 33 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. The question is that Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put that again. I'll now deal with amendments circulated by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. The question is that Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The question is that the ayes have it. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Blythe as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
For an act to repeal certain acts and provisions of acts and to make various amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Education Legislation Amendment, Integrity and Other Measures Bill of 2025. I'll now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3575 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheets 3575 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kim as teller for the ayes and Senator Damanen as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to education, overseas students and family assistance and for related purposes.
I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments, beginning with the amendments circulated by Senator Duniam on behalf of the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3531, 3532, 3534, 3535, 3536 and 3537 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with Committee of the Whole amendments circulated by Senator Henderson. So the question is that amendments on sheet 3547 and 3548 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the Committee of the Whole amendment circulated by Senator Henderson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Henderson as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 3 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3560 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3560 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to education, overseas students and family assistance and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill of 2025. The question now is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to intelligence services and for related purposes.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the law relating to intelligence services and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Veteran Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is that the bill be now read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill of 2025. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to authorise certain things done in relation to tax file numbers in connection with loans to students and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an Act to authorise certain things done in relation to tax file numbers in connection with loans to students and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question now is that the bills be now read a third time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 11 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed in the dynamic read.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Commonwealth Parole Bill 2025 and Commonwealth Parole Bill Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Thank you. Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 3rd of February 2026. I call the Senator Gallagher. Is there another message? Sorry, more messages, my bad. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
This bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
In accordance with Standing Order 111, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to the 3rd of February 2026. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Social Security and other legislation amendment technical changes No. 2 Bill of 2025. Minister.
Thank you. I table the following documents: the Minister for Climate Change and Energy's 2025 Annual Statement on Climate Change, reports on Australia's Net Zero Plan and Australia's 2035 Nationally Determined Contribution, the Climate Change Authority's 2025 Progress Report, the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water's Annual Climate Change Statement and its report on Australia's emissions projections and national greenhouse gas inventory, and a report on the operation of the Aged Care Act 1997 and the Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care's review of My Aged Care.
Senator Roberts.
I seek leave to take note of the Minister Chris Bowen's climate statement.
No, the leave wasn't given, Senator Roberts.
So can I take note and seek leave to continue my remarks? That's what I'd like to do. I'd take note and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Yes, you can, Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
Yes. Minister.
Thank you. Okay, these are the ones everyone's been waiting for. I move that the Senate at its rising adjourn until Tuesday the 3rd of February 2026 at midday, or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable, by the Deputy President, and the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each Senator, and leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting today to the day on which the Senate next meets.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
Thank you, President. I move that everyone has a very Merry Christmas and festive season, thanks to everyone who helps us in the chamber, and that the Senate do now adjourn.
Thank you. The Senate stands adjourned. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday the 3rd of February at 12 noon. And I wish everyone a happy estimates next week and then a happy break. Good night, Senators. Thank you. Thank you.